bucket hat. This is exactly what I was going to say. The bucket hat is a great source of power. Always you know you're the best player in the team if you're the one in the bucket hat.
It's one of the most, I have to say, debatable issues about the entire sport.
A hot topic.
What, these headwear choices. I mean, frankly, I don't think you need any headwear at all. Put your hat on when you come off. Play without headwear. Come back.
I don't think it's about the sun and about the protection. I think it's about the vibes.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people out there trying to be cool.
Scorps driving through the middle here. Now they're going to the box, and actually they've made some nice yards. And I think very often teams that they've lost them now here because there wasn't a half ready for that touch. Dan Kirk making sure he made the touch there. Nice progress from Scorps, and they've actually regained a bit of that momentum. Franco is a rugby player originally, and he's got a bit of a tendency to always pick the ball up and have a couple of steps. And I think that works much better in rugby as something like a scrum half than sometimes it can do in touch, because you sort of end up not committing either way, and ball goes down there. They might get penalised for kicking it away there, because I'm not entirely sure that was accidental. So
well, if you're going to take those steps, you've got to make forward momentum with them, haven't you?
Yeah, I think I mean, it's easy to say there's open on the wing. They went sort of through the hands there, and I think if they'd gone straight to the wing, there was definitely a chance. Yeah, I think you've basically got to either completely commit to running with it or completely find someone nice and straight away. Franco diving in there, looks good to the on-field referee as well, and that's going to be a score, and that will be Scorps 1 ahead.
Yeah, Scorpions take the 3-2 lead with that Franco Perticaro try.
Now, walking in front of us, not visible on the camera, is a man with a pink cowboy hat, and if ever there was headwear, see, and now look at him, he's done a little keepy-uppy, he's caught the ball. The power of the hat cannot be understated. So Nottingham will have the tap off here. They've got Mark Hobson on with, looks like Dan Gurry. So a couple of quite experienced players. You've got a tap off set. You know you're going to want to try and strike on, probably at this point it's going to be 4th touch, because that was 3rd. So here we are. So Mark goes down, Dan feeds it. That's a classic 32 short. He's got outside his mid, but not outside the link, so no opportunity there. Are you picking up the weird little number jargon, or has anyone done a boring explainer of 32s and 21s and 33s and things like that yet?
Oh yeah, we've had plenty of detailed analysis on them all.
That's why I'm switching to hats.
The only real upset for me is that everyone knows everyone's moves, because everyone's got the same moves. So I feel like we need some real trick plays to come out today.
Yes, we played in the Social World Cup a while ago, and I did a thing which I think is new and innovative and should be done more, where I would walk forwards like I was about to roll the ball and then flick the ball up behind my legs, like between my legs. They're going to score. I should probably talk about that. So Franco scooped through there, and it's exactly what we were talking about, which is he actually just grabbed and went, and he's made it all the way through and fed a sort of trailing player. And I think we'll see the difference here is he scoops and he just goes. There's no, am I going to go a bit and have a look? He's fully committed. He's pinned his ears back, and sure enough, they're just threw in behind the defence. He had 2 options if he wanted them.
And Richard Spear with the try, his 2nd of the game, and it's opened a little bit of a margin for the Scorpions here. 4-2, strongest lead for anyone of the game.
Yeah, I think it's a slightly stronger pod on from Nottingham, but I'm not sure that's where they want to be. They've headed out all the way to one side, and now they're attacking in that space, and it's very hard to score in 10 metres, right? So what you'd want to say is, you take it out to that side, you make the defence bank up on that side, and then can you pull towards the open side and use the opportunity there. Dan Kirk sailing through the middle. Oh, not quite. Oh, got very excited there.
Fantastic diving touch coming in from the Scorpions player.
Absolute body on the line stuff from the Scorpions player, and it did save a try. So a little bit of a shoulder in the touch there from number 65 from Nottingham. I don't think there's any malice in it, but it is a minimal contact sport. You've got to control that impact, so we need to make sure that the shoulders aren't getting into the touch like they did just there.
And Sutherland's got a wide set of shoulders on him. It's hard to keep them out of the way sometimes.
Yeah, listen, everyone looks good in a vest when you've got a bit of muscle on you, but unfortunately we have got to keep it in the locker sometimes and not end up inflicting any injuries on anyone. So Scorps looking to set something up here. So it's a mid dump and feed, and ball goes down. Funnily enough, I think there was a bit of a level of the eyes being on the opportunity as well as the ball coming back. So number 84, I think it's Stefan Fletcher there, definitely had an opportunity. The link was really struggling to get back on side in time, but just didn't sort of reel the ball in before he headed off.
This is interesting. The near side wing is tracking way ahead of play.
Yeah, so near to us, or yeah. So I think that she knows they'll just try and interchange and then work from there. So she's sort of just waiting. Oh, there's maybe an opportunity here. No. There were numbers is the only problem. There was potentially an overlap for the near side wing. Joanna Simon, possibly the best member of the Simon family, certainly in the top 3. So there was maybe an opportunity, but the winger had tracked over, making the defensive touch there, Joe, and getting back on side. And we've gone back in towards the middle. And in fact, actually, the Nottingham mid, number 97's come all the way over, and now he's going to have to make the second touch there. He's struggling. Franco's picked up and gone. There is a 3-on-2. That wasn't the decision I would have liked him to make, but actually they've turned it into something else. And it looks like they haven't made... No, they have. Fine. Okay, so diving touch from the mid from Nottingham there. The Scorpions player kept jogging around in the in goal, so I wondered if he'd missed him, but he didn't, so it's a half court. They did preserve some momentum. Easy to say from up here. I'm not quite sure they chose the right option, but to be fair, it's much harder when you're actually running around doing it. Castra Powell's there, just setting up, and Rachel Hobson taking it in. So just a subbing pattern. I think if you are Nottingham, you probably want to be slightly further up. A little tell about how a team are doing on their subbing plays is how many of their players are having to come back and round rather than being able to run straight on. And there were quite a few there where they were having to loop round in order to take the ball. He's having a little try on the outside, and he's controlled his roll ball nicely there, the Scorps player. And this is what I mean. If you look at Scorps coming on now, they're a little bit further ahead, and they're all running onto the ball. They're not having to check their momentum come around, and they've got this little wrap going on, and there is an opportunity here, but there is also someone on the ground, which I think was the problem there. Nicola Hulse, I think, just fell over out of the touch there, and it just left them one player down.
Yeah, I think her feet just went from under her, but what that has resulted in is
5-2?
Yeah, 5-2. They take the lead, and that is a very strong margin of victory, particularly with how short these games are. As Kieran James it is that finishes it off. The shortness of the games means that if you can pull out a gap, it is so hard for the other side to come back. Yeah,
you've got 2 minutes. You're probably not getting. Listen, I'd love to be proved wrong. It'd be a thrilling ending, but you're probably not getting 3 scores in 2 minutes. So for Nottingham, you just think about, oh, well, you know, they have been a little bit off the pace with their plays. So that's the next setup. Mel Foster there, just not quite controlling her roll ball. Really good player, Mel Foster. Very good referee as well. She'll be playing in the Euros, I think, for England Women's 40s, I believe. Now she's going up, making that touch from Link. Nice exit line from her as well, available. Sutherland coming in, big shoulders, big lad. Doing a nice little bit of defensive work there. Franco's found a little gap. He's getting onto the back player. There would be an opportunity to scoop if you had a player wanting to do that, but instead Scorp's just making steady progress up towards the line. There's an opportunity here and there's a score here. Yeah. Probably the biggest difference between the two teams has been that subbing play. Every time Scorps come out of their box, they've got momentum and they've got pace, and they're putting Nottingham under pressure. And it feels like a lot of times when Nottingham are running their subbing move, they're slightly struggling to really get the forward momentum to have a sort of an attacking platform to come off the back of.
It's a hat trick for Richard Spear, and he arrives like an absolute bullet onto that ball, unstoppable with that sort of pace behind him.
Yeah, I mean, if his last name wasn't Spear, you might have said he arrived like a spear. But yeah, he's done well. He's run really nice supporting lines. I think at least 2 of them have been from following on where a player's like scooped and gone really quickly, and it's a nice setup. It's good 32 platform here. He's diving for the line. It's a tight call, but Matt Hall saying nothing doing there, no score there. They're picking up, and I think all they're trying to do now is just make sure it gets turned over away from the Scorps box, give them a little bit more to work for.
30 seconds, so Scorpions want to end it on this series of touches.
He's dancing! He's dancing! He's going. He's like, no, not getting around Joe Simon. Thought he might just manage to make his way completely through there, but yeah, sort of in stepping the first 2 players, he ran himself into a bit of a blind alley for the third, but made some yards. Stefan Fletcher looking at little tricks on the ball there just to set up. Now we'll see what can they do with the one touch. You scoot through, and the winger's got it down, so it'll be another one there for them.
It will indeed. 7-2 it all finishes up here in the Scorpions' favour, and I think in the end it might have been Vitika Agarwal that got the final score as they stormed through, finished it off, and well, that's a strong start to the day from the Scorpions.
Yeah, very strong. Nottingham kept them all square at half-time, but then they just pulled away in the second half. Good play from both teams. Scorps definitely looking threatening, though. I think they have been possibly a finalist, possibly they've won one of these rounds already, so a strong team, very good. So I think your next co-commentator, much more interesting than me, is Alice Summers. Alice will be involved at the Atlantic Cup, which is coming up starting in the middle of next week, not too far from here over in Nottingham. I'm sure she'll be very, very interesting to talk about that.
It will indeed, and we will be covering it live Thursday through to Sunday next week. Thank you very much, Robin, for joining us. And it all finishes up here. London Scorpions 7, Nottingham Outlaws 2. And we are back at 10:30 for Peterborough against the London Eagles. That one coming to you from Pool B. It is a fast and furious day of action here at the National Touch Series.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going anywhere.
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get out of the way.
The last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you. If you're on or behind the line,
Yes, let's go, guys. Now we're in it.
The alt starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
hands in. Come on, Alice.
Tight, tight, tight! Dragon, pressure!
Cheers to Bristol, hip hip! Hey! Hip hip! Hey! Hip hip! Hey! One for the ref, hip hip! Hey! One for us! Woo!
I won for the ref!
Hooray!
Go, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweeper, 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 watch the ball, watch the ball, watch the ball.
Rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space! You work hard defense. Get onside early, help each other out.
The hooter goes, and we are back underway here on pitch 1 at Burton RFC, and we are in Pool B, Peterborough against the London Eagles. London Eagles in green in possession at the moment. Peterborough defending their line, and London Eagles have got nice and close early on. And alongside me, a familiar voice from yesterday, it's Alice Summers. How are you doing, Alice?
I'm good, thank you, and lovely being back. Love commentating as always.
Sun's burst through. Things are looking bright and breezy today.
Hopefully everyone gets a tan. Make sure we're putting on that sun cream.
I was suspiciously red at the end of yesterday, which is confusing because I'm under a roof in the shade. It was raining and windy and cloudy. I don't know how I've managed it, but...
Not ideal. Right, let's see what Eagles can do here. Going into their 7. Let's see what they can build off this. Looking like they're going to hit a short. Give the wrap. Inside ball again. Really held up well by the Peterborough team, knowing what they're doing in defence.
Eagles buying themselves a bit of space here to start the attack.
Great dive from the outside, but looks like Peterborough's got that touch, and see if they can get out of their own 7 this time.
Some extraordinary numbers on the back of some of these Eagles shirts. I'm just going to tell you a few of them. We'll start lowish. Alex Catlow 111, Rebecca Ball 117, Benjamin Lavelle 118, and then we just start getting really quite extraordinary. Peter Jones 208, Rosie Gudkin 223, Laura Davison 224. These are extraordinary numbers.
With these numbers, it must make the refs' lives so hard.
Well, do you know whose lives it makes hard? The commentators. trying to pick out what are ever decreasingly small numbers on the back of the shirt to try and squeeze the sheer number of those numbers is ridiculous.
It just shows the sheer force of how many Eagles team players there are. If there are 200s and something players, that is an insane amount.
They get across the line, but touches surely come in. But I've got a theory on these shirts. I'm going to have to ask someone. I think it might be that it's when you join the club, you get a number for life.
Yes.
And even if you retire, you keep the number 3. It's the only. There's no way they've got in excess of 225 players.
Maybe over a certain amount of years.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's possible.
Absolutely nuts. Peterborough, first proper bit of possession of the game. Let's see what they can do.
They just need to get out their own half here. CSSC's midfield defence is looking strong at the start, but let's see if Peterborough can get a scoop maybe. Fifth is coming and setting up for a scoop. Hands on the right. Oh, ball down.
5 of the 6 players on the pitch getting a touch of the ball there, though, and in the early minutes, it's probably quite nice to just get the ball in your hands just so that you feel a bit comfortable out there.
100%. I think this could be some people's first game of the day, so just getting out those jitters, getting used to it. I find when I'm playing, first game, I'm always nervous. No matter what game it is, once you touch the ball, you feel like you're in it, you're in the game mode.
And you're right, it is indeed the first game of the day for both these sides. Neither of them backing up from the 10 o'clock kickoffs. Kickoffs every half an hour, by the way, through till 1 o'clock, and then it's every 35 minutes after that, just in case of drop-offs in those knockout games.
We had some really exciting drop-offs yesterday. in the NTS, and my words, they were insane.
Well, the entire thing was won by a play in a try in the very last play of the drop-off in the cup final.
Great hands, by Peterborough from there, but looks like the refs are calling a penalty.
I think I might have seen him signal that there was 7 on. Could be wrong. That would explain why it's all the way back here, though.
Completely agreed.
London Eagles then, with a good attacking opportunity here. They're trying to work through a very tight space.
Did look like the wing could have been offside there, but ref says touch.
Defence is very tight from Peterborough, but the attack started pretty tight as well. Diving for the line.
We've seen some great dives already, and it's already 5 minutes into the game. They're not worried about getting their bodies on the line, and it's amazing. And that's how we score in touch. Just getting low, getting down early, and it just shows sometimes.
It certainly does. And by the way, Alex Catlow there that went for that dive, described as dives that Tom Daly would be proud of. So he seems like a man to watch out for.
Peterborough just seeming like they're getting out of their own half now. They're going to call, the rest are going to call, stop the play for over the mark back there. Seen this a couple times from Peterborough. They just need to know to initiate that touch maybe a little bit before it's going to happen, so they can anticipate the play. It will just help them so much with their drive. But so far, they've showed solid defence, and credits to them where it's worth.
Still yet to see any side break this deadlock. Eagles have come closer of the two, but 0-0, 6.5 minutes gone. Is this the opening? Dive comes in.
Ref is gonna call. Oh.
In fact, he's hurt himself in the process of diving. Hopefully he's going to be all right.
I think they're going to need a physio. Hopefully he's okay.
Still not quite sure if the try has been awarded, but more important to check that the player on the field is okay.
Touch, no, even though it's a non-contact sport, you do see so many injuries. Unreal.
Well, if you think about the body positions you get into diving for the line, rather, yeah, there's a lot of scope for injury in that movement.
100%, and even like trying to sidestep someone, the knees rotating one way and then the body's going the other. It's good, but it's hard on the body.
Certainly is. You want to get your stud length right, that's for sure. Nothing worse than a stud getting caught in the ground. Worth noting that as this goes on, the clock does keep ticking, so that hooter is approaching 2 minutes away. Player is, in fact, it is a lower limb injury. Hopefully it's not a knee. You can just see the physio there having a go on it.
Like yesterday, it's going to be 20-minute games, so 10-minute halves. So not as normal of the 40-minute games, but it means we can get so many more games in the day. So normally you would play 3 40-minute games, but today we get to play 6 20-minute games, which gives you a variety of different teams to play, and that's why it makes this tournament so good.
Absolutely, and the player is on his feet, thankfully. And the try wasn't awarded as well. So we stay at 0-0, and well, we didn't see a 0-0 draw yesterday. Could we see one today? I kind of want one, weirdly.
No, tries are the best bit. We've got to get some action.
They are, but I like a niggly game when, you know, both sides are really straining every sinew to try and find a space. I don't want a lot of 0-0s, but I wouldn't say no, I wouldn't say no to one. Ball is dropped. We're not too far short of the half-time hooter hit. Also, our director, Bailey, in the van is having to cut up highlights of every single try, so I dare say he wouldn't say no to a few 0-0s today.
Great midfield D from Eagles. Let's see. Oh, takes a scoop on the outside. Hands are there. Hooter just goes, though.
Hooter does go, and we're just going to have a final play before half-time, although given where we are on the field, I suspect.
So because it can't end on a penalty, that is why they have to still carry out. So even if the hooter goes and it ends on a penalty, they have to carry it on through to half-time or end of game.
And that is half-time. 0-0 at the break between Peterborough and London Eagles. Fortunately, the injured player is on his feet. He's got a bit of a hobble on, but he is moving of his own accord down at the far side of the field, so that is good news. But at half-time, it's Peterborough 0, London Eagles 0. Hooter almost upon us for the second half of Peterborough against London Eagles in Pool B here in the third division of the next NTS. There is the Hooter, Peterborough in their yellow shirts getting us underway. London Eagles in green will be defending to kick things off here. In fact, it's a turnover straight away and into the hands of London Eagles.
They're going to try and do a three-man drive up here. Just trying to get on the same attacker, same defender, sorry.
I don't know about you, Alice, but I felt as though in the first half, Eagles had the bulk of the play and the bulk of the territory, just couldn't quite get across the line.
Yeah, 100%. It just showed they were just in their half more times than not and had the ball in their hands. So Peterborough really need to use every chance they've got. Oh, great dummy from Peterborough. I think it's going to be called offside, so they get new set of 6, which is super helpful for them. They really need to use this opportunity.
Quite a lateral run there, but now they straighten things up. Straight through the middle they go, and the pace picks up as well as they scoop. And all the way through they are. Can they get the pass away? Oh, he's got the wrong way, has he? He just gets it down.
amazing. And I think that was on touch 3, maybe? So when the opportunity's there, you just got to take it. And that's what he did. Great run, great hands, and ball was down.
It was indeed. It was a brilliant scoop from Ben Woodcock. And getting the ball down, I think it might have been Josh Miles. It looked as though the clear opportunity was on his right. He went for the more tricky opportunity to the left, but fortunately, Miles gets it down. And my dreams of a 0-0 draw go up in flames. Peterborough against the run of play, really, with the opening score of the game.
Great pace on some of these players here. But we have seen a lot of over the marks.
Take a step. Well done, mate. Good effort. Working hard on that touch, Peterborough.
Right, Eagles are in Peterborough's half. Let's see what they can do. Looking like they're going to set up a play. Eagles are such a structured team, and it just shows through their touch. They know what they're going to do. Backdoor's going to come, pick up, but ref's going to say offside. Going to work with a new set of 6, and just use the touches probably.
Early. Literally right in front of my face, brother.
London Eagles are going to be frustrated to find themselves behind after having been largely in control for so much of this. Can they engineer a try scoring chance here? They dive for the line, but touch is made.
Really good from Peterborough there, staying super tight in the mids, not letting any dives come in.
Peterborough finding a bit of space on the left. Good pace to make good ground down that left-hand side, and doing well just to watch her feet and stay in field as the Peterborough player.
Looked like Eagles had them in their own half, and they just got past with great pace. Scoops through again and scores. 2-0.
It looks as though Peterborough have found the keys to this London Eagles defence, and it's scooping through early on and fast, finding a way through. And Bill Badger with the try, part of the Midland Tigers junior setup, scoring the try, his team's second of the game. They're going to be very happy with that.
Eagles still have plenty of time to try and get a score back on the board. Let's see what they can make of it here. It looks so good. They just had the 2 females in at both mid positions. It just shows, even in a mixed game, you can have anyone in any position, no matter if they're male or female.
Peterborough, real confidence about their play now. Getting their subs on a little behind the ball, so they've had to slow things down just to find some players to pass to, but that's a good exchange of passes, and ghosting through they go now. Has support, but isn't going to need it. Absolutely ghosting through goes Logan Noble, and it's 3-0 to Peterborough. And just look at this, he just evaded the first touch and then suddenly realised the gap had opened. He had the pace, and all he needed was 4 or 5 metres of acceleration, and that was that.
Eagles are looking hungry to get a score. Good intent on the ball. But once again, Peterborough's defence is so tight and so secure.
Pass goes wide, but touch is made. 4 minutes left to go, and Peterborough with a lead that is going to be very, very difficult now for Eagles to overcome.
On.
Got away with one slightly there as well, didn't they?
Yeah. This number 1 for Peterborough is Rapids, doing all the running work round the edges.
Yeah, Phil Shire is showing some dainty footwork.
Whoa, show and go from number 2, and a score.
Well, it's that man again, isn't it? Ben Woodcock. It was him that opened the scoring, or him that created the chance to open the scoring with that scoop early on, and it's him scooping again. This time, Corey Evans, who only started playing touch in April, that adds the finishing touches.
Touch is just such a great sport to get into and just develop. Like you said, he's just started in April, and having all these setups of DTSs, NTSs, and like local summer leagues, it just shows your development, and anyone can get involved.
They can indeed, and it's a whopping, if I can do my quick maths, 32 teams that we've got here today. Similar numbers yesterday. Just shows you how many opportunities there are.
And especially for this DTS today, you see some teams that you wouldn't normally see, and it's great. Smaller towns, areas will enter teams today, and it just helped them so much to develop.
Can London Eagles find a score? 2 minutes left to play. They're 4-0 down, playing for pride a little bit, but they'd love a try. And they may well find one here. Touch was made just.
Great play from the Eagles there, but doesn't get the try. Let's see what Peterborough can do. Seems like they got their stride back. Oh, turnover. I don't know what call that was, actually.
No, unfortunately, I was too busy looking at my notes about Elliot Russell, who almost scored that try there, who's the proud founder of Big Boy Pod, which I think we need to get him on the mic at some point and find out about Big Boy Pod.
Definitely.
Sounds as though he might have a thing or two to say, given that that's what he's been up to.
Oh, touch again.
Peterborough defence has been good. Because if we think back to the first half, the Eagles had so much possession in this area of the field, and yet Peterborough just didn't concede at all, and they're not looking like they're under too much threat here either.
So, what the thing is, Eagles are going down low for the dive. However, they've done this quite a lot, and the defence is super, super tight. So what they need to do is throw a long ball, get the ball out, throw some pills, because as we can see, our right edge wing here for Eagles, loads of space. So maybe that's something to look into.
Maybe, or maybe just give the ball to Elliot Russell, the founder of the Big Boy Pod. Gets over for the London Eagles' first try of the day. The hooter goes, so it's all going to come to naught for them. Peterborough are going to take the victory. Are they going to take victory with an extra score? No, they're not. That ball's going to go down. But Peterborough take victory here in Pool B. 4-1 against London Eagles, and that was a very, very impressive second half in particular from Peterborough after that tight first half. 4-1 it finishes up. Peterborough 4, London Eagles 1. We'll be back with you at 11 o'clock as we switch over to Division 4 and Pool E, where it'll be Isle Touch against the Caldy Cobras.
The midnight train going anywhere.
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get out of the way.
The last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half get times on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
Yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
it all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Evans.
Tight! Eyes up, Tim! Dragon! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
Go, Darren!
Act really casual.
And so we are back here live on pitch 1 for Isle Touch against Caldy Cobras, Division 4, Pool E. And just to let you know about Isle Touch, now you might have thought maybe they're from the Isle of Man or the Isle of Wight or something. They're not. They're from the Isle of Axholme, which is the largest ETA club in Lincolnshire with around 75 registered members. So there you go, they're just from Lincolnshire. They're not from any of these exotic islands. Just a nice spot in Lincolnshire. And alongside me for this one is Chris Simon. How are you doing, Chris? Good day today so far. You're looking like you've been running around a lot.
I've just been blowing a whistle. I'm a bit out of breath, actually, I must admit.
I'm familiar with that feeling, don't worry. There's a strong set of stairs on the way up here as well.
10 seconds, stand by.
Isle are going to kick us off. They're in blue. Caldy Cobras are in black. And we are just about to get up and running. That last game, an absolute cracker. You missed a great one. 0-0 at half-time. I'm singing the praises of what a 0-0 might be. And then Peterborough come flying out the traps in the second half, take the 4-1 win against the London Eagles. They had a cracking time out there. What are we going to see out here? Have you seen a lot of these sides before?
No, both relatively new this year. Caldy, first competition 2 weeks ago. Really pleased with their results. A lot of them have not played that much touch. Isle, as you said, Warren Steele effectively runs that club. We see quite a few of them in Nottingham actually from time to time. Really good setup, doing loads for juniors and development of the game.
And on the attack early on, and as I say that, the ball goes down. So Caldy will have their first possession of the game. And while we've got you here, Chris, we might as well, as Caldy are going to work their way up the field, just talk a little bit about the Atlantic Cup that's coming over the course of what starts Thursday next week and runs all the way through till Sunday. So a big, one of the biggest weekends of the year, really.
It is, yeah. 32 teams, 10 different countries, and we've hosted Europe quite a lot in this country. We've never done an event in terms of this scale globally. It's a precursor really to the World Cup next year, which no doubt we'll talk about as well. But Atlantic Cup, we've got China, South Africa, Cayman Islands, US coming to these shores to play touch for many of them, certainly at junior level for the first time. And I think it'll promise to be a great few days in Nottingham.
It really will. Sounds incredibly exciting. Can't wait to be up there in Nottingham again. It's a great setup and setting up to see if they can find a little opening. A Caldy, who rather roguely have got one man in a shirt that's utterly nothing to do with all the others, but fortunately everyone on his team seems to know that he's part of it, which is the most important thing. I'll touch just working towards their subs box, trying to get up there as quickly as they can. Big old dummy coming in. Just past the mark a little bit, but referee lets that one slide.
Yeah, good spot there, Angus. I think for those watching relatively new to the game, that over the mark would normally be a penalty. I think in today's more development competition, we're I wouldn't say being slack, but trying to encourage and coach maybe as much as we are officiate, and that for us is a really important part of the game.
It certainly is. As the rain comes, I think it's raining on one half of the field and not on the other. It's a weird and wonderful weekend weather-wise here at Burton Rugby Club. It's a hell of a setup here at Burton, actually. Incredible clubhouse, and I have to say, very grateful for the fact that we've got a roof over our heads. You don't get that every day.
No, and the plan here, obviously, some viewers might notice this stanchion in the middle. It's about to come onto screen. Is one of the floodlight towers. We were planning to be on the other side, scaffolding, but I didn't think that you'd fancy it up there.
I have to say, it's one of the best calls you've ever made. Forget any of these sporting events, Nat. Not having a scaffold in the wind and the rain. We're very happy with that. Caldy breaking through. Touch just comes in.
Good line from the link there, but that short side, I mean, as a defence, you wouldn't expect or want them to score, really.
And of course, I suppose there's a real range in different teams here today. So you've got, obviously some of the bigger clubs. I mean, just looking at the previous game, we were watching London Eagles. Obviously, that's their third team. They've got quite a big club. There's a lot of players there. I think we saw their first team doing some pretty good things yesterday. But then others who perhaps this is their only side that they've got turning up today. And as you say, more of a developmental things. A real range of different sizes of clubs as well as different abilities of players, perhaps.
There isn't, for these sorts of clubs, this is their stepping stone to play national competition. For many, it'll be their first taste of it, really. And some of them, certainly in Peterborough, there's some players probably within the Peterborough setup that played yesterday. There might be the occasional Eagles or Nottingham earlier on. We saw Scorps earlier on, where one or two players might feature yesterday, but their role today is very different. They're there to develop and nurture and help other players come on. And it's something we're trying to find that balance of people playing both days, mix of the development and the elite side of things. But ultimately, we've got, this weekend, we've got 20, 30, 52 teams playing touch. For the vast majority, it's different players, and that for us is just fantastic.
And since I've got you here, I'm going to test your knowledge of the stats, but only because I think it's worth people understanding just how much touch has grown. I mean, in the last decade, but even more recently than that. There are so many people now playing touch. If we look at where it was 5 years ago or as far back as 10 years ago, it's absolutely boomed.
Yeah, it has. I think within ETA registered clubs, we're estimating around 15,000 players now. 2,500 of those are registered individually, which gives them pathways like this, and also to regional and England representative touch. We've got a new regional membership that's coming in this summer and into the autumn when we re-engage the regions and the senior stuff. Again, overall, it's not just this elite sporting element, but it's the game, and the game is being played much more socially. That's a good iron. Oh, nearly going to score there. I thought we were going to get the first one.
Well, I'll tell you what, half an hour ago, I reckon that would have been a try, but the rain has come swooping in, and that one-handed take is now a far, far more difficult skill to execute. What it has done, though, is because of the positioning of that drop, it's allowed Isle to just get to their subs box really nice and early in this set, and perhaps a first real opportunity for them to have a go. Little dummy on that pass, and another pass coming in just before the touch is made.
Touch and pass there, unfortunately.
There was me giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, if I just pick out for Isle, the guy who was coming through there, Matt Wilkinson, playing middle, this left middle just there. He's father-daughter combination, daughter out on the far wing, Amelia. And Matt's got into touch as she's got into touch, and that's a really nice thing for the sport.
Very nice, and I remember that being a real feature. Even at the Nationals, there was a huge family connection among huge numbers of teams and players. Very cool to see, and I guess it says something for the real family spirit that runs through the entire of touch rugby, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, we as a family of 5 have been playing for.
I was going to say, I've been watching just about everyone that's ever been related to you out on the field.
It's, but I can't claim the most. I think the Hobsons probably take that. So most of the Hobsons have played or do play, and that's from Mark, who's running out for Outlaws today, Hobbo, and several of his children were playing yesterday, and his wife Rachel's playing today as well.
Well, of course, given the number of age categories, you know, if we think back to the Nationals and just how many age categories there were, we look at the England teams and just how many age categories there are there, it does open up that ability for all members of the family to play as I'll go through. Can they find the pass? Desperately seeking one out, goes back and it's dropped and just couldn't quite find the pass, but it was brilliant work on the scoop to get through.
Great work. You just look at that there and we'll watch it back on the replay. But yeah, the sort of development end of get through and then everyone's waiting for him to score rather than the rest of the players running, trying to find space and find that opportunity to put it down themselves.
Well, I do remember in the sort of odd little bits and pieces of touch that I've played, it was one of the hardest parts actually to get the head around was actually once someone's across the line, you've got to remember, no, that player can't score. You've got to stick with them. It was that and always advancing in defence that were the two bits that were the hardest to get to grips with, I found.
Absolutely. I think certainly for rugby players new to the game, that getting off the line in the 7 or once you encroach in the 7 is one of the hardest things to understand.
Well, it comes very naturally to you when you're in the middle, but if you find yourself in those wing positions where you think, well, it's not coming my way yet, so I can move, well, not move basically. And you suddenly find yourself getting penalised, and everyone inside you is going absolutely mad.
I think at the moment, yeah, you said the handling is struggling with us. Is there a score there? Yeah, that's a score.
Try comes in and a solid dive from Caldy. Opening score of the game. It's come just towards the end of this first half. It looks as though it was Ollie Finch, whose brother James Finch is on the field as well.
I think both teams, as we're coming up to half time, I think, aren't we? Just a minute and a half to go. Both teams will be looking just to complete the sets of 6. And I think I've said this before, at development level, coaching wise, we say get to 6 touches, either score or get to 6. And actually, we don't mind because you're going to be in the other end of the field. And then the defence have got to work hard to keep the opposition down there. And that for me, as a coaching point, I'd be saying that to both of the teams at half time. Easier said than done, though.
The trouble is, once you get the ball in the hands, there's always that feeling of wanting to do something special with it, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Chance here for Isle, but that final touch is taken. But as you say, getting through their set there and then look at where we are on the field, it's a long, long way for Caldy to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And Isle can now put some hard work in to block them out in this first 3 or 4, stop them getting to halfway on 4.
And doing a good job actually of making it difficult to get across to the sub box as well there.
But it's offside. I think Matt, the ref's called offside there. He has.
That'll be why they made it such hard work to get across to the subs box.
But as a coach, that's the frustration. We're watching Nottingham play yesterday and giving away penalties when we're just not quite not listening to the refs, getting back onside. It is frustrating as a coach when you do that, and giving the opposition a repeat set of 6 starting on halfway is it's just very annoying.
Caldy almost getting that one through. Ollie Smith looking to make the key pass, but the pass not quite sticking. And that means we'll head through to half time with 1-0. we're back again, just under a minute to go until I'll touch and Caldy Cobras get back underway. Caldy Cobras leading 1-0 at the half-time break thanks to a try from Ollie Finch. But I'll touch will be thinking there's plenty of time and plenty of room to get back into this. It's, looks as though the rain has eased off as well, so we could find things getting a little easier as this second half goes on. But Chris, what do you want to see from both these sides? I mean, we spoke a bit about getting through their sets of 6. Are there any these developmental stages? What are the key work-ons? You know, we've spoken about attack, working through your sets of 6. Perhaps in defence, what is it that you need to be working on particularly hard in these early stages?
I think 2 things. Yeah, in the middle of the field, sorry, just letting the hoots go. In the middle of the field, putting the opposition under pressure, keep nice and tight. You know, often we'll be teaching Pistons defence at this level just to put the opposition under a little bit of pressure. When you get to line D, again, keeping nice and tight, protecting your short side, some of the basics, and covering for one of each other. Communication for me is critical. You know, one of the things that, particularly when you're developing juniors in their teenage years, they don't want to talk. They talk constantly when you're trying to talk, but when it's on the field, they just seem to all of a sudden shut up.
Well, I always found it took me until I was quite old to work out how to communicate on a field. Forget the sport, any sport really, was understanding what it is I'm meant to be talking about. That was always the part that I found was a really tricky thing, because you get coaches all the world over tell you, communicate. You go, I'm not quite sure what I'm communicating about. Suddenly you find yourself stressed and you go, oh, I need to tell the person that I'm not there, or I need them close to me, or whatever it might be.
Yeah, and it's having a bit of confidence now, isn't it? As you get older, I think you don't mind telling other people what to do. But as a junior, particularly if you might be on a field with adults, that can be quite hard. I think just going to say that was a good drive from Isle there, really good, and then just lost their shape a little bit on the attack line when maybe a 32 platform would have been the right call.
Caldy rolling through their subs quite nicely on the front foot. Are they going to get another 6 here?
Yeah, I've got a feeling he's given a penalty there, Matt has, I think. Yeah, he has given a penalty.
Well, great opportunity this for Caldy then to double their advantage. Trying to get the ball out to this middle of the pitch.
Now this is where Andy is their coach. Andy Sharp's also one of our England men's 50s coach. This is where you actually want to be. Oh, that's a good little line. Not headless, a bit of control, bit of structure, get the defence off the line, and then attack with a bit of pace and maturity and just calmness, really.
James Finch it was that was going close there, trying to emulate his
brother. That's a good score. That is a good score. Ball down. Come on, ref.
Paul Nolan diving, and Paul Nolan scoring to give Caldy a 2-0 lead.
I've just ref with Paul and Andy. Actually, I helped Caldy out the player ref slot just before this, and. Nice lad, Paul seems to know his touch. I've not met him before, but I think he knows it, and that's a good score. So you would say there from a defensive side that the middle, 47 now, I think, I can't quite see who it was, probably was wanting to get to that corner a little bit more and get on Paul's outside rather than let Paul take that space.
Yeah, it was a good bit of footwork, wasn't it? He just dragged the defender out with him as he sort of drifted from left to right and then stepped off that right foot and just found the space inside.
On that side, you don't want to be beaten on your short side, you're outside. You want to force the attacker back inside where there's more defenders, and then the other middle could have helped out then.
And I guess a bit of that is that communication that we're talking about. You want that middle on the inside saying, don't go, don't go, don't go. And equally, if you find yourself going, you want to be saying, come with me, come with me, come with me.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's that comes in. When we're teaching, we often say, treat yourself as a table football piece. Yeah, so you're all together. Imagine that separation between players. We want to have that all over the field. So as one moves, you all move together.
Isle then could do with a fairly quick score in response, just to make sure that time doesn't slip away from them too much as they try to overcome this 2-score deficit. But Caldy have the ball back in their possession as the try scorer.
Wild just putting one up there and yeah, a little bit slow getting up. Yeah, a bit of his caution there. They've let him get 12 yards probably on those first 2 plays.
And I guess the part that's probably quite tricky in as you're sort of developing through the game in terms of defence is you want to cut that space off and not allow a team to progress up the field, but equally you are so worried about getting back far enough that sometimes the temptation is just to sit off so that you can retreat more easily, but actually all you're doing is digging yourself a bigger hole.
Yeah, and again, it's back to that working together, communication. If sometimes every other player's going, sometimes it'll be 4 and 2, sometimes 3 and 3, and whichever one of those policies you're going for, as long as you communicate and work together, it will normally work. I mean, a good attacking teams can pass around it; they can work out what you're trying to do as your defence. But yeah, certainly I would guess at this level, a good drill defence, communication-wise, will probably cut off most teams.
Isle finding themselves on the front foot here. Can they keep the momentum up? It's just slow to touch, but they may find some space. Looking down the left-hand side, coming back across now. There could be a bit of an opening on the right-hand side. Ball goes wide early. How's the footwork? It's not bad. Pass comes in before the touch. Could be a bit of space. They get the ball inside. Touch comes in. Made good ground there, though. Did Isle touch. Now can they get the defensive squeeze on Caldy? Missed that touch. Get back to make it. Caldy getting across their subs box a little too easily, perhaps.
That's cool. He's letting him get away with that. I thought I was going to give over the mark then. I think, yeah, I'll chat to Warren as the Isle coach afterwards, but I think they're sending one up and they're either stepping it or maybe not being hard enough in that first defence. They've got 2 up there, much better. Put them under pressure. They've got nowhere to go. I'd be getting another 2 up here, at least 2, and just force that Caldy pit team backwards a little bit. That's a loss of control there. So again, for the players, people new to the sport, it's called a roll ball. I've no idea why, because actually you want the ball to be as still as possible when it goes through the legs. You don't want to roll it any more than a metre or thereabouts. Will be a turnover ball in terms of loss of control, as it was loss of control for Isle there, which will be frustrating for their team.
Real hangover from rugby league, that bit.
It is, yeah, and the sport came out of league in the late 60s in Australia, and to think it's that old, actually, in this country, it's 27 years old, 28 years old now, so.
Caldy, this perhaps an opportunity just to close the game up as a contest. They dive for the line. Ollie Smith, has he made it?
I've got a feeling he might have been a bit short then. He seemed to sort of bumble over the line, if that's a word.
Ground not quite as greasy as he thought it was when he launched himself.
Yeah.
We saw some extraordinary length drives yesterday in the rain.
And that's the ground actually down there is actually not bad to run it. He's still hard underneath. I thought it would be a little bit more giving it, but there is a bit of dew on the top. That this rain is probably helping a little bit. And this pitch looks quite green actually, surprisingly. I don't know if you weren't here last year, but it was like like playing on sand most of them.
Well, we have to say, I mean, we were speaking about it a little bit off air, but hats off to Burton for the state of the pitches, because it's been pretty aggressive weather, and it has been for the last week really, and the pitch is absolutely perfect and hasn't cut up at all really.
No, really good. And I will give a bit of a plug to Bill Neeson, who's their head groundsman here, volunteer, Burton through and through, I think, if you cut him in half. But what they do down here every Friday is there's a group of volunteers, ex-colleagues, parents, hands-on, that just, I think there's 10 or 12 of them come down, and they've marked them, they've mowed them, they've helped fill in holes where we've found the odd hole, and done a superb job. It's been a testament to all of their efforts, really.
That is proper rugby club values there. Volunteers coming down in their spare time just to keep things as they should be. Caldy trying to find space for a third. Good hands just to hold on to that one. Could be a bit of space down the right hand side. It's a good diving touch coming in from Isle. We move it into the middle now. Can they set up a strike play from here?
Six
Six
touches,
has gone.
yeah. Well, I want to drive hard now.
Gareth Lamb taking it in there. Previously a semi-professional rugby player as Isle break through. Can they find the pass for their first score of the game? Yes, they can. Try for Isle. I think it might have been Matthew Wilkinson, but I'll see if I can identify the number.
Looks like Matt down there.
Yes, please. 18.
It's a surging burst through from David Snell.
Looks like 13, but 18. Class that there, mate. Well done.
And it was Matthew Wilkinson getting himself across the line, and an opening score of the game for Caldy. And I tell you what, 2-1 down. Sorry, opening score of the game for Isle. 2-1 down, a minute left. This is not over.
It isn't. I think Oh, what's Matt giving now? He's giving him early. He's gone early. That will work in Caldy's favour there, just slowing the game down. I think the defender went early from the tap.
Ollie Finch then, who scored the opening try of the game. Thanks that tap.
And what I suspect, looking at them, they don't know enough about the team, but they've probably got 2 or 3 good rugby players. They can handle the ball really well. They've got some good steps. They move the ball around.
Caldy patient here, as they should be.
That's a not square hips. He's just done him there for not sort of squaring his hips looking down the line.
Well, they were square to the touchline.
They were square to the touchline. I was just about to say what Caldy don't want to do is give an interception or lose the ball. Well, they just do run through their sets of 6. I think it's seconds to go. There we go.
So they need to score off this play, but possibly a tad naive to the laws. They take the touch, and Caldy take the victory 2-1 against Isle Touch. Turned out to be a really tight contest in the end. Had we had another minute or so, perhaps Isle might have done something, but it's Caldy Cobras that get the victory in Pool E. And it's across to Pool H in just a second or two, where we'll have London Vipers against Percy Park Pirates. But Chris, thank you very much for joining us for that one. Good to have your insight on a lot of the inner workings of touch, particularly when we're looking at some of these teams that are working the game out for themselves, as I'm sure a lot of viewers are as well.
Yeah, thanks Angus, and I hope to catch you a bit later. Cheers.
Absolutely, we'll see you later. Full time here then, Caldy Cobras 2, Isle Touch 1. Stay with us, because at 11:30, as I say, it's London Vipers against Percy Park Pirates in Pool H.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the point.
The last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half get times on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
it all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, then.
Tight! Eyes up, Tim! Dragon! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
That was video. Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep off, watch the ball. It's rather keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Yes! So just come up, if you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get nose on your toes!
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You're ready, quickies, you stay tight, push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
The hooter goes, and we all know what that means. We are back in action here on pitch 1 at Burton RFC. As I mentioned before, we're crossing Pool H in Division 4 as we open up.
Try on the board already. Lovely dive in the left-hand corner.
Well, here's me just trying to say who's playing, and London Vipers flying out the box. William Varden with the opening score of the game, and the game can only be about 10 seconds old.
It just shows you what running hard on the outside can do.
Well, as I was saying, we are in Pool H. London Vipers, as you may have gathered, have opened the scoring wearing black and yellow. And they are up against the Percy Park Pirates, who are in grey.
Pirates near their 7, just trying to get a strike play. That was a really quick tap off actually from the London Vipers back there, and getting a score on the board so early in these 10-minute games just helps you so much finding your rhythm of the game. Let's see what they can do here though.
Vipers just spilling that.
Pirates head into their box, getting some fresh legs on. Still got touch 4 and 5 coming.
That's you now. Yes, Beck. Stop. Stop. Stop.
London Vipers with the 1-0 lead. Still in Division 4, as I say. So slightly more development angle, although London Vipers are not looking too developmental at all. They are looking like they know exactly what they're doing, and what they're doing is working their way up the field very nicely indeed. Surging through, has he been touched? Yes,
Number 35 that was, trying to get through. Looking quick on the outsides.
Yeah, and it was him that set up that opening score, wasn't it? He's obviously a threat. Anish Phillips, the man wearing 35.
Pirates with ball in hand now. 5th touch coming. Oh, looks like 6 more as he was looking for the intercept. If he would have got that, that would have been super cheeky. However, it gives Pirates a new set and see what they can do.
Yeah, Pirates looking to move their way up the field. Vipers send forward 2 defenders. Tactic they're employing, they're definitely sending 2 up, aren't they?
Yeah, so in midfield D, it looks like both teams are using pistons. So it's where 2 people go up, so other 2 people can get back on sides. It just helps with legs and just cuts the threat down, just so your offside player doesn't have to make so many touches, so the whole team can help out.
Try scorer burst through for Vipers. Can he find the pass? Yes, he can. And it's finished off very, very nicely indeed. Diving to the floor. Vipers have a 2-0 lead. And it looks as though Cara Adams is the one to finish it off as we see the replay here.
What a pick up and what a pass. Lovely grounding of that ball and great effort from both of them.
Absolutely is. Now, Alice, as we've got you here, Chris told me that you're going to be a part of the Nottingham Hoods next year.
Did he now? Oh, wow. No comment. All my teams are going to hate me because I'm not saying anything. Chris is just a big wind-up over here.
Well, we did agree that if you said it on the live stream, you wouldn't be able to get out of it because it would be recorded in history.
I see you guys tactically. He's been thinking about it for a while now. He's been trying, but you never know.
It's always good to be wanted.
Exactly, it's a good feeling. Well, currently I'm in quite a few different teams, to be honest. Played with Invicta Touch yesterday, which we won Div 2, and then would normally play with Galaxy Women's team, as where I'm from back in Canterbury doesn't have a women's team. However, did play with my Nottingham Trent team. Well, great score over there, actually.
Lovely score, wasn't it? Thought the pass might just have drifted forward, but refereeing team are happy with it. And look at this, lovely passing back and forth, out to the wide channel, back inside. Justin Walsh with the finish.
Ticky-tacky play over there.
Yeah, Sophie Walker, I think it was, with the final pass for Justin Walsh. But that's lovely back and forth on the passing, and it's got you out of a hole about having to talk about what team you're joining next year. So
thank God. Hopefully Chris doesn't come up here. Who knows? But talking about teams that currently going to play in a couple days at the Youth Atlantic Cup. So it's where under 15s, under 18s and under 20s all have a section. So we'll be playing France, South Africa, I think America.
Yeah, there's all sorts coming over.
Yeah.
Chris was giving us the list of nations. I think there's a team from China coming across. There's
Wow.
all sorts going on.
Yeah, so I'm so excited about it. It's in Nottingham actually. So close from home, as I study at Nottingham Trent Uni. So won't have to go anywhere.
Absolutely, and you'll be able to watch it all live Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week, live on Next Gen 15 and England Touch simultaneously. Join us for the whole of the Youth Atlantic Cup.
Do we know if it's just pitch 1 that's being filmed, or?
Just pitch 1, yeah. but there's only 4 pitches that are in operation, so pretty much every team, I think, is going to get plenty of time on screen.
Well, if you see me on pitch, you have to give me a shout out.
Yeah, we'll talk about your club career with Nottingham Hoods. Should be good.
We actually did see yesterday a couple of my members in the under-20s team playing on pitch, so should be a good team. The amount of people getting tournament, getting time on the pitch, being ready.
It's all set to be a great event, and so many young players that are going to be out there having fun. I'm sure off the field as well as on it, to be honest.
Yes, 100%.
Vipers then 3-0 up, 2 minutes left to play in the half. Been a really good performance this from Vipers. They're looking like a top team in this Division 4. Making good ground again. Could there be a 4th score before the half? There's certainly some space out wide if they can get to it.
Wow, great hands.
Touch just comes in the nick of time. Defence actually did really well to drift out, because it looked as though they'd been bunched right up together in the middle of the field, but recognised the threat just in the nick of time and started to spread.
I could be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure Vipers women's team entered a DTS for the women's comp, and pretty sure they won the whole thing. They won the final. It was only it was a two-time comp, and they won it both days. And yeah, amazing. So looks like they have really strong women. The men, not too sure how they did in their category, but they're running out hard and look amazing.
They certainly are. Anish Phillips scoring his team's 4th try, and he's certainly looked like a real threat right from the start. Needs to get his cap the other way around, though, if we're honest.
You always know if someone's fast if they wear their hat backwards. It's just...
Yeah, just, you know, you don't need it on. Do your talking on the field, not with your headwear.
To be honest, I normally wear a bucket hat when I'm on pitch.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, you'll regret that choice.
Keeping the sun off my head is the best way.
Vipers, this has been a tremendous first half display. 4 tries already. Might there be space for a 5th? They've got 10 seconds to find it before the hooter goes.
Hooter goes.
Hooter goes, one final chance. Oh, they've wriggled through. No, touch came in. Touch came in, and that'll send us through to half-time with London Vipers leading against the Percy Park Pirates. 4 tries to 0 at half-time. Percy Park Pirates with a bit of work to do in the second half. London Vipers enjoying their time here on the live stream on pitch 1. Join us for the second half very shortly. 30 seconds till the second half begins. London Vipers leading against Percy Park Pirates 4-0. And it's been a tricky first half for Percy Park Pirates. What do you reckon they can do about this? They need to tighten up in defence, but can they find a way to break through in attack?
Yeah, 100%. I think the Vipers have just put out a solid midfield D, so they just need to get ground. They need to get down to the line. They need to get to that 7. Once they're at that 7, get that strike play. At the moment, just focus on the offside player and running hard at them, because that's what the Vipers have been doing. Just running hard outside, and it's been working. So let's see if Pirates can do the same thing and see if it works.
It's Pirates that are in possession. They're in grey, playing from right to left. Vipers in the black and yellow with that 4-0 lead, playing from left to right.
Just the weather picking up here, actually, so it might be harder to throw that ball or make that catch. Just makes it slipperier. However, perfect diving conditions, I must say.
Certainly is. We've seen a few players think that the diving conditions were slightly better than they were early on and sliding short, but as this rain sweeps in, it is going to get further and further that you can dive from and successfully get yourself home. Vipers, oh, look at the ground. They're just eating up there.
And Pirates being called for offside, which gives Vipers a new set of 6.
Vipers, are they going to start off where they left off? Sponsored by EY, the Vipers. That's quite an impressive sponsor.
Yeah.
Vipers. Already up to within 7. Can they find an opportunity? They dive in. Well, those are those diving conditions you've been talking about. And Vipers taking advantage.
Gonna give it, yes. Great score there. Just getting down low. And like with this weather, you can just slide.
It was Nick Kroll that got across, and
because it came out of nowhere, really. And then he was just able to get down low and get there. Amazing.
Tidy finish, really, from Nick Kroll. 5-0 now. That puts his team in front. The Vipers are very much in control here.
Yeah, the Vipers just then, you could see their pistons. They're coming up hard and fast, which gives the Pirates no time to think or use the space. They just maybe need to think about checking off round those pistons. So that's the best way to do it, actually.
Just an error there from the Vipers, or their referee just lets it go. And it could give them an opportunity. Did the touch come in there?
Diving touch, really great commitment from both sides there.
Still the Vipers press. And around the corner they go, and this time they are across the line. Oh, they are really, really starting to wind things up out there. Rhys Evans with the score, and a 6-0 lead for the Vipers. And you can hear on our pitch side mic as the players come off the field, some of the Pirates players saying, we haven't really done anything wrong, they're just good. And actually, to be fair, that's not a bad summary.
They're just looking super strong. And Pirates are just trying their best, doing what they know. And like I say, it's a development tournament, so this playing against teams that are like sometimes better will help you develop as a team or individual so much more than just running around anyone.
Absolutely right. Vipers could be in for... Oh, just dropped at the vital moment. They thought they were in for that 7th score, but not quite. And I guess this is the other side of the 20-minute game, where, you know, if you're perhaps a slightly more developmental side, there's a bit of a heavy contact goes in there. If you're perhaps slightly more of a development side up against slightly less development side, you know, sort of top end of the division, bottom end of the division vaguely, the games being a bit shorter, that sometimes confidence denting scoreline that can happen because of a 40-minute game is less likely to happen because of that shorter time frame. So it's good from that sort of point of view of not losing too much confidence.
Yeah, 100%. And like, it just builds up people's motivation. Like, if you do see the score and you're like, oh, it was closer than normal, they can build off that and go into the next game with more of a positive mindset than going into a 40-minute game, which could have been dent into them.
Vipers very much on the front foot at the moment. Having a look, see what they can do. Rain is really coming in now. It's sort of swirling around the pitch here.
Sweeper step back there, and looks like the ref is giving offside. What would you say to the Pirates now if you were in their sub box?
Work hard, to be honest. I always think when you're on the wrong side of something, it's very easy just to sort of switch the work off first. Keep the work going hard. You know you're not going to win this, so just keep working hard, keep communicating, work on all those things that are going to be useful in the games to come.
100% agreed. Just dig deep, just because there's still got so many games left of today, and they've still got this game in hand.
And so often in sport in these scenarios, it's about trying to create mini battles that you can win. So it might be, we've got 4 minutes left. Maybe they go, well, let's try and just win the last 4 minutes. Those sort of things just keep the motivation up as time ticks by, and we see them working hard there.
Yeah, that was great defense from them, and it just shows, like, throughout this game they've already improved so much.
They do well here to get across their subs box to the Pirates. Can they find a score? Let's see if they can win this final 4-minute block.
Fifth come in. Let's see if they can set up for a good scoop. Just need a good strike dump, actually.
Trying to find a bit of space around the outside.
Goes round the outside.
Has found a bit of space around the outside.
Great touch.
Touch coming in, but
was it 6? Oh.
Look where the Vipers are going to have to play from, and the Pirates, one of their brightest moments of this second half for sure. They've got to be feeling good about that. Got to make sure they get those early touches in on the Vipers. They've just crossed the halfway line.
Oh, great check back in. That was the right option there from the Vipers, but just sadly couldn't execute that. Just because they were sending one person up, and it's just better to check off round that person so you can get on the deeper defender player. These weather conditions are making it harder, to be honest, catching and throwing from both parts.
They certainly are. You could hear a huge exclamation of frustration from one of the Pirates players there as that pass just didn't quite go where it needed to. Vipers. Another error there, was it? No, in fact, I think they're getting 6 more. I think it was offside from the Pirates. I'll tell you what, though, I set the challenge of win the next 4 minutes. It's 0-0 in the opening 2 minutes of that 4.
It has. It's been looking strong.
Vipers.
Get a strike dump on the 7. Ooh.
Ball spilled. I thought he was going to finish it over his head. It looked like he'd lost it, gathered it again, but it was indeed lost. And here we go, only 90 seconds left to this 4 minutes block. 90 seconds left in the game as well. Pirates. What can they conjure? A bit of space down this left-hand side. It's a good touch that's been made actually by the Vipers, but they're still going to work down this left-hand side. Through their 6 they go, but it's a long way to the subs box for the Vipers.
It's quite tactical to kill the play on the opposite side of your sub box. Just means the attacking team has to work so hard if they are subbing to get there, and maybe waste 1 or 2 touches, and that works out in your favour in the defensive set.
Vipers scoop through. Can they find the pass? They do. Vipers do get another score. They've had to work for it.
Number 35 again helping setting up that play.
Yeah, Anish Phillips has just been such a threat. Whenever he's got his hands on the ball, he's created opportunities. And as he did right at the start of the game, here towards the close of it, he sets up William Varden for Varden's second score of the game. A 7-0 lead for the Vipers. And there goes the hooter. Last play of the game. What can the Vipers do with it? Not too much, because that touch comes in, and it all finishes up with the London Vipers taking the victory against the Percy Park Pirates, 7-0. But in the end, after a difficult performance, actually could have got a lot worse for the Pirates. They'll probably be quite happy with the way they played the last few minutes of that game.
100%. I mean, Vipers looking very dominant, and hopefully you see them into a final with all that.
Yeah, certainly the Vipers looking like a side we are going to be seeing plenty of as the day works on. We remember we move into the Cup knockout games from 1 o'clock onwards, so the Vipers almost certainly going to be involved in some of those. Up next, though, we stay in Division 4, Norfolk Nomads against Revolution 2. But here in this one, it finished up London Vipers 7, Percy Park Pirates 0.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going anywhere.
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got to miss sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get out of the way.
The last 2 scores are going exactly the same move. So just as soon as half get hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down there.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now we're in it.
it all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah, you ready? Let's go.
All right, hands in. Come on, Ems.
Tight, tight, tight! Eyes up, Tim! Yeah, go on! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
So close.
Go on, Darren! Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweeper, 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 watch the ball, watch the ball.
We'll be having
Rather than keeping an eye on your players, is who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Please! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get nose on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defense. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You ready, quickies? You stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah?
Well, welcome back again. We stay in Division 4. We're across in Pool G. North Norfolk Nomads against Revolution Touch. North Norfolk in the black taking the tap off. Revolution Touch in the green, and also a fair bit of black, but hopefully you can distinguish between the two. And alongside me is Vusa from London Vipers. And Vusa, you had a bit of a strong performance in the last one, a 7-0 victory, and looking like things were pretty impressive out there.
Yeah, thanks, Angus. Yeah, really good start to the day for us. That makes it 2 from 2. Really tough opposition. We knew that a load of those players have a lot of touch experience, and so particularly with the elements, the rain coming in, we just need to make sure we got our basics done. But of course, delighted to come away with the win.
Well, you certainly got those basics done very nicely indeed. Some lovely touches being shown throughout the game here. We've got a bit of a fast start. Norfolk driving up the field, but now Revolution finding a bit of space. We saw a senior side playing very well yesterday. And here their second team looking to make something happen. North Norfolk now in possession, driving towards their subs box. And you told me you've not been playing for too long. How long have you been a part of the touch game?
So I started playing roughly 2019, just struggling with concussions in the rugby union game, and a lot of mates have been putting a lot of pressure on me to take the sport up. So this was a few years ago when I was living in Jersey, and I thought, you know what, let me turn up to one session, use the skills that I've picked up from rugby union, and see how it goes. It's definitely a tough stint. You know, I think fitness-wise, you're really blowing big time. But it's one of those things where I think a big aspect which pulls people into touch is that social element. You know, the family, the idea of coming to events like these, and seeing people that you recognise over and over again, a real respect amongst the players and the coaches. And yeah, I've absolutely loved the last few years I've been playing.
It certainly comes across that it is a real sort of family atmosphere and a real social sport. You've got to be careful though, having had a history of concussion switching from union to touch. The RFU are going to get you snapped up as a poster boy before you know it.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's great, obviously, what they're doing in terms of considering how they can make the game safer. Obviously, jury's out about how they're going about doing that at the moment, but loving the game of touch. So accessible. Like the website says, pick up a ball, space, people, get up and running is great.
Absolutely. Get up and running indeed. And that is what we're seeing here today. As I mentioned, we've got 32 teams competing across the two divisions today. 0-0 so far in this one. We had a 0-0 at half-time a while back, and I was absolutely gunning for a 0-0 overall. Everyone kept telling me how boring I was for it, but I'm bang up for a 0-0. I love a gritty game.
Hey, I mean, you know, it means as it comes into the second half, it's all to play for. Nothing's sorted.
Exactly. I love those, you know, fighting and straining every sinew to try and get yourself across. That's what I love to see. Apparently the public prefer tries though, so you know, we'll
yeah, I mean, to be fair, with the slick weather that we've got at the moment, hopefully as the game goes on, it would be nice to see some slides in over the line.
It certainly would, and that distance you can slide in is ever growing as the day goes on, isn't it?
Incredible. It doesn't matter how tall you are. You can dive in from the 7. Madness.
I'm told the record, how reliable this is, I don't know, but I'm told the record is 15 meters.
Are you serious? How tall is this person? 7 foot?
Yeah, I suspect it probably is one of the 7-foot beasts that we see.
Maybe there is a limitation on height then.
He's since switched across to the NBA.
Has he? Brilliant. Oh dear.
Couple of brothers, I believe, on the field for North Norfolk Nomads, Charlie and Reese Mosley Scoggins. That's a name, isn't it? Love it.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, no, they look like a pretty tidy outfit. I know in round 1 we had Revolution in our pool, and yeah, as I said, we had them in the pool and then we played them in the plate final. It was a real tough gig. Oh, are they almost in here? Oh, ball down. We've got our first try of the game.
Lovely
Happy
stuff.
day.
Revolution opening the scoring.
Love that. Just as I'm singing their praises, they go in for the score.
Yeah, you're a natural at this. Yeah. Claire Rylance, it is with the try. It's actually really good because the ball was above her head, so she had to reach all the way from her max all the way down to her minimum and get it down without the touch coming in. She did really well to get that done nice and quickly. Yeah,
she had a lot to do there. It certainly wasn't a guaranteed score, but I'm sure they'll be delighted to get one on the board.
They certainly will. Midway through the first half, Revolution leading North Norfolk 1-0. Revolution earning possession back after that drop from North Norfolk. Revolution starting to look as though they've got the tails up a little bit. They've injected quite a lot of pace into their play here. As I say that, they hit the brakes.
Here we go, let's see what they could do here. Oh,
almost intercepted.
So that'll be another set of 6. See what they can do here. But yeah, as I was saying, we played these guys in the pool and in the plate final. And particularly those 2 mids, young guns, absolute menace. Diving in at your feet. Oh, have we got another score there?
Hayden Chambers diving in, one of those mids you were talking about. He looks impossible to stop because he's just such a slight frame. Doesn't quite get there. Dan Brown receiving it off Chambers. Back into Chambers. Chambers and Brown, those two in the middle, just happy to work the ball between each other. Chambers taking his time, instigates the touch. Now they try and inject some pace. Chambers off to the try scorer. Rylance with the double. Chambers setting it up. And Revolution go 2-0 up.
Fantastic. Great assist there. I love the composure there as well. They're just biding their time. The 2 mids, it's like they're on the same wavelength with each other. Spot the opportunity, gets the ball in, assist to Claire, goes in. Again, it's not all plain sailing. She's still got work to do to get over the line, but fantastic score.
Really impressive as well, because Chambers and Brown wearing 2 and 42 there in the middle. They're both junior members of the club, so they're young lads, and they're the ones dictating the play and the possession for the team. So really, really impressive stuff. I suspect we'll be seeing a lot more of them as the years go on.
Absolutely promising future for those lads.
So 2-0 Revolution. What can Norfolk Nomads do about it? They've got an attacking possession here, and they're going to have 6 more, I think, because offside crept Revolution. Best chance of the game so far for the Nomads. They've just got to be patient with this. And as I say that, a lack of patience comes in. Needed to keep that ball alive through the phases, didn't they?
Yeah, I think as we come into the last few minutes of the half, we can kind of see the difference there. To be fair, conditions have eased a bit, but it looks like the difference between the two teams has been that level of composure, and we've seen how Revolution have been rewarded for that.
They certainly have. Revolution in possession. Well, slightly awkwardly, they have 2 number 2s on the field, but they perhaps more fortunately.
Unlucky there.
One is very definitively an adult and one is very definitively a junior, which does make the job a little easier. So they dive for the line. I think the touch was made quite a long time before.
Though he tries his chances. So again, here we see that level of composure. Oh!
Well, it would have been spectacular if it had come off.
Yeah, it almost looked like he got caught in 2 minds. I think he wanted to slide for the score, but saw it wasn't on. Thought he'd try and throw the pass, but unfortunately it's gone forward and out of bounds.
Nomads working to their subs box and getting through that little phase very nicely indeed. That's good slick play, and then a bit of a mix-up in communication. Sees them cede possession back to Revolution. Unfortunate there, because they've been doing so much right down that right-hand side, just getting it wrong.
It was looking really promising there. Just shame they couldn't string it together.
Chambers back on the field. So too his mate Brown. The 2 of them instigate together. Chambers there on the ball, hitting the brakes as he has done so many times. Shonomaki working through the middle with them. Diving for the line was Adam Hughes. The touch had come in. Nomads plucked one-handed. There's the half-time hooter. And that will be half-time. Finishes up at the half-time break with Revolution leading 2-0 against the Norfolk Nomads. An impressive display so far from Revolution, I'd say.
Absolutely, like we were talking about earlier in the half, that level of composure is the difference between these two teams at the moment. Great seeing the mids controlling the play, setting up opportunities, looking to see what's on, and delighted for Claire, who's gone over with 2 scores there. Yeah, let's see how Norfolk can come back in the second half.
Yeah, 2 good scores from Claire Rylance, but it's that work in the middle, isn't it? Hayden Chambers and Dan Brown, the 2 youngsters in the middle, just such composure, as you say, and that ability to just go, we're going to play this at a walking pace until we see the picture we want to see in front of us.
Yeah, absolutely. I think myself, I love a bit of speed, love to move quick, but sometimes can be guilty of trying to run things at 100 miles an hour. And actually, it's great watching these young boys, the future of touch, future of England touch, showing that you don't necessarily have to do that. You can take your opportunities when you need to pick it up, when you need to dial it down. I love this stuff that they're doing out there at the moment.
And if we look at your rugby union background, you'll have played the game of sevens. What we're seeing from Chambers and Brown is very similar to that, of just going, do you know what, hit the brakes,
yeah.
Wait until we see what's going on, and then you go 100 miles an hour, whatever decision you've made.
Absolutely. You want to see what spaces appear. That's when you want to inject the pace. You're looking to do your decision making, looking to draw players in, looking to manipulate the defense in front of you. Then when you see the holes, that's when you use that explosive pace, break the defense, go through, and hopefully get some more tries.
Certainly do. Well, half-time here. Revolution leading Norfolk Nomads, I should say. Bit of alliteration in there. That's a tricky one to get the tongue round. 2-0 at the half-time break. And the second half will be with you very shortly. Well, we're all familiar with that noise now. The hooter goes for the start of the second half, and Revolution have possession to begin with, leading 2-0 here against Norfolk Nomads in Group G of Division 4, the final Division 4 group game here on the live stream, because up next we switch across again to Division 3 as Revolution go close again, and the try hasn't been awarded. It's going to be Norfolk ball. But as I say, we switch across to Division 3 again after this one for Cambridge Wasps against Warwick Knights in Pool D, and then from 1 o'clock onwards it is knockout touch right through to the end of the day, and that cup final at 5:05. A little error there from Norfolk on the halfway line. And Visa, what do you think Norfolk can do in this second half just to try and break the deadlock? They've had a decent amount of the ball, they've defended okay, they've just struggled really when they've got into that attacking zone of the field to have that composed decision making.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's tough because they're very much in this game. It's not like Revolution are running away with it. I wonder if maybe they just need to work on that accuracy. I've noticed with quite a few of their driving plays. Oh, that's unlucky.
Once again, nearly accidental magic though, as the ball popped up at the back. If he'd managed to gather that one in and get it down, it would have been stunning.
Wow. But yeah, I think even, you know, particularly as we look at them driving here, so we can see they're really good at making good yards, but I just wonder if they just need to improve the accuracy. The timing just seems slightly off with the incoming player and the half, and I think that's what's hurting them a bit.
Yeah, I think you're right, and it's that, sometimes it's that ability to almost unmake a decision where you see that the timing is off and go, well, okay, I'm not giving the pass. In many ways, I'm just going to accept that I'm going to get touched.
Exactly, exactly. And that's fine, you know. Oh, are they in?
You say that, yeah. In
Fantastic.
they go. Fantastic. That's the start to the second half that the Norfolk Nomads needed. Trailing 2-0 at the break, but they've halved that gap. David Little getting across on the right-hand side. It was lovely handling, and he had the pace and then the space. And David Little goes storming through. And by the way, just as I swipe across through my Norfolk Nomads team sheet, Acacia Hall wearing 6 for Norfolk Nomads, which I'll come back to in just a second. Try has been scored by Revolution Touch. Straight back in response, and of course it's the pod that includes Chambers and Brown. And it's a hat-trick for Claire Rylance. Well, I'll tell you what, she is making a day out of just following those two and saying, I'm here for the pass whenever you need it.
Absolutely. I think, to be honest, anyone playing alongside those boys would be having an absolute field day.
They certainly would. And just to go back to what I was saying, so one of the Norfolk Nomads players, Acacia Hall, is only 13. So an absolutely epic effort.
Oh, wow.
From her to be playing at this kind of a level at such a tender age.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's, like I said, with those two boys, it's really promising in terms of the future of touch. Seeing players at such a young age, mixing it with the big guns up in these divisions here, and that can only be a good thing for them for the future.
Absolutely, it's as you say, it's a real family affair. Touch rugby. Revolution really getting up the field very nicely here indeed. They're possibly going to have a try-scoring chance here into the hat-trick hero, Rylance.
Wowee.
And Rylance is across again. Well, she's having a day to remember here.
That is incredible. Great finish. And you could see that try comes from such great driving right from inside their end. You know, efficient. We were talking about the timing with the incoming player, and that was pretty much perfect. And you see that they get their reward with a great score, a 4th for Claire there. That is incredible.
Yeah, Claire is enjoying herself. It's a lovely ball inside from Bryce Johnson, actually. And then Rylance only too happy to finish it all off. And no sooner had North Norfolk Nomads scored than Revolution have struck back with 2 fast tries and a 4-1 lead. And that pass not quite going to hand. It was, you could see what he was thinking. He wanted to dummy the big wide one and then just give it short, but
yeah,
the blind pass not quite working out for him as he'd hoped. Revolution trying to get their subs done. Rylance is back on, ball in hand. There she is again. She got a bit more magic for us before this one is up, no doubt. She surely does.
Man on!
Revolution getting the ball through the hands well here. Can they find some space? No, they're out of touches. And North Norfolk Nomads will go again.
Solder there.
Well, they've got it to their boxes very nicely.
Oh,
and then just a bit of a silly error there. But they're going to have the penalty because Revolution were offside, and that's a bit of a lifeline for the Nomads.
Absolutely. Let's see if they can get to the 7.
I used to play against a rugby union team called the Nomads, actually, now that I think about it, as their namesakes go diving for the line.
Fantastic.
And the try is awarded. I don't think he believed he'd scored it himself. All set up to take another touch, and Alex Wright.
Yeah, great
gets the
score
try.
there. Great score there. Burns out to the outside, steps back inside. Other player hasn't come across the shot. And it's an easy dive in to make it 4-2.
I've just noticed that one of the Nomads players is Sol Phoenix, who's a bit of a touch rugby legend. I remember him from the Nationals a couple of months back.
All right.
Playing with one of the senior age categories. He's going to be one of the real guiding lights in this North Norfolk setup, without doubt. And his son Luke, I believe, has been playing as well. North Norfolk 4-2 then. And with 2.5 minutes left to go, there's just enough time that there's a little hope of a hint of a comeback possibly for them. As Charlie Mosley-Scoggins makes a bit of ground. Sol Phoenix there, just picking that one off his toes. David Little firing that one out. Oh, Mosley-Scoggins does really well to gather that, and then unfortunately for him, as he tries to pop it up off the floor, it doesn't quite go to hand. So Revolution get the ball back, and probably that might just put the time limiter on this North Norfolk comeback. Chambers with that dump there. Brown takes it in. Chambers again.
Man on now, D. Man on, D.
Adam Hughes. Rylance. Chambers dives. Chambers
Fantastic
over.
Score, surely. Yeah. Very good.
Touch was made, I think. Some debate going on. Sol Phoenix certainly thinks touch was made. But referee disagrees thoroughly, and Hayden Chambers scored the try, and we'll see the replay here. It was a wonderful dive. He had one-handed with the ball out the right-hand side, wasn't he?
That's incredible, using the elements to his advantage. Fantastic. Ball out, sliding over the line, guaranteeing that score.
Really good control of his body there, to have his body so separated from the ball so that the touch almost impossible to make. 5-2 Revolution lead, and with very little time left on the clock. This game pretty much done and dusted in terms of outcome, but in terms of the score, there's still a little time for North Norfolk just to close it.
Get wide, get wide, get wide, get wide, get wide, get wide. Have a go, get it to him.
Joe Baker.
Fingers crossed, hopefully.
That one turned over, and there is the hooter. Revolution take the touch, and along with it the victory. Revolution with a superb performance, anchored by that trio of Chambers, Brown and Rylance. Rylance, who scored a whopping 4 tries in that game as she walks towards us on screen. Helping her side to a 5-2 victory over the North Norfolk Nomads, and that's a fantastic performance from Revolution.
Yeah, fantastic. I think great to see them finish the game so strong as well. You could see that oh, you're right, that is a real tongue twister. North Norfolk Nomads were looking to try and come back into the game, but again, like we saw in the first half, the difference between lacking that accuracy and that composure, you can see that Revolution in the end have gone on, secured the win 5-2, and I know that that is a team that potentially we're going to have to watch out for late in the knockout rounds.
Certainly is. Revolution looking very much like a threat in this Division 4 competition. They seal the victory against North Norfolk Nomads. I'm glad I'm not the only one that's been struggling with that one. 5 tries to 2, and stay with us because up next we've got Cambridge Wasps against Warwick Knights in Division 3 coming up at 12:30, that Pool D game, so do stay with us.
like the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get halfway.
The last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just as soon as half get hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, right? Now win it.
The all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. Ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Dennis.
Tight! Eyes up, Tom! Yeah, go on! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us!
Woo! And one for the ref!
Hooray!
So close. Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
Right, we're back again, and we're back in Division 3 for Cambridge Wasps in the sky blue, up against Warwick Knights in purple. We're in Group D. This is the final pool game here on the live stream because we are through into knockout touch after this. And Alice Summers is back with us. Third stint of the day. You're becoming almost a pro, I think, at this point.
Well, you're giving me tips on the side. Don't you forget that.
Oh, trust me, I've got no tips to give. I'm just winging it on a prayer all weekend.
Looks like Cambridge will be tapping off. Let's see what they can build off from here.
Other 2 teams in this group, Staffordshire Stormers and Horsham Tigers. These 2 playing for places in those cup.
So out of these
quarterfinals.
2 teams, one of them will go into the cup, and then, or how are these teams working? Or are we still in the pool games at the moment?
We are still in the pool games.
Right.
But if over the course of the game, I will try and update us as to what's going on. I've got a very detailed spreadsheet ahead of me, so detailed that it takes some unpicking at times. But Cambridge get us started.
Yeah,
in those
it's looking
sky blue
strong
shirts.
actually. Back door off the cusp. Looking short side. Oh, 6 more. So new set of 6 on the line. Let's see what they can do here. Looks like they're quite structured in the sets that they're playing.
Chris Wood there from Warwick going for, I'm not entirely sure what the plan was there. Sort of Superman dive for the intercept.
Another
one. What's going on here?
Yeah, I think Warwick are just stepping up off that line, getting worried. They're worried. They'd rather hit the ball down than let them score.
Score they might have done there as the touch come in.
Oh no, ball down. Ball is down.
Well, how about that? An early score for Cambridge. Harry Goodhue. It is with the try.
Going on his outside, just running short side and gets one-handed dive actually to the.
It's a good finish. We've seen a couple of them actually, and I was going to ask you, knowing your skills that are in the locker, we've seen a couple of people with that one-handed dive where they're getting a lot of separation between their body and the ball to evade that touch. A difficult skill to pull off, but if you can, it's a really great way of evading that touch as you go diving in.
100%. Normally you see those as like wingers dives when you jump out of the pitch and like try and stay in but still get on, and like during like mids or links you want to get down super low and get your whole chest on the floor and arms straighten out, and as you can see it just works every time. If you got a good dive, it's something you can use out of nowhere. If something's not on, it can help real bad.
Well, the rain has come sweeping in within a couple of minutes of this game starting, and it's going to make things tricky. And already there we see a bit of a rain-affected error.
Kind of glad we're in the shelter at the moment.
Incredibly glad. Incredibly glad. The number of dry robes on show today is quite simply shocking for mid-July.
Would I ever see you out on the touch pitch?
Oh yeah, well, some years ago, pre-COVID, I played a season or so.
So I've actually, if you say you played for Midlands or Nottingham, Chris will give you...
I was playing a much lower standard than that. I was the delights of Clapham Common.
Yes.
Actually, did play against London Eagles back when they were called whatever they're called. CSSC, was it?
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah, the Nick Heath and Tommy Hall were leading the charge for those two. As I thought that maybe Warwick Knights had gone close. Yeah, Nick Heath and Tommy Hall actually has played a bit of very high level stuff, I think. Nick may have as well, to be fair. Spends too much time doing what I'm doing right now though, and he's always on the microphone.
Love to hear it. Right, Warwick are getting actually solid chances at the line here. They just got to use them. Right, so she's half it, and she's been caught. That's 6 touch anyway, so you've got to try anything on 6 touch.
Well, exactly. Give it a good go.
Got to give it a go, because maybe carts, outside, anything there.
The rain has moved from a light shower to an absolute downpour, and the commentary area is starting to swell in numbers as people seek as much shelter as they can possibly find. Cambridge with the 1-0 lead.
You can even see the rains on the screen. Oh, I think we're actually getting a little bit got in the rain here.
Which just seems almost impossible because the wind is blowing in one direction, the rain is coming in from another. I think it's that kind of a day. Cambridge across the line, but nothing doing. They come back for the touch.
Right, let's see what they can set up here. Back doors coming round, picks up, goes open sides. Oh, great touch by one of the Warwick players there. Diving to make that on his heels. Amazing effort. Read that really well, actually.
Knights working down the left-hand side. I thought they were going to struggle to get their subs around the corner there, but they managed to.
Yeah, it looked like they were quite tight pressed by Cambridge. Or I would say touch pass ref is going to give.
Wouldn't have minded a bit of leeway from the ref there. We had a lovely try, but it was touch and pass.
Refs have been extremely good this weekend, like always actually. Just putting in a hard graft, and like they have so many games on the trot they've got to do. They don't get as much credit as normal.
Oh, it's incredible the shift the referees are putting in. 3 referees across 7 fields all at the same time. It's an absolute army of referees.
100%. And some of these refs are actually going to referee at Euros in Vichy, so really like high level of refs here, and can just see it.
Certainly can. Are we going to be seeing you at the Euros?
Sadly not.
Oh,
I know,
no.
I know. I've actually...
Have words.
I know. I dislocated my shoulder like 12 weeks ago or something, longer than that. So playing under 20s is a massive step for me, but going into opens, I was a little bit like, oof, this could be a little bit too much. But love the team in the mixed open setup. So they're incredible, amazing players, all of them, and coaching team is amazing. Just the whole vibe, the whole culture, just somewhere to be, and you learn so much.
Cambridge probably are going to be very grateful that they managed to get that score in before the rain came down, because it's getting harder and harder. They could be away for a second here, though. They are away for a second.
Over the head pass, it looked like, to get round the defender. Looks like he scooped through, just run hard over the head and was able to place the ball down.
It was the little dolly pass over the head, and Callum Lambourne very happy to take that one.
All of touch is about working as a team. You can't just have one good player. It's all about using everyone's abilities, knowing everyone's strengths, everyone's weaknesses, so you can all help each other. And I feel like at DTS that is so important. You need to know what someone's strengths are on your team and what someone's defence is. And that's a try given for Warwick. They're going to be so happy with that. That's going to keep them in the game, going to 2-1.
Yeah, Chris Wood there getting across the line for Warwick Knights. Gets the dive in early, and the touch not able to be made. Chris Wood halves the deficit for Warwick, and the rain just eases off as well. Sunshine starts to burst through. It's a weird old day out there, it has to be said.
Thunderstorms yesterday as well, saw some lightning. Not great, but was still able to play through. Hopefully not that today anyway.
Yeah, stood here underneath this tin can roof. It was a bit of a concern when the lightning started going, but we survived. We're here to tell the tale. Cambridge went close there. I'm not sure that they agree with the decision.
So it looks like the ref's given it offside. So the Warwick just needs to make sure they're getting back onside as quick as possible and getting it up.
Warwick diving. Touch made.
So Cambridge there looking like they're running a 32 short. This is a really simple, but if executed, such a reliable move.
For the third time in 3 touches, Cambridge dive at the line, but once again thwarted. Ben Hopkins and Harry Goodhue.
Looks like they're going to go again, but give the wrap this time. But looks like the touch was made. The mid was able to shuffle over and make that touch. Good by Warwick, reading that and was able to do it.
Well, four dives at the line in 4 touches, but no tries yielded.
Needed to get some momentum over here by Warwick. Just can't find hands, meaning Cambridge will get a new set of 6 just in Warwick's halfway. Looking like they're about to sub, get some fresh legs on. As touch is such an intense sport. You're on the pitch for maybe 2 to 1 minutes, but when you're on, you're sprinting, like you can see from 39.
Just thought he might be able to engineer something at the end of the half, did Henry Galsen. But to no avail, it goes to half-time, and at half-time, Cambridge Wasps lead Warwick Knights 2 scores to 1. A tight game this here to round off the group stages. minute to go until the start of the second half. Well, in fact, 30 seconds as we hear the announcement being made. But I can update you that at 1 o'clock, that is, of course, as I've been saying, when the knockout games begin. And we will begin in Division 4 with their Cup quarter-final, and it will be Ignite against Revolution 2. Ignite progressing from Pool E, Revolution 2 progressing from Pool G, and we saw how good they were looking earlier on. But here we remain in the Division 3 pool stages. Cambridge Wasps against Warwick Knights, and Cambridge Wasps are leading 2-1 against Warwick Knights as the hooter blasts off. That sound that is so recognisable in the world of touch. And we are back underway for the second half. Warwick Knights in possession in purple. Cambridge Wasps leading 2-1 in blue.
Looks like they're getting a strike on the 7 here.
There's a bit of space on the left if they can get the ball to it.
100%. But looks like they're moving to the right. Dives. Was a really nice dive though.
It was a long dive, wasn't it? Very long.
However, good D from Cambridge, and looking like they're running hard for the sub box now.
Yeah, Tanya Maxwell taking that one in and getting herself off in a hurry. Very good, Hugh. Similarly. And now they get into their pattern.
Looking for the scoop, taking them on the outside, steps back in. Oh. So once they take them on, actually on the scoop on the outside and they step back in, it should be a 4-on-3. So there should be an option there maybe to check off for hands or just run in all the way through, depending on what the defence do. So it's so vital that the attack can read that play.
Absolutely. Warwick, nice little loop play there, and he's found a bit of space. Possibly didn't need to give the pass, but it does
Looks like a
eventually go
new
to
set of
hand.
6, one of the refs calling. So this would be touch 0 now.
Well, this is a golden opportunity then for Warwick to try and level the scores.
Oh, hips not square.
And that's a tough error to make, having had such a good opportunity.
Very frustrating when hips not square gets called, because you know what you're supposed to do, but it's just too into the game to realise it's happening, to be honest.
And occasionally, I guess, there can be that element of disorientation about where you are sometimes, and you just get your angles wrong.
Yeah, 100%.
Warwick Knights have the ball in hand. They'd love to conjure something special here and get this second half off on the right foot if they can. Driving towards the line, pass goes, tipped on, just not tipped on forcefully enough, and Cambridge will have the ball, but have the ball with a long way to go. 2-1 Cambridge lead.
It's a really tight game score-wise. We have
plenty of time left, 7 minutes left, and it's been a pretty even contest on the pitch as well, not just in terms of the scoreline. These two looking well matched as Cambridge start to threaten, but touch comes in.
Do we know if these two teams are at the top of their pool games, or are they? Because this is a really evened match actually, and it's both teams. It's a tough grind.
You know the hard questions, don't you? Crikey, let me tell you. You keep your eyes on the game, and I'll let you know what's been happening.
Those spreadsheets are the worst, may I ask?
Let me tell you then. Warwick Knights have drawn 1 and lost 1.
Okay.
And Cambridge have.
So Cambridge are just going into their 7 now. Maybe in the 10 actually, looking for some fresh legs before they take it up and try and get a strike play onto the line.
Well, Cambridge have won 2 so far, so Cambridge probably already through 2.
Yeah, they should be.
The cup knockouts. For Warwick, with that draw, this is going to be an important one for them to win. Cambridge wanting the clean sweep in the group though. Warwick, oh, that's good ground to get right across to their subs box before getting touched. That's fantastic
Great
work.
pass off. Wow, look how many meters they have made.
This is an opportunity now for Warwick, huge opportunity, touches in hand. Oh, and then wasted opportunity.
Yeah, Warwick giving Cambridge a hard shift. Cambridge looking like they're nearing their line. Let's see what they can do.
The hole's there, the hole's there.
Oh, passes off to the wing. Sadly, doesn't get hands onto ball. Ref is going to give, I want to say, forward pass there. Warwick just trying to get out their own half now.
Right, to give you a bit of a, although I've had a chance to have a look at the spreadsheet, to give you a bit of an indication, Staffordshire and Horsham, the other two teams in this group,
yeah.
One of them, much like Warwick, have lost one and drawn one. The other one has lost one and won one, and those two are playing each other right now as well. So absolutely anything could happen. The only real certainty.
Wow, that's an amazing
Warwick
touch.
dive through. Oh, that was a fantastic touch, wasn't it?
So this game is vital for Warwick.
Absolutely vital. So the real certainty is that Cambridge are probably going through no matter what. Meanwhile, Warwick need the victory, and they need to hope that something happens on the other pitch that works in their favour as well. It could very well all boil down to points difference, to be honest. So what can Warwick do? They've got 3.5 minutes.
Still plenty of time. I say a minute a try is doable. So
It certainly is. Plenty of time in the locker. They'd love to get one right now, just to give themselves as much time as possible.
Even getting a draw with Cambridge here would be an absolute delight.
Warwick, move it wide. Touch comes in, that's the 6th. They need a really tight defensive set here so they can get an attacking set on their next go. Cambridge over to the box very smoothly indeed. Making good ground here.
Really nice driving, actually. Very fluid there.
Still they go. Now they scoop. Is the pass on? Pass goes wide. It's gathered. Does the touch come in? Touch is claimed and touch is made. Wonderful, wonderful covering from the Warwick player.
He read that amazingly well. He knew it was going to go to wing. Whole body on the line, trying to make that touch to the winger, and he does.
Ashley Musgrove it was that gathered the ball on that far side and came within, well, centimetres, frankly, of scoring. But that intervention from the Warwick defender might well have handed his side a lifeline, but there could be another chance here. Can they get the ball down? It's spilled, and another lifeline for Warwick.
Just couldn't take it in.
I think they're going to get 6 more. I think Warwick strayed offside.
That was really good awareness from the Cambridge player, though, to see that space on the wing. Just pull it there. Because we know Warwick is super tight.
Cambridge, big pass. Another one out to this wide corner. Has to take it on her knees, so she takes the touch.
So now they're looking for the long ball, actually, Cambridge are. They know where the space is and trying to get it there.
Well, and what it tells us as well is that conditions have become much more favourable all of a sudden. First real attempts at long balls we've seen all day, to be honest. And now they wrap around and the try is in.
Great link hole there.
Ben Rhodes with the score, and that is going to seal the victory for Cambridge. It's going to seal top spot in the group as well. They're going to win 3 from 3. The Warwick Knights' dream is over because there's only a minute left on the clock, and it'll take something beyond magical, particularly as they make an error off the restart. Cambridge are going through to the quarterfinals. That try from Ben Rhodes, sealing that one for them. And they could yet have one more. The dive's going to come in, but the cover is across before he launches into it.
Let's see what they can do here. Setting up, going into it. Oh, intercept from Warwick.
Interception, but a good touch just to stop the length of the field score. I can see the hooter being prepared. Final play of the game. Cambridge are going to take the victory. Warwick know that as well. They take the touch. Cambridge are through to the quarterfinals of the Cup in Division 3. Warwick Knights, well, they'll be off to the bowl competition, I believe. We'll keep you abreast of that as and when we get news. But that is that here for the group stages. Cambridge Wasps taking the victory 3-1 against Warwick Knights. We move across now to the knockout games, and at 1 o'clock we bring you that first knockout game. It'll be Ignite versus Revolution 2 in the Division 4 Cup quarter-final. Stay with us for that one at 1 o'clock.
How you doing?
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get down the line.
The last 2 scores are going exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down there.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, right? Now we're in it.
The alt starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Enes.
Tight, tight, tight! Eyes up, Tim! Dragon, pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray! so close.
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweeper, watch the ball,
Rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
1, 2, 3. Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defensive. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? Alright, quickies, you stay tight. Push out, yeah? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Well, welcome back. 30 seconds until we are into knockout touch rugby. And we have got Blaze Ignite against Revolution. And you will be under no surprise that Blaze Ignite are the side with flames on their shirts. Revolution, as we've already seen on our screens in the green and black shirts, they will be defending first up. This is the Division 4 Cup quarter-final, and it is knockouts all the way for the remainder of the day, culminating in 3 finals in succession here on the live stream. The bowl at 5 to 4, the Division 4 Cup final at 4:30, and at 5:05, the Division 3 Cup final. Here though, we're in the Division 4 Cup quarter-final, and Ignite in possession early on, although that one not going to hand, and it'll be a first chance for Revolution to have some possession here. We saw them in a cracking performance earlier on when they took on Norfolk Nomads. What can they do in this quarter-final? Semi-final place on the line, of course. A little slow to get their subs on. Now they have it. Remember, we're going to see that combination of Hayden Chambers and Dan Brown. Once again, those two young players in the middle there, who've looked so threatening for Revolution throughout the game. How's the day been going so far?
One word, wet. I've managed to find the one game where the torrential downpour started to come down, so other than that, no, it's pretty good actually. I think the conditions, even though there's a little bit of overcast, are pretty good. Most of the games have been nice and dry. Hopefully, as we get into the afternoon, it's going to stay dry and we can start to see a feast of touch, as they say.
You're certainly speaking my language. If it could stay dry, that would be ideal. As we see Ignite just run out of touches there. Revolution back in possession. And Dan, who have the well, you've been out on the field refereeing all day, so you'll have seen some good teams. Who's stood out for you so far?
Well, I've had, I think it's 3 games now, so we had a good first hit out where Peterborough run out eventual winners against London Eagles. It was a spirited Eagle side, but Peterborough had just a little bit too much footwork, a little bit too much speed in the locker, and they ran away with it a little bit towards the back end. Equally seeing Vikings put in a good performance against Cheltenham. It's difficult to know because obviously there's a lot of games going on, but I would say those 2 teams probably have got to be somewhere near the top of the competition. The thing that's quite exciting for me watching this game right here is that there is, apart from some of the elder statesmen, there is a wonderful brand of youth on this field right here. I think the average age must be something like 14 in the Blaze team. It's ridiculous.
It certainly seems that way, doesn't it? There is some real youth across both sides as Blaze go trekking sideways across the pitch, but it could work out. It does indeed work out. A try for the Blaze, and I've just realised as I scroll through my Blaze team sheet that they have, well, they've done the wonderful thing of giving me all of their names but none of their numbers. So, well done, whoever scored.
We'll say somebody on the wing put a really good finish in. That'll do, won't it? No, good setup there. Nice setup off of a simple 32 platform. Nice draw and pass. Nice slide into this corner as well.
What I can tell you about this Blaze squad is that there are 3 siblings, probably. Matthew, Lucy and Robert Hawkrick. Possibly a parent in there among the 3, but I think probably 3 siblings as Revolution look to get back on level terms. Touches come in though.
Yeah, that's a really good spot by the on-field referee there, Barbs Garcia. She's based out of Amsterdam. She's come over here all the way to get some experience ahead of some of the European competitions. A late pass, unfortunately, for Revs on the line there, but good opportunity for Crew to get a good exit here. Really nice set here. I think that's touch 2 by the halfway. They're going to be thrilled with that. There's a great attacking platform going to come here if they can release the pass.
Yeah, really great drive that from Ignite as now they go through. And he wasn't the half, so it's going to be a second score for Ignite. I think everyone around him thought he might be the half, but he and the referee knew better, and indeed he wasn't.
Lovely left foot step. The big fella put in the shift, moved along, dummied the entire line of defence, and he just had a hole open up in front of him. Nice little score there.
I think we might actually have seen him in action yesterday in the senior Blaze side, playing some good stuff. Not least because I remember one of my co-commentators fawning over his muscles. So that's the only way I remember that we must have seen him yesterday.
I don't want to have a guess who was fawning. I can probably, if it was anybody in the referee tent, I probably know who it was, but maybe not.
I'm not going to drop anyone in it.
Watch it back on YouTube.
Exactly, exactly. Get those views up. That's what we need.
Oh,
interception.
Steal.
The chase is coming in. Chase is made. And it's that youthful Dan Brown getting across to close the space down. But Ignite are going to be very happy with the ground made there. And he did well, actually, to steer himself, knowing he was going to get closed down, to steer himself towards his subs box there. Clever bit of play after the interception. This is a wonderful opportunity for Ignite.
Yeah, touches in the bag. They just need to get a little bit closer to the 7-meter line, set a strike. Unfortunate there, probably the wrong option near the line, but you could see that they were setting for something there. As long as they take that touch on that 7-meter line, force the defence to get all the way back, that space is created.
Revolution, 2 scores down, could do with a bit of magic just to end the tide a little bit.
Yeah, it's an interesting balance at the minute. If you're a Revs player, that one score, that one bit of magic, as you speak about it, just creates a little bit of uncertainty in the Blaze defence. All of a sudden, 1 score difference, you get an intercept or you get a repeat set on the line, you're back to 2-2, and then all bets are off as you get into the second half. So I think the next score could be quite important here. Blaze take it, Blaze get that score. You'd argue that they may be able to hold out some good defence so far, but Revs will be trying to get that little score just to give them a beacon of light into the next half.
Well, it was certainly a point that was made plenty yesterday, which is that if you can get that 3-score advantage, given the length of time the games are playing, and this could be that 3-score advantage, could it, for Ignite? No, touch comes in. You can get that 3-score advantage, given the length of time of the games, it's so hard to come back from, because you're just under time pressure as much as you are scoreboard pressure by that point.
Yeah, it was a big theme of yesterday, is that the top sides can get a score out of nothing, and you get a score out of nothing and all of a sudden you're 2 scores up, 3 scores up, as you say, is really difficult, because you just need sometimes 1 or 2 sets near the line to work out what a defence is going to do, put yourself into an attacking position and then execute on it. 40-minute games is a lot more easier to do that, because you're going to get huge amounts of time near their defensive line. This, you're going to get maybe 5 repeat sets near the line, 5 sets of attack. It's a good return if you're a crew side, getting 2 scores out of that. But ultimately, Revs need to start to pick apart that defence and work out how they're going to get through the line.
You might say they need to rev it up.
He's here all week, everybody.
Been sitting on that for a couple of hours now. Couple of minutes to go to half-time. Ignite with the 2-0 lead. Now Revolution would like to get one of their own before that half-time break.
Yeah, a bit of composure needed from Blaze there. They had extra touches. There was a penalty somewhere near the halfway line, all the time in the world, and just holding that pass there, maybe getting a little bit closer, gives you that opportunity. And this is what I mean, you know, Revs will get opportunities, they just need to capitalise on them. The theme of the day is development, and as long as people are in a development series tournament, one of the things that will happen is that you will get opportunities, because the refs are going to give you the opportunity to do that. So what we're looking for here is to see Revs punch the ball up to the middle, get somewhere near the 7-metre line and set a strike dump. Hopefully from there they'll get an interesting opportunity and liven this game up.
These two for Revs are the ones to look out for. Chambers and Brown, and almost creating something there between the two of them. Adam Hughes nearly the beneficiary of the work between Chambers and Brown.
Yeah, delay of play penalty there, so Barbs has decided that the Revs team didn't give the ball back immediately. Should have done. It's a silly penalty really to give away, and it gives Crew or Blaze an extra 10 metres just to get that. And as we see, 3rd touch of halfway, that's the gold standard. 4th here, they're going to look for unfortunate. There was very nearly a very good strike opportunity coming there.
Just didn't quite get their communication as they would have wanted it, so Brown has an opportunity to make a bit of ground. Chambers has to tidy up. There's a bit of a slow retreat there from one of the Blaze Ignite players, but referees are okay with it. It's all just rather hit the brakes on the attack, and this is the final play of the half. Touch and pass maybe, not quite. Ball goes to ground anyway, and we will head into the half-time break with Blaze Ignite leading Revolution Touch 2-0, and we have a proper quarter-final on our hands. It's tight, it's nervy, and it's all to play for in the second half. Back with us, Hoots are about to go to get into the second half of this quarter-final in Division 4. And there goes the Hooter blasting off. Revolution trailing 2-0 and in possession against Blaze Ignite, and immediately an infringement, and Blaze Ignite will have possession. And then they've gone from the wrong place, and it's a bit of a scrappy start to the second half.
Yeah, super messy there. So an involuntary roll ball where basically the Revs player has rolled the ball without being touched, and that's a penalty offence in this game. And like you say, really scrappy. 2 changes of possession in quick sequence. If you're Revs, you've got to capitalise on this now in the first couple of minutes of this half. Really important. Even if you don't score, you want to get the ball up near the line and have a couple of touches just to try and have a crack and see if you can get a score. And equally for Blaze, they've got to try to keep a bit of desperate defence, bit of composure. We're starting to creep into a little bit of basic errors now.
4 in a row. I don't think I've seen a start to get to a half like this. 4 fairly simple errors in succession from both sides, and 2 sides that have been playing some good stuff up to this point, but just maybe a little unsettled at the start of the second half. But we'll come back here.
Yeah. So quick chat of referees like we're talking about. Nothing quite like the drama of a referee chat. So offside penalty there. Revs players didn't get onside. Quarter-final jangles, do you think? 4 changes of possession, everybody getting a bit nervy?
It's hard to think of any other explanation, is it? Because the skill level's been pretty good through the first 10 minutes or so of the game, and just maybe trying to heed their coach's advice at half-time and forgetting about the basics of, let's get the job done.
Sometimes, like we say, simple game, run forward, pass backwards, catch, score.
Easy peasy when you put it like that. What can Revolution do?
I tell you, I can never do it that well.
Well, there's a reason I'm up in the commentary box. It's a lot easier to talk a good game than it is to play one.
Good little footwork there. Let's see what's on offer from Revs here. Oh, bit of space there, maybe. Ooh, hard luck. Oh, here we go. Now, this is complicated. There's a lot of things happening here.
Well, Emil Mayer thinks he scored. Right, you can tell us what's happened here.
I would love to get a playback of that. What I think has happened there is that the Revs player's gone in, put a little tip pass in, and a Blaze player's knocked it on in the air, and they've regathered it. But what may have happened is that the Revs player may have knocked it forwards in the act of catching it to try to then get a score in. It'd be nice to see a playback there,
so
but either way.
We go back for the initial infringement, in effect.
Which is a touch in flight in the air, which is 6 again.
Not a bad outcome for Revolution as they try to get that pass away. That would have been pretty special if it had come off.
Yeah, so forward pass there, Harry's called. Like you say, special opportunity there, and they're the ones that 3 minutes into this next half, they're the ones that they've got to start to dot down. Bit more accuracy, but like we spoke about, they are going to get a crack near the line again. Let's see what happens if they get that score.
And we know if they get one, opportunities may well come, because nerves will start to jangle as this one gets tighter and tighter. We saw it yesterday in Division 1 and Division 2 as these knockout games neared their closing stages. So too, the nerves and the tension went sky high, and we could see more of that here in this one as Ignite turn the ball over, and Revolution will have another go here.
It's a really good D-set from Revs there. 6 touches pretty much by the 10-metre line means that they're on touch 2 at halfway, which means that they've got touches to burn as they get towards the line. But that means that they've got to need to initiate, get the ball up and down. For me, they need a little bit more pace here. Passing backwards and forwards flat isn't going to get them there. They need to start to go forward, put a bit of momentum in. Here we go. Oh, fine margins.
Very fine margins. They're just running the sort of plays they were running in previous games, very close to the line with great success, but as you say, maybe a bit too static when they're that far out. They need the forward momentum to get themselves into a try-scoring position on the field.
Yeah, if I'm in the Revs box here, what I'm looking for is somebody to take the game a little bit by the scruff of the neck and be a bit more direct, go forward with a bit more momentum, a little bit more drive, and from there, just have a crack. put yourself into a position where maybe the defence slips or maybe the defence doesn't quite cover properly, and then it becomes an overlap and all of a sudden you're in a position to get a score. They just need a little bit more directness. But Blaze are doing a really good job of holding them out. You know, they're staying connected in defence, staying close to each other, and they're not really giving them that opportunity because they're presenting a solid line. So unstoppable force, immovable object type thing springs to mind.
Well, and I guess the advantage of a sort of bitty, error-strewn second half that we're seeing from a Blaze point of view is it just eats into the clock. You know, we've got fixed timings as we do all the time in touch, and if you can just have a bit of a scrappy half when you've got a narrow lead, it just kills the clock.
Yeah, time's starting to count against Revs here now with 4.5 minutes to go. You've got to think that this sequence here, this attacking sequence is important. Penalty near the halfway line. They've got 3 touches to go here. Looking for that static play that we spoke about. Nice movement. Here we go. Have a crack. Have a crack. You're in. Yeah, great score. Nice little right foot step to get in underneath the defender. Excellent work from number 15 there. That's a cracking little effort. Hey, this is the game. 2-1. 4 minutes to go.
It certainly is. Game on now. Here's the other tricky fact. We don't have a 15 on the team sheet, but I'm going to say, owing to the fact that we do have a blank number, that was Alex Merriman getting the crucial score there for Revolution. And suddenly, what have we got? Just a shade under 4 minutes left to play. We have a proper quarter-final on our hands here. This is going to get tight and tense. The error count could go up, and the tension is going to ramp up.
Your Blaze here, you're going to want to get as close to the line as you possibly can, and an absolute worst case scenario, kill the ball, your box side, and make Revs work really hard to get up that field. If you're Revs, you can't sit static here. You've got to get up and apply the pressure. There's nothing really you can lose here. You've got to get there.
A try could have come in. Was the touch made? Just about was, yeah.
Yeah, good touch call there. Good positioning. 5th touch. Revs have got to stay connected here. No bite. Moving forward. Yeah, 6 touches. Quick change over here. That's important.
Touch is made. Can they get across to their box with a bit of ease? They're going to burn through 3 at least before they get to the halfway line. They could do with a penalty or something if they're going to get the levelling score off this particular phase.
Yeah, 5th coming here. Somebody's got to get down. Yeah, here we go. Scoop option on. Here we go. Oh, hard luck. They're going to get maybe one more crack at this, I reckon. If they can put a good D-set in here, put Blaze under pressure, they'll have one more go at the line. Then all bets are off.
You'd like to see them try and come up with something in defence, arc up or something, stop Blaze from being able to get across to this box, but they've just done exactly what I was saying they probably wanted to avoid them doing.
5th is coming here. Your Blaze, slam the ball down, take off one of you.
Wide pass comes in. Pass is spilt forward. But it's a long way to the subs box from here. For Revolution, early touch comes in as well.
2 near the 10 isn't bad. They've got to get the ball up and down here pretty quick. 3rd before the halfway. Who's going to give them that momentum? Who's going to put the drive in? Here we go. Somebody's coming with a bit of speed. 5th there. Take off here. Ooh, 6 again. Had a nibble at the ball. This is what I was talking about, that nerves.
That's where it all comes in. As the clock ticks down, that decision-making gets harder and harder. And Revolution have an opportunity. Remember, if this finishes level, we will have a drop-off.
Score here. Ooh, offside penalty called.
They have.
Oh no, awarded the score.
Try is given. Revolution level it up. Under a minute left to play. Alex Merriman, we think, again with the score. That's 2 for him. And the comeback, well, it's not completely turned around, but we're level. And we are in very close to final play territory here. We could well be going to a drop-off unless Blaze can do something with this play. Less than 30 seconds to go. I can see the buzzer being prepared. It's score now, or we go to a drop-off. What can Blaze do? moving it to the right-hand side. Pass comes in, dive goes in, touch is made.
Oh, great covering touch there. And this works for Revs. This a little bit of a slower play. Back for a penalty. Bit more time taken now. Oh, that's it. Can't finish the game on a penalty, so they've got one final play.
What can Blaze Ignite do here? They have one play to score a try, one play for a place in the semi-finals, but the ball goes wide and we will have a drop-off. Well, I told you, these knockout games, they get tight and tense.
They 100% do. 100% do. We've got a drop-off time now, so the teams are going to have just about a minute to get themselves set, get themselves down to 4 players.
And for those that aren't familiar with the drop-off, explain how the drop-off system works to people.
Well, aside from the fact it's probably either the most loved or dreaded part of the game, depending on your perspective. Yeah, so drop-off is a way to decide a game. So what we're looking to do here is get 4 players from both teams for a full period of 2 minutes. That 2-minute period is open play. So there can be as many scores as required. If one team is leading at the end of that 2 minutes, they win. If the ties are still, score is still tied, we drop down to 3, and then it's golden point. So you starting is really important. This score could make all the difference if you can get a solid set of defence in. So here we go.
Yeah, drop-off begins, and it's first possession to Revolution. Revolution are going to have a little look and a dive, and has the touch come in? Yes, it has. Yes, it has. Just a reminder, by the way, that after this we go straight across to the other Cup quarter-final here in Div 4, St Albans Gladiators against Bristol Choppers. As Revolution get across the line, and
done
look
it again.
who it is.
Hat-trick time. I'd say he's buying the beers, but probably not.
His dad might. Well, as we say, we think it's Alex Merriman. Either way, it's a hat-trick for the Revolution player. And from 2 scores down, they now lead 3-2 in the drop-off. Could the miracle comeback be completed? They are in the driving seat now, but what can Blaze Ignite do? Big wide pass comes out. It's going to be a try in the corner. The lead didn't last long for Revolution.
This is what people pay for, I reckon. Kinda. Great score. Nice rip ball there. He was setting up for that pretty much entirely through the sequence. Gets a nice step on and then just throws long. Trusts his winger to be on the out, and then she gets a nice dive into the corner. That's as good a finish as you'll get.
And so the drop-off continues. Brown. Rylance. Back to Rylance again. Rylance, Brown, Chambers, not Chambers, Merriman, Rylance, try!
That might be it. That might be it. There's not a lot of time left.
And there is the hooter. Revolution score the try at the death. Claire Rylance it is that sends them through. Alex Merriman with the hat-trick from 2-0 down. They scored at the death in normal time to send it through to the drop-off, and then in a helter-skelter drop-off, they scored one, they conceded one, and then in the final play of the game, Claire Rylance gets the score, and Revolution are going through to the semi-finals. And here we continue, by the way, in these Division 4 Cup quarter-finals, because coming up next, 1:35, 9 minutes time, St Albans Gladiators against Bristol Choppers. Who will be joining Revolution in the semi-finals? We'll be finding out, but it's Revolution that are going to be there already. 4-3, they win against Blaze Ignite.
The midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get out the line.
The last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half get times on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down the middle.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. No, we're in.
the alt starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Enes.
Tight! Eyes up, Tim! Yeah, go on! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
So
close.
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweeper, watch the ball,
We'll be happy rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, sir, get Brad up, get toes on your toes!
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard in defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You ready, quickies? You stay tight. Push out, yeah? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Well, welcome back for another quarter-final here in Division 4. The hooter goes and we're off. And it's St Albans Gladiators that will get things started in their royal blue shirts up against the Bristol Choppers in grey. And I'm delighted to say that I am joined by try-scoring drop-off hero Claire Rylance for this one. Claire, how are you?
I've just about got my breath back after that last game. That was not fun.
It looked pretty fun. Scoring a last play winner is pretty fun.
Yeah, scoring a last play winner is pretty fun. I had to do 2 drop-offs yesterday as well, so I'm yeah, not a big fan of the drop-off this weekend. Too many meters and miles in the tank this weekend already.
It is certainly pretty tiring out there, I have to say. I've felt very glad to be up here in the commentary box, not least when the rain has come sweeping in as well. It's been a bit of a safe haven up here as Choppers get their first possession here of the game. Is this one going to be as tight and as tense as the last one? Time will tell as that one goes on. My goodness, I'm just having a look at this team sheet. Look at some of these numbers we go up. 506, Jamie Carruth. How does he fit that on the back of the shirt? Well,
I know,
we'll find out.
the refs are going to have a hard job trying to call that out in the middle of play, aren't they? They've got a 501 on the wing as well.
I think I'd just be shouting "Oi you" if I was the referee.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to have the breath to get the whole numbers out.
Certainly not. St Albans back in possession. This is a good-looking drive.
There's some nice yardage there. They've got themselves up to the 7 quite early on. Let's see what line attack they've got.
Wide pass comes out.
I think they're just finding each other out at the moment. I think it's just a bit scrappy. The ball is actually drying up, but underfoot it's a little bit wet, and the ball picks up the moisture when it's on the ground with all the showers we've had in between the games and during them.
I tell you what has been impressive, given the conditions that we've had, and presumably it is a little slippy underfoot, is how well balanced everyone's been. We've seen very few players go down as they step or anything like that. As Choppers rain it in, touch then comes in.
Oh, and it's a turnover.
Ever so close there from Bristol Choppers. And St Albans look to go the length. A good time to talk to you about your non-playing role, I suppose. You are heading up the England 15 side at the Youth Atlantic Cup next week. Very happy that we'll be there to be broadcasting that one. But that's going to be an exciting few days, isn't it?
Oh, so exciting! I think the kids are buzzing for it. We've had about like 7 months prep, all leading into this, and. Yeah, mixed 15s team, first game up against the USA. Lovely hands on display there.
Beautiful hands. The magic coming out from St Albans.
Yeah.
Can they make it stick?
Oh, and the intercept.
Intercepted.
And the intercept. Here we go.
Bristol make the dart for the try line.
Against the run of play there. There we were celebrating St Albans' jouet in the middle of the park, and Bristol come away with the intercept.
Well, they had all the tricks in the book, St Albans, but the one-handed pluck from the air from Bristol Choppers, and what I think might be Max Shepstone there, scoring the try, and out of nothing, Bristol Choppers have the lead, and St Albans, despite all that skill, all that enjoyment, find themselves one down, although they could be back level. Well, the great tragedy of that intercept is it interrupted you telling us all about the Youth Atlantic Cup. I can't believe it.
Mid-flow and everything.
Do you know what the big takeaway for me, though, is that first game is against the USA.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
It is so cool. We've got the opening ceremony. 3 p.m. Thursday afternoon over at Highfields, and then a little bit of downtime, and then straight in 5 p.m. tap off against the USA. It doesn't get more exciting, I think. There's only a couple of divisions playing on the Thursday evening, and we're one of them, so should be some big crowds there as well. Lots of parents still hanging around after the opening ceremony. So exciting for the kids to be involved in something like that, and so exciting to play a team from across the pond, and we don't know much about them, so here we go, we might get an equaliser.
St Albans are through. They're searching
Just trying to
desperately for
find a
someone
player.
to pass to. Passed up on one opportunity, and it goes to ground. Oh, Matthew Sandler had done all the hard work. He just couldn't find a spare teammate to give the pass to. Bristol Choppers survive again. I tell you what,
off the hook
they are
there,
living on
weren't
the
they?
edge here.
Off the hook.
They get over to their subs box very nicely as well. They're a little slow to get their complement of players on.
I think there was a bit of offside in the build-up.
He was searching very hard for the touch, wasn't he? Just couldn't quite find it. Doing everything he could.
Oh no, just an infringement. Fifth's been called. It's just something comms-wise maybe from the refs. Oh, he's got round though.
Needs a pass.
Needs an inside ball.
Finds a pass.
Now there's a bit of blocking going on there potentially. Very smart play there, but definitely some blocking of that defender.
Oh, Josie Parr is the one to get it down. Referee's going to have a bit of chit-chat about exactly how much blocking there was.
I feel like that Bristol player just cut off the line of the St Albans player as they were chasing back.
No try.
No, I mean you're going to do it, aren't you?
It's my favourite line, the blocking line. Right? Got to know what you're good at in these sort of events. The blocking line is pretty much all I've got in the locker, that's for sure.
I don't coach it, honest.
You should. St Albans wanting to conjure something here. 7 minutes gone, and despite all of their efforts, and really it has been them that has largely dominated territory and possession. As it stands, they are a score down.
Got another roll on here, Bristol. If they can just be a bit more direct, keep them rolling, I think they'll be on for the scoop on the 5th. It's setting it up.
They burst through. Can they find the pass? Yes, they can.
Yeah.
Well, you called it. They were on for the scoop, and the scoop delivers.
It's just nice control here, and then the acceleration just to get right through that middle, and the patience as well. That winger just held, became free and easy dot down.
And having been denied just a couple of moments ago, Josie Parr now gets her try, following through on that scoop, and Bristol Choppers side have a 2-0 lead rather, or they might just have been cut to 2-1. And important that one from St Albans actually, isn't it, to strike back immediately, having conceded.
And we're heading towards half time. You don't want to go in too far behind really there.
Daniel Ackers it was with the score.
Nice dive.
And a very, very necessary score it was. 2-1 down they are now as we head towards the half-time break. And before we go into half-time, we've got to talk to you about some of the youth on your team as well. I mean, what was striking to me, you've got particularly, we've talked about them before, working in tandem, Chambers and Brown playing in the middle positions, where obviously that means the players going through them, a lot of the communication is reliant on them, and the structure of the players reliant on them, and they're just young lads, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, they're both 14, and we're trying to bring as many youth players through. I think touch is a really good sport in terms of the wide variety of ages that can be on the pitch at the same time, and at the point of putting them into our development style team is to develop them, and they've got really promising futures. So getting them into the middle so they learn to direct play really early on, which is great, and I've benefited off it greatly because they keep passing me the ball, which is nice. But yeah, they're great. They actually both would be eligible for the mixed 15 squad, but I didn't select them, which probably says something about the standard of youth players that we've got in England at the moment.
And yet they were still passing you the ball for those tries.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, I mean,
they're nicer than me, that's for sure.
They're very, yes, yeah. Another lovely score. They're great dive.
Bristol Choppers.
On
and
the
that's
hooter,
the half-time hooter as well.
Just good footwork, great dive.
Owen Joyce finishing it off. Bristol Choppers 3-1 lead at half-time, and wow, you got to say, it all started out of nowhere, that interception, and it just completely changed the feel of the entire game. And well, Bristol, they're going to be feeling very happy with life heading into half-time.
They seem to have just a bit more of the momentum at the moment. I think St Albans, we can see they clearly have the ball skills. Some lovely play early on in that half before that first score, but they just need to get a bit more field territory, really get a bit more possession in the right end of the pitch, and then they can see what they can do and try and claw back into this.
Well, and as you know, as well as anyone else, given what happened in the previous game, a 2-score lead at the half-time break means little.
Nope, yeah, there's a whole 10 minutes to play, plenty of time.
Certainly is. Half-time here, Bristol Choppers 3, St Albans Gladiators 1 in this Cup quarter-final in Division 4. Let's see what happens in the second half. Okay, 30 seconds until the second half restarts. Bristol Choppers leading St Albans Gladiators 3-1 in this Division 4 Cup quarter-final. And alongside me for the second half is Ben, the England men's 18s head coach.
Oh, team manager.
Team manager.
Sorry, Will.
Manager. Well, you know, once it's said live on air, it's true, isn't it? That's how it works, right?
Manifestation, absolutely.
Exactly.
Pleasure to be here.
Bristol getting us underway, and well, you were watching that first half. It was a funny old first half, wasn't it?
It was on the knife edge, absolutely, and I still feel this match could go anywhere. Just a breakaway try, as you said before, just changed the flow of the match completely. But I still think St Albans, who I've played for as well, they could bring this back, absolutely.
Well, this is you do make a good point, because we were just talking about it there. Are there any sides you've not played for that are out there today?
Well, Bristol, actually, there's still time if you want a super sub that's not so super and is quite old.
I'm sure they'll take one. I'm sure they will.
Yeah, I've done the rounds in the strictly on the pitch, of course. But yeah, happy to do any mileage as possible in preparation for Euros this year.
St Albans struggling to get their players on. I think they've only got 5 on at the moment.
And lost all momentum on halfway there. That's so frustrating.
Well, they have 6 on, actually. It's just that one's got a fluorescent pink top on the near side that's really thrown me. Thought she was a referee. Through they go. Can they find the pass? Desperately searching. They do get it down. That's exactly what they needed to do to start this second half off.
And back in the game. Absolutely back in the game. Whatever that team talk was at half-time, it's done its job.
It was a good scoop, actually, from Alex Butler.
Really good composure.
Couldn't quite make out the number of the try scorer, but we'll find it out for you and bring it to you when we get an opportunity.
Let's see how the Choppers respond to that.
3-2. Signs that this one could be another contest that goes down to the wire.
I think that was 5th call from the ref.
Chris Simon doing a stint in a referee's shirt, it looks like.
Here we go. Drive to the box. It's a good solid platform to come off. 3rd on halfway, that's good setup.
Again, the players slow to come on. They get across to the box quite nicely, but they seem to struggle to get the players on with enough zip.
And that's 5th. Dumped close to the Bristol box as well, making it easy for Bristol to get off now.
What is there that they can do maybe to try and speed that up? Because they are getting across to the box very nicely. Just seems to be, I don't know, stuttering in terms of getting the players on.
I mean, maybe it's a bit of indecision as to who's running what line coming on. They've got one spare pod, I think, of St Albans. So, I mean, maybe it's just a late nomination of who needs to run on the pitch and what position they're running on. If you've got that momentum, it makes it so much easier. Splitting the defence there, that's quite nice. Short runner coming in.
Oh! Bristol Choppers not unwisely taking their time. Now they explode into life, diving
That's
for the line.
Lovely dive. Oh, touch called by the on-field ref. 5th. Right, time for a bit of magic then, Bristol.
Big wide pass, that could be the magic we're looking for. Dive comes in, touch is missed. That will be a try.
Oh, touch called.
Oh, well.
See the replay.
It was claimed by the St Albans wing. Well, I won't accuse her of anything yet.
Ball.
But Anthea Newton, or maybe the fingertip
Who would be a referee on that one?
Maybe the fingertip just caught it. Well, they do say that touch is a game of trust and honesty, and if she says she got a finger on, maybe she did. How crucial could that be? It keeps the scores at just a single try between the two teams. This could yet go any way. Could St Albans make it pay? They get the pass in, and then that one is passed into the body, but it was a sick touch at the same time, I think.
Wow, a reprieve for Bristol there, I think.
And so this England 18 side heading to Youth Atlantic Cup. I mean, we spoke to Claire about it with the 15s, but it's got to be that same level of excitement for the 18s as well, surely.
It is. It's going to be phenomenal for the boys 18s. They've trained so hard, really, really hard. They've got an extra game thrown into the schedule this time. They're playing the South African mixed 20s, which is just going to add a lot more flavour to the tournament. It's going to be fantastic for the boys to have another match, another nation played. Otherwise, we're playing the Welsh and the Irish a couple of times.
That's going to be absolutely fantastic, isn't it? Is that? I thought for half a second a try had been awarded there, but no, we're all right. It was. My eyes weren't deceiving me. There was no try.
No, but again, a patient build-up. And what have they got now?
Bristol go wide. Oh, pass has got away. If he's got that away before the touch, that is absolutely fantastic.
Fantastic hands there. Got that ball away so quickly under pressure. Well deserved
par
try.
with the finish, but this was all about the pass in the build-up.
Love that. Really good setup, really good hands. And it's difficult in these blowy conditions as well to get a ball away like that, and it's for not to bobble around.
very difficult. And I think we've got light dusting of rain as well, but nothing hindering Rishi Perry's passing. Absolutely wonderful hands for the score, and it could be a crucial score. It gives them the 2-try advantage with a shade over 3 minutes left to play, although 6 more here for St Albans. A great opportunity for them to get immediately back to within 1.
And teams do a lot of training on line attack, line defense, so hopefully they've got something set up for this. Oh, ref is saying that is down.
And his team in agreement, St Albans. Well, I think both of us up here, we're almost passing over that one. But referee saying that he got it down. Alex Butler with the dive, and perhaps the ball was down as the touch came in, and benefit of the doubt to the attacker.
Absolutely, game on again.
Oh, it's about to get very tense out there. 3 minutes left, under 3 minutes left. 1 score between the two sides. Bristol Choppers going for it. Wide pass comes in.
Great
touch is made.
Great shot defense there.
And there is something about knockout touch that just leads us to these grandstand finishes. We've seen one already. Will we see another?
Oh, unlucky.
Ball spilled, and is that just that tension of the clock starting to creep in?
What viewers can't see is that the thunder clouds are rolling in as well, so the tension is literally building in the atmosphere and on the pitch.
St Albans need another to force a drop-off, need 2 for a dramatic victory. 3-1 down they were at half-time. They closed it to 3-2, but Bristol opened it out to 4-2, but now we're back to within 1, and they've broken through. Pass is going to be made. Are we level? We are indeed.
Unbelievable. Against, just 1 step, 1 pass, and we're back in the game, all square.
James McGill with the try, but again, all off the scoop of Alex Butler, who really is the difference maker at the moment in this game for St Albans, and we are all square. And with just 90 seconds to go, the drop-off is starting to look ever more likely.
Who doesn't love a drop-off, apart from everyone on the pitch? All the fans love it. We love it.
Bristol, can they conjure something? They've had some wonderful moments so far. They go wide. Could this be the chance? She gets across, but is the touch made?
Fantastic cover. Absolutely brilliant cover.
She has another go, but the touch comes in again, does it?
Oh, forward, I think.
Forward pass.
Max is shouting out all the instructions there. We can hear him from up here.
St Albans, 30 seconds, probably actually a shade under 30 seconds to try and force a score.
Wild ball there.
We know they have the ability to move the ball. We saw it, it led to the interception, but we know that if they need to keep it alive, they can.
Oh, that's 5th called on halfway. There's a lot of work to do now. More about control, I think. Last chance now.
Last chance will go to the Choppers. They're going to have to score in this play, though, if they want to make it happen or somehow force a penalty. No touch made as yet. Touch comes in now, though, and we will go to a drop-off.
This is good value. This is good value viewing. It really is.
St Albans Gladiators, from 4-2 down, come back to level it at 4-all, and we are going to a drop-off. Drop-offs then. What's the tactic? We know we reduce ourselves down to 4 players a side, and then if we're still level after a couple of minutes, we reduce it down again. But if you're trying to explain to people how to play a drop-off, what do you want to see them doing?
You're asking the original drop-off dodger as a winger, but I mean, what we always try and coach is just running a 3-man drive down the pitch as hard as you can. Eventually, one of the defenders is going to be offside. Exploit them, have a wrapper on, and hopefully they'll score. That's the theory anyway. That's absolutely the theory.
Well, let's see if the theory pans out. It'll be Bristol Choppers with first possession. And they look to just see if there's a bit of space on that left-hand side. Nothing doing, so they Keep it moving now. Again, exploring that left-hand side.
So they've got to the strike zone now. Let's see what they've got. Maybe a sweeper coming. No, a little bit of indecision.
Now they turn the hammer on. Could they find something? Diving for the line.
Touch made.
He wanted so much to give the pass inside, but his body angle just wouldn't allow him to do it. You could see what he was thinking. When he realized he couldn't do it, he had to go for the try line, and now he's going to have a little dart down that side again, and St Albans will have the ball.
With a long way to drive, up the field and to their box.
They've done well to avoid a touch so far, though. And they're going to end up getting across the box, actually, far more easily than either you or I would have predicted there.
Yeah. Good setup, patient setup. No risks.
And now...
I think that's fourth.
They have some fresh legs on. Can they respond? Watch the scoop is the cry.
Oh, unlucky.
Ball goes down.
Now, are Bristol going to stay or are they going to box? Looks like the boxing. Yep, cutting hard to the box. Get some fresh legs on.
Bristol.
Not long to go. Oh, ahead of... Oh, don't lose your half. That's second on halfway. Third coming.
Third comes
Right,
in.
they've got the 4 on now. Got 4 players on. Getting a bit of a roll on. 10 out.
Space
Good
on the
step.
left.
Oh.
Dummies it. Touch comes in. Should he have given it?
Down to 3.
And for the first time on the live stream all weekend, the drop-off goes to 3.
This really is exhausting stuff after playing a full match as well. It's just relentless in a drop-off.
And now, if you have someone with a real pace advantage, do you just send them off on their own on a bit of an arcing run?
If there's that space, I know. Oh, that's the last thing you wanted to do with touches in hand.
Big opportunity for St Albans now.
A little bit of indecision in defence. They've got 2 on at the moment. Now 3. Let's see what they've got. A lot of space on the pitch.
1 touchdown.
Golden try time.
2 down. Patient from St Albans. Very, very patient. Almost indecisive. Third comes in. They're just waiting for that chink in the armour. Fourth now. Now they start to look to explode
just
into
lost
life.
that momentum again.
Hit the brakes. 5th there. Now they need something. Can they produce something? They get around and dive for the score.
I think that's it. Oh.
They're going to have a chat.
Someone's seen something anyway.
They're going to have a chat.
No try.
Oh, and it's...
Forward pass.
Daniel Acker's denied. St Albans denied. Bristol Choppers handed a lifeline.
That's good defence cover there by the player. Can they get the players on quick enough? There's some tired legs out there. If they can get this ball out now. Get that overlap. No.
Both sides, I think, at this point, finding it hard to overcome the lactic acid and go full beans.
Making good yards up the pitch, though. Pass off. Maybe a step back now. Yep.
Here they go. There's the chance. Oh, he's gone the wrong way. Still the chance could be on. The cover's across.
No. Oh,
and he throws it away.
Unlucky.
And the opportunity was there, and they just let it get away from them.
Absolutely stepped the right way, but then the flow wasn't there. Right, drive to the box. Fresh-ish legs on.
Some of the St Albans players look absolutely exhausted as they try to get across to the box there. Oh, the tension here is just at the max. I don't think either side can hit the gas fully yet. They are so exhausted out there. Touches come in.
That's a pickup. He's half though,
Scoops off
so
the floor.
someone will have to come with him.
This is going to be it. This is going to be it. Oh, he goes wide. St Albans gone. The short pass was the pass, surely.
Just had a bit more separation from his support runner there. He may have scored that. I think they are going to kick themselves when they see the replay of that.
Alex Butler, well, he's been a threat on the scoop all game, all tournament. And he showed it again. There's that pass, very nearly forward. Favourable decision for the referees there.
People literally flaking in the subs box there. They are working so hard. Let's see what Bristol can do.
Maybe now with such exhaustion, this is the time to try and do it on your own, and that's exactly what Bristol Choppers are doing. Touch comes in.
This is splitting the defence though.
Choppers with a chance here. Are they going to try and arc around the outside? They are going to arc around the outside. Bristol Choppers take the game.
What a finish. My heart's pounding and I'm nowhere near the pitch, so those players take a bow, both sides. What a match.
Look at the exhaustion on the face of Shoji Leach. He's the man that scored the winning try, but my goodness me, I don't know that he could have lasted even 10 seconds longer. He is out on his feet. Look at the expression on his face as he goes around, but he will be more than happy to have taken one in the lungs for his team there, because they are through to the semi-finals on golden score.
Fantastic, and what a few minutes for both sides. I mean, absolute hats off to both sides. Huge effort from everybody. Nowhere to hide in a drop-off at all. So well done both sides.
Well, we aren't going to see many players more tired than that today. A fantastic game. It was 4-4 in normal time, but Bristol Choppers with a golden score to send them through to the Division 4 semi-finals. What a fantastic way for things to go. And semi-final action is what's up next here on Pitch 1, because at 2:45 it is the Division 3 Bowl semi-final. Thames Valley Vikings against Wigan Warriors. Will be with you very shortly for that one. In fact, 2:10, and I'm talking absolute nonsense. I've been carried away by the drop-off. It's Division 3 Cup quarter-final time, and it's Thames Valley Vikings against Wigan Warriors coming up at 2:10. And we'll all try and regather our composure and everything before that one. Ben, thank you so much for joining us. A pleasure to have you along. And good luck over at the Atlantic Cup.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure.
Join us again, 2:10, Thames Valley Vikings against Wigan Warriors in the Cup quarter-final in Division 3.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. took the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got to miss sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the line.
The last 2 scores are going exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line.
Yes, let's go, right? No, we're in it.
The alt starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay?
Well, welcome back, and we are underway. It was a short turnaround there because of the drop-off, and we're underway with Thames Valley Vikings against Wigan Warriors, and I'm joined, I'm very delighted to say, by Emma from the Bristol Choppers, who won that drop-off on golden score. How are the emotions after that one?
Oh, I was just saying my heart rate is through the roof. It's so exciting to play in a drop-off and so exciting to win a drop-off, but it is a lot. There's a lot going on, a lot of emotions.
I bet there are. That was one of the most exhausting looking things that we have ever done commentary on up here. Myself and Ben, the England men's 18s coach, were beside ourselves in excitement and also in amazement that that both sides are still managing to keep the legs going, because it looked like lactic acid must have been the only thing that could be felt.
Yeah, I think so. I think some of the boys were trying to kind of make that run round for it and just didn't quite have the steam. But in the end, yeah, I mean, you're looking to set up that kind of overlap play, but sometimes when you're in the moment, it kind of goes out the window a little bit. So I imagine it's quite stressful watching it, being like, why aren't you doing this?
Oh no, it was all about looking at everyone's faces and going, oh god, they've got nothing left in the tank whatsoever. Now we switched across here from Division 4 to Division 3, those 2 Division 4 Cup quarterfinals that we had here, both going to drop off. So we're now in Division 3, as I say, Thames Valley Vikings in black defending at the moment against Wigan Warriors in blue. Not Wigan Warriors, professional rugby league team, but Wigan Warriors.
They do have a bus though.
They do have a bus, I'm told. Although we now believe, actually I've got that the wrong way round, because as you can see on the back of the blue shirts, it says Vikings. So Thames Valley Vikings in possession.
In the peacock blue.
The blue. And Wigan Warriors in black. There we go, we've got that one sorted out. It's all a bit chaotic here at the moment after those 2 drop-offs. We need we could do with a nice calm game.
Yeah, I need to calm down, definitely. It seems like they've been tough on that kind of driving play, really making sure that people get it correct today, which I think is really important. It's often when the refs are subbing at the same time, so it can be not always seen, but they've definitely been tighter on it today.
It certainly seems that way. Wigan, their first proper possession of the half. Having a go at the try line here. Touch comes in.
I think she was a bit surprised she wasn't touched before.
It did look that way, didn't it? It looked like she thought she was touched long before she was. Faster play this. Wide pass goes out. If they can get the hands right here, they're going to have the opening score of the quarter-final. Wigan Warriors take the lead.
Yeah, good team score there.
Lovely score. See the replay here. It was a good injection of pace and then good handling, good patience.
Yeah, just made that far wing commit in before throwing the pass, which is really important just to stop that kind of chase out.
Yeah, it was good work from Dylan Sharp on the ball there. And then Lucy Parkinson finishing things off in the corner, and her side back on the attack again. Dylan Sharp playing alongside what I think is either going to be his father or his older brother, David Sharp, for Wigan. As Wigan look for a second, they're through. Do they get it down? Touch made, or was it an early touch? Touch was made. And talk to me about these quarterfinals then, well, these knockout games. There's a real sense in the stands here. You could really tell that just as the minutes tick by, the tension just gets more and more. Before we even get to a drop-off, you can just feel as those moments tick by that it gets harder and harder and more tense and more tense.
Yeah, it really does, because I think when you've worked to get to that place, you're not necessarily sure what the other pools, the standard are going to be. So when you come into these, you've not necessarily faced these teams, certainly today, or potentially at all in the series. And so for us, you know, we were up at the half time, so you're feeling good about that, feeling confident. But actually, you know, the other side, they did so well to bring us level. And it just shows that you just have to keep working throughout that. And, you know, the pressure does build. I think, you know, you can lose your head a little bit worrying about what's going to happen, when usually just completing the six and doing the simple things right often get you, you know, to that final.
Diving for the line, go Thames Valley Vikings, but
I thought that might be a bit of a loss of control then before the line.
referee saying that the touch was made before that happened, possibly.
Yeah, looks like it.
Thames Valley living on the edge here, but very, very close to the line. Trying to claim that they'd scored a try there, but they would have been being dealt with very generously by the refs if they'd been given that one.
Yeah, I think the ref was long gone by that point. But I think across the board, like, I mean, as the years have gone on in this development series, the quality of touch that's being played, you know, seeing in these quarterfinals and things is amazing. You know, even in the Division 4, which is what we were playing in, the caliber has just improved so much, which is fantastic to see. Like, that's exactly what this is all about.
Certainly is. Error at the end there from Wigan Warriors. Gives possession back to Thames Valley. Midway through this first half. That pass just not sticking though, and here's a great opportunity for Wigan Warriors to double their advantage. 6 touches, all within touching distance for them. Can they get the ball down here? No, touch comes in. They've still got 5 to play with though, and a great opportunity to create something.
And when you do have that 6, it's all about making sure that they're just not wasted, you know, because it tires the defence out as much as anything. You do obviously want to score, but you want to make them work for it.
Well, they might well have scored there. The little hip wiggle, almost getting the job done for Wigan Warriors, but not quite. Touch just came in, but those were Elvis-like hips there. Out they go. Ball gets dotted down. Dylan Sharp. Try awarded.
Going himself that time.
Well, and that's the beauty though, isn't it? If early on you show that you've got the passing range, the defender's worried about you getting the pass away, and that allows a player like Dylan Sharp then on the next play to do the opposite and gets himself across for the try.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a winger's worst nightmare. You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. That's the, like, you know, if you leave that and you chase out the player, then it gives that opportunity just like there to go through. And if you shut too hard and then your opposition winger's in, you know, it can feel like the wrong choice.
I've always been a great believer as, almost stopped there, but it's immediately hit back by Thames Valley. Just for half a second it looked as though that play had been stopped, but Thames Valley immediately strike back and keep the gap between the two sides at just a single score. And it was Tom Smith, whose notes tell me that he's here just because Sinead is, which is excellent.
That's how a lot of people get into touch.
Wigan then, only for the briefest of moments were they 2 scores ahead, although nearly getting the chance there. Another example of the range of passing that young Dylan Sharp has got available to him.
Looks so calm on the ball.
He really does. Dive for the line. Is that one going to be given? No, not quite. Despite the confident launch back to the halfway line.
Can't tell whether that was over the mark, whether another thing's being given through the ruck. Not through the ruck, but definitely a turnover.
One way or another, Thames Valley have the ball. That much we do know. Thames Valley working towards their subs box as the try scorer Tom Smith takes himself off. And they've done well to close the gap to 2-1.
I think that's a big debate within teams. If you score, does that mean you get to go straight to your sub box, or do you have to D out?
I think you've got to do your hard work. Scoring's just scoring.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. But some people, I think, you know, they've done the shift, they deserve the work, the reward. Sorry.
If you go the length of the pitch, I might accept that, you know, a bit of exhaustion might have set in.
You'll allow that.
But
they're puffing.
But otherwise, all you've done is just finish something off that everyone else has put in the hard yards for.
I'll take that back to the team later.
It's a team game. We can't be rewarding the individual aspects. Half-time, hooter goes. And in this Division 3 Cup quarter-final, it's another nail-biter as we head into the half-time break. Wigan Warriors leading Thames Valley Vikings 2-1 at the break. Back underway and underway in some style. Thames Valley and Tom Smith scoring straight from the buzzer, and Thames Valley Vikings striking immediately to level things up at 2 points apiece. They were 2 down to begin with, but they are back, and they are back in a manner that is going to be really hard for Wigan Warriors to get over there.
Yeah, they've been told to go out there and get that score back, haven't they?
That's got to be the fastest try we've seen. Straight from the hooter, and Thames Valley level things up. Wigan Warriors would love a score immediately in response, just to recover the confidence after what will have been a hammer blow there. They will not have been expecting to concede like that. The big pass comes in, but drifts forward into touch and doesn't reach the player.
Not as many wild balls today as yesterday, though, it seems. The wind has, you know, dropped on us slightly.
The wind has dropped slightly, and I also think teams are playing a bit more sensibly, perhaps because it's slightly lower division, so people are maybe less entrenched in their belief in their own core skills. We haven't seen as many of those big wide passes being attempted.
Yeah, I think a lot of the kind of mid players in the elite love a long ball. They love watching that go out and the winger on the end.
And towards the end of yesterday, we were seeing some of them blow 5, 6, 7 meters in the air. It was extraordinary.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what's a forward pass then, isn't it? Hands are back, but not quite the same in touch.
And the ball has certainly spent an awful long time going backwards before it started going forwards. Thames Valley from 2 down have levelled it to 2-all. We've heard that story before a couple of times in these knockout rounds. Are we about to have more of the same? It's a long, long time left to go yet. 8 minutes.
Yeah, it's hard when you go. Sorry, when you go into the half without that much of a buffer. Really, you have to look at it like 0-0. You have to go into it expecting, you know, a hard shift. You know, because like in our game we saw, I think we were a couple up, but you know, you have to go out expecting them to come with fight because they matter, you know, and being down sometimes gives you that motivation to come out with a bit more fire.
Certainly does, as Robert Taylor was begging to be touched there for quite some time, but the touch never came, and accelerating onto it was Jordan Hankey.
Remember, microphone and language, please. Microphone and language. Thank you.
Through they go. This could be the chance, but the pass from Taylor just sails over the head of Emily Vivers. And Thames Valley survive a very threatening situation there.
Next one, Dylan, next. Go, Bobby, go.
Thames Valley working towards the subs box. Might have used up a few more touches than they would have wanted to by this point in proceedings. So they're going to have to stamp on the accelerator. This man, Tom Smith, is the man to do it, though. And Tom Smith is going to be away. Can he find someone to give the ball to? Searching oh so desperately. And he's going to find the spare player on the outside. Tom Smith, he's scored 2. He's made 1. And he's handed the try there to Rachel Goodwin on the outside.
I mean, that is fantastic. The calmness under pressure there, you know, scooping through and knowing, like, was it 2, 3 players realised that the pass wasn't on and kept that composure to get to the wing?
Well, Tom Smith pretty much single-handedly has dragged Thames Valley Vikings from 2 scores down here against Wigan Warriors to lead 3-2.
And Wigan won't be happy with that. You know, that 5th touch was done just on the halfway line. You know, you're really hoping to be able to make use of those things when you've shut the team down so well in their own half.
Well, indeed. I mean, it felt like a play that was going nowhere, didn't it? As Wigan Warriors come in with the dive. Touch, I think, was made. No. Try is awarded. Shows what I know.
It's back and forth stuff, though, isn't it?
Certainly is. As has every knockout game been so far today, as Samuel Ratchford it was that got there, and it looks as though the referees made the right call. Ratchford.
Depends if you're that link or not.
Well, there is that. Ratchford levels it at 3-all, and surely not another drop-off. 5 minutes left to go, and we're into those minutes now where the tension just starts to ramp up. Both sets of players start to realise that time is not their friend, and we start to see errors like that creep off. A forward pass that really didn't need to go. Wigan Warriors then with the opportunity to try and work themselves into a good position. The blind pass was given. That was very close to touch and pass, but wasn't given. Robert Taylor now trying to engineer something. Passes it into Smith. Are they going to get 6 more?
I think they are, yep.
Taylor looks like the man that everything is going to go through here. Taylor gets the ball down. And Taylor has put his side in the lead. I said he was going to be the man. It looked like it would go through. I thought he'd be delivering the try-scoring touch, not scoring it.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, not long left, long enough. But they will be very pleased to have got one up there.
Absolute monster of a dummy from Taylor, and Wigan, having led at half-time and then handed the lead to Thames Valley, have it back 4-3, 3.5 minutes to go. Can Thames Valley respond now? Third touch. Fourth comes in. What can they do? They look to the left-hand side. Fifth comes in. It's quite a powerful touch. Referee's happy with it. They dive for the line, but nothing doing.
Yeah, slightly toffee feet going for that dive, I think. Not quite the momentum he wanted.
Toffee feet, that's a good line.
One for the choppers.
I'm going to be remembering that. Wigan Warriors then get across their subs box well. Can they capitalise? And perhaps with Taylor on the field they can. Oh, and maybe Jordan Hankey as well. Lovely little bit of skill there from Hankey.
A little showmanship for the big screen.
2.5 minutes left now. Scoring it. And an error.
That might cost them there. Not where you want to be losing the ball.
Huge opportunity here for Wigan Warriors to land what could be a decisive blow into the hands of Dylan Sharp. Sharp and Taylor working together. Sharp gets over the line, and it looks like Sharp is going to get awarded the try. He has been indeed, his second of the game. Dylan Sharp once again proving just how sharp he is. The combination of him and Taylor.
And actually they're reasonably lucky there because, you know, they're not dumping out on the 7, so it's not as far for the defender to get back as you normally hope to aim with your dump, but still managed to make use.
Absolutely. Fantastic work from Sharp. Ollie Smith, though, is he going to get something back in response? Ollie Smith is, and Ollie Smith, well, he is not going to let his team go down without a fight. No sooner had Wigan extended to 5-3 than Ollie Smith reduces the gap to 1 again, and there's time yet for another comeback here.
This game is not bringing my heart rate back down, I tell you.
No, we had about 30 quiet seconds, and that's been about it. Minute left to play, probably just a shade under that, judging by the way the hoot has been going today. Wigan, if they can score, will surely close this game out, but if they fail to, there's going to be one final opportunity for Thames Valley. Wigan and Sharp, what can they do? Sharp gets across the line, looks for the pass, doesn't go to hand. There will be one final opportunity for Thames Valley Vikings, but they are going to need to get snappy about it. They're taking too much time here. The buzzer is going to go any second now. Ollie Smith, as he got some magic, gets touched. They need to pick up the pace here to Thames Valley Vikings. Time is not their friend at all. They need to get this moving. They need to get this up the field. They get touched again. What can they do with it? They're across the halfway line. There is the hooter. And the touch comes in. We avoid the drop-off. For the first time this afternoon, we have a winner in normal time. And it's Wigan Warriors who are heading through the Division 3 Cup semi-finals. But I'll tell you what, we may not have a drop-off, but the tension did not let off at all.
Amazing, absolutely fantastic. I mean, Wigan will be so pleased to have kept that lead that they had, and they had to work for it. They really, really did. But yeah, I mean, well fought from them.
They did indeed have to work for it. Ollie Smith, take your hat off in the Thames Valley Vikings kit. But Wigan Warriors with several stars, and several stars that take them to a 5-4 victory and into the Division 3 Cup semi-finals.
like the midnight train going anywhere.
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get down the line.
The last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down there.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
it all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Evan.
Tight! Eyes up, Tim! Yeah, go on! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
So close. Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep off, watch the ball.
Rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm
But
marking.
also when we
1, 2, 3. Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run around, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
Look hard defensive. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You ready, quickies? You stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Welcome back, and we are underway in the bowl semi-final here in Division 3. Manchester Foxes against Horsham Tigers. Manchester Foxes in those orange shirts in possession against Horsham Tigers defending in their green shirts to get this one started. And Manchester Foxes with a chance, but the ball goes down, and Horsham survive that early onslaught there from Manchester Foxes. What can Horsham do? Not a million miles from my house, actually, Horsham. I wonder if they've been on the 5:30 starts this weekend. Probably not. They're probably smarter than me as they break through. Playing smart, looking for the pass, finding the pass and scoring the try. Horsham Tigers and Molly Brown opening the scoring in this bowl semi-final. Seongbyum Hong was the player to burst through, and on his shoulder Molly Brown to finish it off, and an early lead for Horsham Tigers. Horsham racing through the gears here as well. Enjoying themselves here in the semi-final. Uh-oh, we've got a bucket hat. Oh dear. Oh, the bucket hat. Well, get rid of it, mate. Get rid of it. Manchester Foxes then, can they strike back? Working through it. Manchester Foxes doing well to keep the ball alive, and if they've avoided the touch there, they've not quite though. If they could have done, there was an opportunity on the outside. Stefan Redfern took it in. Now in the hands of Horsham Tigers. Two Redferns playing for Manchester Foxes, by the way, Stefan and Beth. Two Holmeses, in fact, as well, Bex and Barnaby. Horsham Tigers, oh, so close. They were millimetres away from another threatening move there. Foxes get to the box nicely, driving forward. On they go. Hugh Spencer in possession. Now James Simons. We saw him pulling the strings really nicely in Division 1 yesterday. Here in more of an educational role in the Division 3 setup, as he looks to find a spare player, and does. Alistair Chadwick with the score. James Simons with the assist. Manchester Foxes level things up, and just look at this from Simons, the patience. And then the accuracy, finds the spare player, and Chadwick only too happy to dot that one down. One score apiece in this bowl semi-final. Horsham, oh, just spilled that one, so back in Fox's hands. Horsham, by the way, I should say, are a team of relatives as well. Two Slees, Gwyn and Reese. Two Grimseys, Natalie and Ashley. Two Grantham Hills, Ben and Matt, and 2 Faulkners, Adam and Sally. That's, well, crikey, half the team are related to each other. Soon they'll be telling me the Neville brothers are playing for them. Manchester Foxes. Well, they're through and across the line. Can they find a spare player? Desperately searching for the spare player. They find them, and Manchester Foxes from 1 down and now 2-1 up. They went bursting through, and initially it looked like that support player was marked out of the game, but they found the score, and now they find themselves in the lead, all thanks to the try-scoring work of Benjamin Burton for them. Now, how fast can Horsham respond? Very fast indeed could well be the answer. Very fast indeed. Horsham immediately level up. Ben Grantham Hill crosses the line. He might be wearing a bucket hat, but he can play.
I've got 9, but I'm not sure.
Six again for Manchester Foxes. Touch comes in. How Manchester Foxes would love to get back in front. 2-2 as it stands. Horsham took the early lead. Manchester Foxes came storming back for a 2-1 lead, but Grantham Hill's try for Horsham has levelled it all up again, and his side will have possession again. Horsham. Just working to their subs box, a little further behind the box than they would like to be, so it's a bit of a scrappy interchange, but they've got everyone they need on the field now and look to make a bit of headway. Fox's possession. On they go. Peter Bowyer taking it in. Ellie Davison then. James Simon. Davison. Davison's going to dive. Davison's just caught. Simons goes to the right, tries to get that one out the back door, but doesn't quite come off. Went behind the back of Davison. Ball over on the far side. Across they come. He's got his bucket hat still on. We'll give him more praise when he takes it off. Up he comes. Reece Slee tries to fling the ball wide, but the ball goes to ground. And it'll be Manchester Fox's possession again. And we're joined upstairs by Ethan. Ethan, how's your day been going?
It's been going well, playing for Stormers, so having a good day so far.
Very nice. What's the where have Stormers got to in proceedings as half-time goes here? 2-2 in this bowl semi-final between Horsham and Manchester Foxes. Yeah, what have Stormers been up to today?
We're doing well. So I think we've lost 2 so far. I think two or 3 so far. Doing well.
Not too bad at all. Not too bad at all. And have you been watching some of these knockout games? It's been absolute carnage out there. We've been drop-offs left, right, and centre.
Drop-offs all day long. Yeah. I do not like a drop-off, mate.
Too tiring?
Too nerve-wracking.
Yeah, the tension is quite high. The tension is very high.
Yeah.
And in fairness, the tension gets pretty high even before the drop-off even happens. I reckon from about 15 minutes on in these games, we are at max tension.
Yeah, I agree. When it's drawing, drop-off is always in the back of your mind.
It certainly is. Right, it's half-time here between Horsham and Manchester Foxes. 2 scores apiece in this Division 3 Bowl semi-final. We'll be back with you for the second half very shortly. So 30 seconds left to go in this half-time break. In fact, 10 seconds as we just hear the announcer say. Horsham 2, Manchester Foxes 2. Horsham playing in green, the Horsham Tigers. And they will have the ball to begin with Manchester Foxes in red, and we are underway, and immediately the error comes in and Manchester Foxes will have possession. And Ethan, we are moving towards that time. We move into the second half, scores are level, tension goes up, doesn't it?
Yeah. I kind of want to see a drop-off here. I love watching them. I don't like playing in them, though.
You say that, but you've got a warm-up to get to. We can't be going to a drop-off. We can't be having that. We need you for the duration.
Yeah, I know.
Manchester Foxes go wide, ball almost reeled in, but not quite. Now, have you come across either of these two sides much?
Yeah, we played Horsham today. We won against them. Got a couple of scores against them as well.
Lovely stuff. And who are the ones to look out for then, do you reckon? Anyone that caused you any problems, or?
Buck out, man. Anyone with a buck out always got to be watched. He was a threat. He scored a couple against us.
No, you've got one on next to me as well. Never trust the bucket hat.
Yep.
It's not a necessary piece of kit.
Yeah, buck out. Gotta love him.
Ball out the back, but goes forward. You've got to love that sort of flair, but we need it to be accurate. We are moving towards a time where accuracy is going to be king.
Here come PFT.
Now explain this one to me, because I've had a lot of people upstairs with me doing commentary, and everyone has referred to Manchester Foxes as PFT. Why are they PFT in the touch community, but Manchester Foxes on the sheet?
I am told that PFT stands for political free touch. I'm pretty sure, because what I heard was they played for an old club, and then they didn't like the politics of it, so they split off, made their own club, and called it Politics Free Touch.
Well, there we are. There's the answer to the riddle we've all been looking for. Ball goes to ground again from Horsham. They're getting into good positions here, aren't they? But just getting a bit of an error count that it's not quite working for them. James Simons, well, actually just hands the ball back. He's a man to look out for, is the number 7 for Manchester Foxes, James Simons. Top player. Horsham. I should point out, Ethan's got an absolute gaggle of teammates around him, piling the pressure on.
Watch him, he's going to scoop, he's going to scoop.
There's Horsham.
Scoop. Step back.
Molly Brown, the try scorer, has just touched there, but that's that combination. Seong Byum Hong and Molly Brown. Simons.
Let's go.
Foxes get across to their box quite nicely here. And get their subs on. Almost a trip there, accidental. I think she was falling over her own feet and then caught someone else's on the way down. We keep playing. And Foxes now have a bit of front foot ball on the scoop. Can he find a spare player? No, touch comes in.
Good covering touch from 30.
And it's really difficult on those, isn't it? Not to make the touch too early when you can see the player there and you're sort of blindsided the ball. To get your timing right, it's tricky. Two all then. Minutes ticking away. I do apologise. We've lost our graphics, but we are at 2 all and time ticking. I'll keep you abreast of exactly where we are as the game continues. And Horsham get across the line. Not quite.
Unlucky there. Almost got through. Almost made the break.
It's those ones where you're just not quite sure if you've been touched or not. It's so tricky.
Good defence from Horsham here. Good subbing defence.
Foxes.
Over the mark.
They're frustrating, those ones, aren't they?
Yeah.
Right. Bucket Hat, who I'm going to be nicer to now because I've just discovered on the team sheet that he's a junior. And I do make it a policy to be nice to juniors and less nice to adults. But he should take his bucket hat off. Horsham.
I'm a fan of it. I'm a fan of the multicoloured bucket hat.
Well, of course you are. You're wearing one.
I've got plenty of bucket hats myself. Good defence here from PF2.
Horsham, a player short at the moment. They finally get their 6th player on.
Very good defence here.
So still, we are locked at 2 scores each.
Good momentum from the link there. Good latch.
Foxes back inside. Bit of space now. Scoops just fumbled. And Horsham will have the ball back and the tension builds. Time is ticking.
Getting ever so closer to that drop off that I'm looking forward to watching if there is one.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've had 3 knockout games here so far on pitch 1. 2 of them have gone to drop-offs. 1 of them's gone to Golden Point, and the 3rd one didn't go to a drop-off, but it did need a last play score. So drama has been what we've been having so far this afternoon in the knockouts. We see some drama here. 2 scores each at the moment.
Open side quickie. Oh, ball's to ground.
Round about 4 minutes left to play.
Plenty of time for either teams to
Simons.
capitalise. Oh.
He can do something magical here. He is a difference maker. He is a superstar. And he is not going to let his Manchester Foxes side slide here. James Simons with the score.
Still time though for Horsham to come back, just enough time to equalise and then go to that drop-off that I am hoping to see.
James Simons, in the moment that his team needed him, he steps up and delivers and puts them 3-2 in front. Now what can Horsham do in response? Their own number 7, Molly Brown, takes that one. Toying with the opposition now. Here they go, diving for the line. Ben Grantham Hill. Just touched, just touched. Grantham Hill again, wide pass goes out but not to hand, and it'll be Fox's ball. About 3 minutes left now. Foxes with the lead.
Work hard, Benny!
Foxes
Taking their time, nice and composed. Oh, good covering touch from the bucket out there.
great diving touch from Ben Grantham Hill, possibly saving his side from a hole that would have been almost impossible to dig their way out of with so little time remaining. Foxes, that's surely gone forward, that pass, and it has indeed. Grantham Hill. In fact, that was Grantham Hill to Grantham Hill. Ben to Matt. Foxes, got to be careful with some of those passes. They are right on the edge of forward. Another one there that is very much on the edge.
Good little break there, gone down to the 7.
Pass goes wide, dotted down, Beth Redfern.
I'd like to call that game done now.
I certainly think.
Very hard to come back for Horsham now.
4-2, 2 minutes left to play. It's going to take something pretty spectacular from Horsham if they're going to overturn this one. As it stands, Manchester Foxes are heading to the bowl final, which, by the way, is going to be at 3:55 here on pitch 1. Horsham, if they're going to do anything to change that, 4-2 down, just a couple of minutes to play, are going to have to score right away and then force something in a second or two's time. They're going to have 6 more.
They're going to have to be quick with it though. Got to capitalise soon.
What can they do? 1 minute left to play, probably slightly more, closer to 2. They're just playing it between themselves at the moment, but they're going to need to pick the pace up here.
Gonna have to set a strike soon. Not much time left.
Still, they're trying to toy with the opposition. Now
32.
they hit it. That's the hooter. We said they need to be fast. The touch comes in. They weren't fast enough. Manchester Foxes take the victory. They are into the bowl final. They will be playing at 3:55. We will find out who against as soon as we can. But Manchester Foxes take the victory, 4 tries to 2. And that was some performance in the face of pressure, Ethan.
Yeah, I think PFD were just the better team there. I think Horsham could have maybe set a strike up at the end. Yeah, very close game until the last final minutes.
Certainly was, certainly was. Right, you go and get your warm-up for your game. Best of luck in that one, and thank you so much for joining us, Ethan. And in the meantime, we will bring you Yorkshire Thorns against Wigan Warriors in the Cup semi-final from Division 3. That one at 3:20, so just 12 minutes time. Do stay with us for that. But in the meantime, Manchester Foxes are through to the bowl final.
the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get halfway.
The last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
The alt starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Ems.
Tight! Eyes up, yeah, go on! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
Well done for you. Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep off, watch the ball, watch the ball.
We'll be having rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes!
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
Work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You're running quickies, you stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
like the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the line.
The last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, right? Now win it.
The all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
All right, hands in. Come on, Emas.
Tight! Eyes up, Tom! Yeah, go on! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us!
Woo! And one for the ref!
Hooray!
That was video. Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
Players and officials, it's your 30-second warning. Please take the field.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Cup semi-final time now in Division 3. Yorkshire Thorns against Wigan Warriors. This for a place in the final at 5:05. Wigan Warriors in black, Yorkshire Thorns in the blue. And alongside me, Jordan from Manchester Foxes, and your side ticking along very nicely today into the bowl final up next after this, and all going very well.
Yeah, we're having a good day with a tricky morning. Came third in the pool, but we've had a really good afternoon and made it into the bowl final, which is after this match, so fingers crossed for another victory.
Yeah, and you've got Nottingham Outlaws up against you, and it looks as though Wigan Warriors has started this one off with a try.
Yeah, I think that was Bobby Taylor there, just with the ball back inside. Just check on the replay.
Dylan Sharp's been fantastic all day long, and he gets the ball on the inside, as you say, to Bobby Taylor. And that combination, well, I'll tell you what, in their quarter-final, that combination of Sharp and Taylor was absolutely crucial, and it's been at it again to unpick this Yorkshire Thorns defence within a minute.
That's just a good, solid, tight defence there in the middle from Wigan. I think this is a 4th touch coming, or maybe 5th. No, 4th coming. Looking like quickie setup, gone open side.
If
they hit the wing, oh, good ball. Winger couldn't quite hang on to it, but space was there on the wing.
Certainly was. Plenty of space out there. Just haven't seen many of those wide balls stick today. Tough conditions. Not that many have been attempted, to be fair, as a result of the conditions.
Yeah, it's been a strange weekend, hasn't it? It's chucking it down 1 minute, but I just think a lot, and the wind's been a massive factor.
Well, I'd say you wouldn't believe it's mid-July with temperatures not even getting close to 20, really. Wind and rain and all sorts. Although, mind you, in between games, I've been following what's been going on in the golf at the Scottish Open, and it sounds as though that has been played in absolutely torrid conditions.
Through there. Can he find someone? Oh, I think she's just dropped it on the line.
Spilled. Just spilled. It was Tommy Dixon, the captain, and the North East Raiders men's 30s player that burst through, but his pass just too difficult to hold on to, and Wigan Warriors retain their 1-score advantage.
Oh, a lovely little spin and show and go from Jordan Hankey. He's still going. But he's just stopped there.
Enjoying himself out there.
Yeah.
Hankey again. Now they move it to the right-hand side. Is there a bit of space? Could
Yeah,
well be. They
like
come
an
back
overlap.
in.
Yeah, the link's in.
they found the space. Megan Clayton with the try.
Good little finish there from Megan. She's usually a wing, but she was in at link there. She actually played with the Manchester Foxes yesterday. She's a very good player.
Well, the gap just opened up, and I'll tell you, so much time that she could take her time to get the ball down as well. Fantastic work. 2-0 lead now for Wigan. Yorkshire go close, but touch is made.
Over the back. Take your time, you're going to wait till you get there. They're going to wait till you get there.
Yorkshire Thorns. I keep wanting to call them the Yorkshire Titans. I've obviously come across a team called, it's Rotherham Titans is what I'm thinking of. Rugby union team. That'll be why. They're in Yorkshire.
Here we go, mid quickie. Just inside ball. Has the mid made it? Yeah, he's just made that touch last minute. So this is last touch, see if they do anything. And the ball's just gone to ground there.
That's been a good start from Wigan Warriors. Defensively keeping Yorkshire Thorns at bay. A couple of opportunities for the Thorns, but not able to capitalise. Wigan, on the other hand, have had 2 chances, scored 2 tries.
And that's a really good momentum on the drive. I think this is last now. Can Bobby go through? No, good shutdown from the defence.
He was searching and searching for someone on his shoulder, and they'd all gone in a wider arc. So Yorkshire get across to their subs box nice and early, actually. Just overrun that one slightly, which is rather stymied the momentum for them. Now they find some.
Yeah, now this is last. Can they get through? Good hands.
Bit of
Oh,
space.
she's caught it. And
they are
great
through.
Finish there.
Yorkshire Thorns narrow the gap. Just when they needed it, they conjure the play on the last. Ben Chadwick gathered the ball, and Jessica Whitehead, their 2022 MVP, showing that skill to gather the ball and finish it off.
Yeah, it's good vision from the scooper. He just saw that short side link shut in, and the 3-on-2 was on, and the link just goes straight through.
Crucial score from Whitehead. Everything we've seen about these knockout games is that you do not want to get the scores starting to run away from you. The time just isn't there to make that ground back up. But Wigan want a third, but they're not going to get it here. And I guess in your semi-coaching role today, that's probably a message that's you've been getting through to the players. Is 10 minutes each way is not a lot of time. You can't afford for a gap to grow.
Yeah, definitely. It's usually 40 minutes games, obviously because a lot of teams here in the UK, not a lot of time in the calendar. 20-minute games format works great. Oh, and John O'Clark's just gone through there. Gap opened up in the middle. Yeah, he scored.
Yeah, the England men's 35s player at this year's Euros ghosting through. I think everyone around him thought that the touch had come in, but nothing doing.
Yeah, it just
And through he
accelerated
goes.
onto that well. So yeah, they'll be pleased to be back in this at 2-2. It's definitely, having played yesterday myself, you don't want to be 2 or 3 down. If you find yourself chasing the game, you've not got long. You always need to try and keep it to a 1-score match at possible. If you're losing, if you're chasing a game, errors are going to come in. You can't afford that in a tight 20-minute game.
Yeah, and we've seen that particularly in these knockout games when the drop-off threat looms. That tension really starts to creep in, and you see a higher and higher error count as things go on. And well, as it stands, that's the way we're heading, because we're at 2 scores each. Yorkshire have already had to mount 1 comeback from 2 down. They'd like not to concede here and have to come back again, but as Sharp managed to get across in the corner.
Yeah, touch was just in from the winger, was it? Yeah.
It was the try is awarded. Well, it was a spectacular dive. I was watching it in real time, and I thought he had done something spectacular, and it turns out he had a full-length sideways drive, and he just left the arm hanging.
Oh, that is a great finish there.
Sensational.
Just to evade that literally as far in the corner as you can put it.
And just for the viewers at home, I've got a team sheet here, and it tells me whether players are adult members, overseas members, junior members, etc. Dylan Sharp is a junior member. He is a young lad out there, and he is doing sensational things for this Wigan Warriors side. And his score has put them 3-2 in front as half-time approaches.
Oh yeah, and they've just got in on the wing, have they? Yeah, no touch is called. Open side quickie in the mids there, feeds the wing, and she's in the corner, evens it back up 3-all. It's a good reply from the Thorns.
Instantaneous reply from the Thorns. We've got a few unnumbered players on our team sheet, and 41 scoring in the corner isn't on it, so I'm going to tell you that was either Amber Sykes, Nicola Kelly, or Lucy Brown. Definitely one of the 3.
So 30 seconds left. If Wigan can score here, that will put them in a really good position at half-time, just 1 up. But I think Yorkshire Thorns will be pretty happy with getting back into this game and evening it up.
Sharp, does he have one more piece of magic before half-time? He's got his hands on the ball again. Out to Taylor. Taylor scores. Sharp and Taylor working their magic again between the pair of them, and they are going to send Wigan Warriors into half-time 4-3 in front. Because there is the half-time hooter. Wigan Warriors, Bobby Taylor, and his inside man, the magical, the youthful, the superstar in the making. It is the brilliant Dylan Sharp.
Yeah, that was almost a repeat of one of the previous times. Maybe it was the first try. Just that mid quickie, step back, feed the other mid, and he's just in. I think Yorkshire Thorns going to half-time. They need to recognise that they've conceded 2 quite tight in the mids, and they just need to tighten up. As the day goes, it's not raining currently, but the ball is a bit slippy, it's windy. There's not been many long balls out to the wing. They just need to tighten up that defence, force them to throw the long ball and probably get more errors that way. But they're well in this. They've done well to come back into 4-3 from 2-0 down.
They certainly have. We are in yet another knockout nail-biter here at the England Touch Mixed National Touch Series at Burton Rugby Club. We're at half-time in the Division 3 Cup semi-final, and Wigan Warriors are back in the lead again, 4-3 against Yorkshire Thorns. A huge 10 minutes of touch coming up. Just under 30 seconds to go then for the start of this second half. Yorkshire Thorns will be tapping off. A score down, 4-3 down against Wigan Warriors, who'll be in black on the right-hand side of your screens. Yorkshire Thorns in blue, playing for a place in the Division 3 Cup final. That final will be at 5:05 this evening. Who will go to that final? All will be revealed in the course of the next 10 minutes. Yorkshire Thorns get us underway.
Yeah, Thorns really want to try and score off this tap-off. It's just that mid-mid quick again. He's scooped through. Has he got through? Yes. Oh, no. Good touch there from the link.
Great touch
that was
on
half
Cameron
court.
Cullen.
Yeah, have they given it?
Cullen, by the way, this is his last tournament before he moves to Dubai, so he would absolutely love to finish it off with a final.
And that's touch two. Good shot in there. Just need to keep working on those mid-mid quickies, trying to condition them. They've got an over open side quickie. And that's a good shut out by the defence. Good cover by the saving mid. So I think this is fifth touch coming, so they've got one more attack really. They're going for that 32 short, another fake. Ooh, and it's just been knocked down there, so they're going to get 6 more. This is a good set from Yorkshire, so tire them out.
Yeah, big opportunity here for Yorkshire to level the scores early on in the second half. Cullen, late pass, good delay on that, but the touch comes in. Still plenty to go though.
Yeah, good defence there from the link. Shutting in, not letting that wrapper through. Going for a 30.
I think they're going to have another 6 here. Pressure is really starting to ramp up on the Wigan Warriors defence here. Cullen. Takes the ball as he got that down.
He's just dropped that, I think. Yeah, he's given that as a drop. It's a shame that he didn't need to do that scoop. They had 6 touches there, the fresh set, so they'll be quite annoyed. They could have used all 6 there, but it's just gone to ground on the first.
And conversely, it'll give Wigan Warriors a huge amount of confidence to have survived that period of pressure there. Oh, well played, Cullen.
Great intercept.
Immediately, Yorkshire Thorns back on the attack after that Cullen intercept. Just a bit delayed in getting their players there as they tried to make a few interchanges. Might have been better served letting that attack play through. They go pacing over to the far side. The touch was always going to come in, and I think he's gone over his ankle in the end. An ambitious play, although he is off the field, so his teammates might be thinking, do you mind if we get a move on, because we need to play. Hopefully he's okay. Does look like a sprain on that ankle just as the touch came in. I think he's got on the wrong side of that joint. We are back underway. He's being assessed down at the other end of the field. Wigan Warriors
go forward.
In possession.
I think that's just over the mark there on the drive, so we're going to be frustrated with that. So now Yorkshire have got 6 touches from just beyond halfway, so they should get down and hopefully have 2 strikes at the line here.
Yorkshire.
And here's John and Clark, gives it to the wing. Oh, just fumbled it. Pass was just a little bit behind her. But it was a good shut up from the Wigan defence. I don't think she was in anyway.
Wigan gets their box very quickly indeed on this occasion, up to the halfway line.
Yeah, that's a really good drive. They've got over halfway in 3. I think that's 4. This is 5th touch coming. Oh, and just hips not square there. That was from the ref. So just another mistake. That's 2 in a row that Wigan have given the turnover just over their halfway. So they just need to, they're driving really well. They just need to get down to the other end of the pitch. They've I don't think they've had one set at the line this match, have they? This half.
I'm not sure that Wigan have crossed the 10-metre line in this second half. They have the lead, but Yorkshire really putting the squeeze on in this second half, but without any points to show for it as yet. 4-3 down as they were at the half-time break. Time ticking, Cullen. Looking, see what he can find. Gets a ball
it's
back.
just not down.
It's a lovely idea there. They'll have 6 more.
Yeah, they just need to work these mid quickies. They're good touch by Bobby there, holding up the touch. Coming back into the mid here. We can go for a 32 short here on the Yorkshire Thorns.
Cullen moves it wide, could be space. Doesn't go to hand.
I think Wigan will be really pleased with this set. They've we're 5 minutes into the second half. They've not, like we said, they've not had anything on the other opposition's line, and they've defended out. They've not conceded yet. I think they'll be really pleased with how the defence is doing. They just need to get out their half and get an attack.
The question for them is, once they get into an attacking set, having had so long since they've had one, will they have the rhythm? Will they have the memory of what that defence looks like in those tight situations from Yorkshire Thorns? We might be about to find out as they finally start to make a bit of ground to Wigan Warriors. And conversely, a try now for Wigan Warriors would really crush the morale of Yorkshire Thorns after so much positive play.
I think if Wigan score here off this, they've got a fresh set of 6 for an offside player. I think if they score off this, for me, that should be game over because they've defended so well. They've defended most of this half. If they can get 2 up now, then I'd give that game over. Final time for Wigan.
Hankey and Ratchford looking to see what they create. Ratchford moves it out wide to Wilcock, back to Ratchford. Wilcock, Ratchford again. Hankey now takes over, moves it wide to Ben Wilcock. Ben Wilcock goes to the line.
And that's he scored that.
Rather strangely, the Yorkshire Thorns were almost defending on the try line rather than moving up, and that just meant all he had to do really was just lean over.
Yeah, it's a good exit line from the link. She just went too far behind the line because she made it onside. She just needed to step back up, but it was a really good touch and exit line. So I think pressure's on now for Thorns. They really need to score off this tap off.
Certainly is. That Ben Wilcock try puts Wigan Warriors 5-3 in front. Yorkshire Thorns with 2.5 minutes to play with. They need a score, but they're going to need to be more accurate with the wide passes than that if they're going to find it. Those have got to go to hand. The wind has died right down.
Yeah, and this is, you can tell Wigan are just slowing it right down. They're not going to be in any rush now. Yeah, that's quite a slow drive off the line. But this is good pressure from the Thorns. Yeah, that's really good from John O'Clark.
And Wigan Warriors, it looks to me as though they've just switched to trying to have slightly more experienced lineups on the field for slightly longer than they had previously.
Yeah, definitely.
As Hankey now finds Sharp, who's one of the youthful ones, out to Taylor. Taylor moves it wide. That's a great pass out wide. Touch comes in on Beverly Reid, but that was nice play from Wigan Warriors.
Tell you what, they've done really well there. They're 5th touch on halfway, and they've somehow managed to move the defence around on last touch and get all the way down the wing. They didn't score, but they've killed it 7 metres out from the try line, and that's a drop from Yorkshire Thorns. So I think Wigan will just want to play this slowly, see out the game now. Yeah, Bobby Taylor.
Taylor almost running backwards there, and at this rate, it wouldn't necessarily surprise you if he tries to eat up a minute or so later on by just running all the way back. Hankey knocks that one forward, but I think there'd be an offence prior to that. So Yorkshire will have the ball, but there's probably only about 45 seconds left to play. So at this stage, it looks like Wigan Warriors are going to be going through to the cup final.
Yeah, they should do, unless they instantly score off this and manage to get a turnover. I'm not sure there's much hope for the Thorns at the moment, but hopefully they'll get a score because they deserve it after all the pressure they've had this half. Wigan have defended really well.
Yorkshire. Can Cullen find something?
Ooh, just touch in. Good defence in the end.
Touch comes in. Has Cullen got a piece of magic in his last ever tournament? How he'd love to conjure something, but the 6th touch comes in and Wigan Warriors have it now, and all they've got to do is play through this set of 6, and the horn will go for them. Wigan Warriors just playing for time here. The hooter goes, and Wigan Warriors are through to the Division 3 Cup final.
Yeah, really well deserved that. Both teams played really well in that first half, especially Thorns to take it back to 3-3, and I think the try just before half-time from Wigan was what sealed the game. Thorns had 5 or 6 minutes at the line in the second half and they couldn't score, and I think Wigan will take that into the final thinking we've defended amazingly here for over a quarter of the game, and I think that's a real big confidence boost that they've not conceded in the second half.
Absolutely, it was the defence that did it for Wigan Warriors, and they are into the cup final. As I say, that coming up at 5:05, and from here on in we are into finals touch, because we've got the bowl final, the Division 4 Cup final and the Division 3 Cup final, the final 3 games of the day, and that bowl final is coming up next, 3:55. Go get the kettle on and get yourselves ready for this one, because it's Nottingham Outlaws against Manchester Foxes at 5-4. Do stick with us for that.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going anywhere.
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the line.
The last 2 scores are going exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down the middle.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
it all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Emma.
Tight! Eyes up, Tim! Dragon! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweeper, watch the ball,
We'll be happy rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, sir, get Brad up, get toes on your toes!
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard in defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You ready, quickies? You stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
like the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches to get to the point.
The last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down there.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now we're in it.
The alt starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Ems.
Tight, tight, tight! Eyes up, tight! Yeah, go on! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
Well done, Darren!
Act really casual.
Officials, your 1-minute warning.
Well, welcome back. It's finals time. 3 finals in a row here at Burton RFC for the England Touch Mixed National Touch Series. Division 3 and Division 4 final round, and we have got 3 finals in succession. Bowl final, Division 4 Cup final, and then the Division 3 Cup final. And in this Division 3 Bowl final, it is Manchester Foxes up against the Nottingham Outlaws. Manchester Foxes look as though they are going to be taking the tap off in their orange shirts, and in the green will be the Nottingham Outlaws. And alongside me for this one is Theo, who's going to be playing England 20s at the Youth Atlantic Cup next week, and we're going to be at that as well, and that's sounding very exciting.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it's quite exciting to be going into a competition where we actually don't know much about our opposition. So we haven't seen South Africa or France play, or even USA for quite a long time in that division, in that kind of age category. So we don't know what they're about.
No, it's going to be very exciting. And tell you what, very exciting as well is James Simon. Oh, he was a superstar yesterday, and he's a superstar today, just weaving his merry magic around on this pitch. Just look at this.
It's just gone past absolutely everyone there. There's not really much you can say about that.
Well, in the semi-final, he scored an absolute wonder solo try to rescue them from a pretty tricky situation. And he has just done something equally magical to open the scoring for this Manchester Foxes side within a minute of this bowl final beginning, and Nottingham Outlaws right from the off have got hard work to do.
Oh, that's unlucky there. Just mishandled in the roll ball. I think it was Archie Shaw. He's part of the England mixed 20s coaching setup that we've got going on next week as well.
Foxes driving nicely. Tails up, understandably, thanks to that early 1-0 lead. And so hard it must be, you know, going a score down so early in a final, just to get yourself sort of refocused and back in the game is mentally very challenging, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite difficult, but I think, well, that's not really going to help, but it's sometimes it helps to kind of just almost forget it's happened, reset, start the game again. You know, it's the old classic cliche, it's still 0-0, lads, kind of comes out a lot, especially if you go down early on. Just got to hold out their line defence here.
Still 0-0, and make sure you mark James Simons. Ball goes wide, try scoring opportunity, but the touch comes in.
It's an interesting setup. So it looks like number 4 from Foxes was going for a razor, I think, if he was standing at middle and stepping across to receive the ball back from his link, but it sort of turned into a kind of 32 pickup from, I think it's Ellie.
Benjamin Burton there wearing 4.
Counties.
Dives to the line. There's going to be a conversation about it, but we're going to go back.
The classic 32 counties play. You would have seen a lot of that from Louis Trays yesterday.
Saw a bit of everything from him.
Standard quickie QB. Good snipe from Kirky. That's a really good. Oh dear.
We've got an injury.
Yeah, so
early on here, I think. Can't quite make out who it is. He's back on his feet though, which is
25, I think.
And annoyingly, 25 is the only number we don't have listed for the Manchester Foxes. Always the way, but he's back on his feet and he's sat down again, but it looks like it might be cramp above all else because he's stretching that calf out. Hopefully he's all right. We'll try and update you on that. But in the meantime, Nottingham Outlaws in possession up to the halfway line. How they would like to conjure something up here. Touch is called and then passed after the touch, and it's just a bit of a tricky opening 5 minutes here for Nottingham Outlaws. Struggling to get into the game, you feel?
Yeah, I mean, there was a decent set from them. It was quite a nice fluid drive, and actually they left the ball pretty close to Manchester's 7, but you would have probably liked to see them kill it on the other side, because it makes it really hard for Manchester to come over to their box. So the ideal place to kill it is if you're not going to score, you leave it on their line and on your box side.
Simons scooping, racing away. All he needs is to find a player. He knows where the space is. He's pointing to it. Have they got it
Ball
down?
First. Yeah, good call.
It looks like they have. Oh, he is an absolute box full of tricks, isn't he?
Yeah, well, just takes his man straight on and kicks to the outside. It's a good scooping line, and there's not really much anyone can do about that.
Scoring the try, I think it might have been Beth Redfern that got that one down. Difficult to make out the number on the far side of the pitch, but pretty sure it was Redfern.
It's a good setup. I think it's kind of a 23 short. Well, actually, well, no, sorry, 32 short, but looks kind of like a link dumping the ball.
First real opportunity this for Nottingham Outlaws. Can they do something with it? No, they spill that one. And
yeah, so it was a good tap-off set, to be fair. We like to say that if you get a strike on 3rd and on 5th, because then you get 2 attempts at the line. A lot of the time people use 3rd as one of their touches to get down there, and then they only have 1 attempt at the line. That's a good touch there, really killing the momentum. Yeah, we do like a little bit of physicality in the game. Obviously, it's technically meant to be minimum force, but it can creep in at times, and you know, there is such a thing as a good touch to stop someone in their tracks.
Absolutely, especially as we move towards these finals. I'd like to see a little more leeway given by the referees as the tension ramps up. Outlaws.
That's good yards here. They should have a nice platform coming on for its 4th coming. Oh, Kaz just needs to get that ball down.
Does feel as though Outlaws are just starting to back themselves a little bit. Have they got that one down? Felt like if there was a touch, it was early anyway.
Yeah, so it's actually looked like Foxes were pretty set in defence. They only really had 1 player up in the touch. But, you know, it's simple through the 33 hole, and Cowser gets that ball down.
It's a very tidy finish, actually, by Cowser Pals, isn't it? Falling away from the covering player to avoid getting touched, and crucially narrowing the gap back down to 1 for his side. Manchester Foxes in the lead, but they'll have a set of 6 here. Too firm a touch there. Simons on the field for this set of 6 as well. That could spell real danger. Simons.
That's a great touch. We like to get we like to say, if you've kind of hit the line, you need to get up off it to make the 50-50 calls go your way, and that's good link defence there. Hit the line, take 2 steps forward, and it makes it so much harder for the attack to get anything.
Simons dives again and scores again, and James Simons at the moment is the difference between the two teams. It's 3-1 that Manchester Foxes lead, and it's 2 James Simons tries and a James Simons assist that has put them in this position.
32 counties again, just step back on the short side and dive in the 32 gap.
Outlaws then could do with another score before the half-time break. They're going close. Outlaws, touch comes in. Ball goes to ground,
So
though.
that's a good pragmatic approach there, is what we talked about, kind of leaving it on their box side. Now Manchester got a long way to go to their box. Oh, they're going away. Yeah, we say that and then they make light work of the defence.
Fox is throwing loose pass. It goes to hand. Might end up vaguely working out for them. They've gone through a lot of touches, but they may with this last, and Simon's absolutely herring onto the ball. Can they do something?
It's good defence there. Didn't really get a strike on 5th, which is kind of what we look for. We look to use our last touch and get a nice strike play, but really good defence to shut that down.
Outlaws, what can they do with this? Need another score, you'd think, before half-time, and half-time is approaching rapidly.
Yeah, this is a penalty from kind of pushing in at the side. Like a referee's interpretation of a hard touch is if you're in front and holding them up and slowing their roll ball down, that's fine. But if you come to the side, it's kind of, you've lost that touch. They've gotten past you and you're just trying to make up for it. Link quickie.
Dive comes in, but the touch also comes in from Simons. Outlaws needs to score on this play because the hooter goes. Final play of the half, and as the hat comes off, and that is why people shouldn't be wearing hats when they play sport, let me tell you, because as the hat comes off, he spills the ball. And we go in at half-time with Manchester Foxes leading this bowl final against Nottingham Outlaws. 3 tries to 1. Second half coming up very shortly. Right, we are just about ready for the second half here in the Division 3 Bowl final. Nottingham Outlaws will have the tap-off in their green shirts, but they are 3-1 down against the orange-shirted Manchester Foxes. What can the Nottingham Outlaws do about that in the second half? First things first, complete the set of 6 and pile the pressure on if they can, but they fail to do so. A forward pass comes in, not the start they wanted.
I think actually it was a hips not square ball, so we've got to dump the ball with our hips facing the try line we're going to score at. It wasn't in that case. It's good defensive pressure, but it's a nice drive coming on. That's very nice. Ooh, good touch. A fresh set from halfway, so they'll be looking to hopefully get down there in ideally 3 touches and strike on third.
Simon's pointing the way to his teammates, and they are going to be able to at least have an attempt on 3. Well, now it's 4. Simon's wide pass, forward pass though, and not what we've come to expect of him.
So it's a 32 long setup, so everyone who's familiar with the short will know the runner hits in and the half wraps round, but in this case we've got the middle defensive middles, so it's Neil and Archie from Nottingham. They're really close together, so James Simons sees that, kicks to the outside, wants the ball on the outside of that middle and tries to just burn him for a 3-on-2.
Nottingham Outlaws, oh, that's good drive. Can they take advantage of it?
Shooter, nice. Gotten in behind them there, they should really strike off this. Going to be just off the line.
Big wide pass comes in, it cuts inside. Oh, the right movements were made, but unfortunately the pass just too difficult to gather in, and Manchester Foxes survive that little fright and maintain their 3-1 lead. Outlaws still with plenty of chasing to do. Foxes inject a bit of pace here, and again touch is burned though, and
we're going an extra 10. Got to leave that ball on the mark. They've got good field position here. We're looking to get up to the line as quickly as they can. We're going to get a sub drive going, and then hopefully get some proper strikes on the line. Got Hobbo on the ball, 63 and running like he's 23.
Certainly is. There he is again.
Link, or 21 short.
Joanna Simon just popping that one up, and is the try going to be there? No, touch comes in.
Very unorthodox play. You very rarely see those pulled out of the bag, but if they're not expecting it, then could well come off.
The beauty of having that experience on the field, plucking a play that no one's played in years out of nowhere. Foxes, oh, they do really well to get over to this near side towards their box. And on they continue to go. Now they need to start to make a bit of ground. They could have a chance here, fast handling. Oh, if they could have got that one more pass in, the opportunity was there. Still they carry on, and then the last pass is thrown, and it didn't need to go. It didn't need to go.
I think they've sort of ran a fly play where they're just kind of going round hands down the line, getting around the shooters. It's just good heads up rugby, to be fair.
It looks as though they're going to have another 6 here.
Touched in the air, probably.
Pete Bowyer then. That ball looks suspiciously forward as well. They've been very lenient with those today.
Strike on third. Let's see what setup they're going to go to. Looks like a 32 short. Early release. Ooh. It's a good setup, but it's really well read by the link. So if we see an early release coming, like you wrap round, you hit that wrap directly, the link's in a really good position to snipe that play before they can get the pass away.
Passing accuracy has probably been the one flaw in this Foxes performance so far in the bowl final. Couple that have just gone awry that you would have thought would have stuck.
Oh, it's a waste of 5th touch. You would have loved to. Oh, cheeky little dummy by Kirky, but we really would have wanted a strike on 5th just to get someone getting that ball down and taking off for the line. Yeah, another hip's not square.
Here then, a really good opportunity for Nottingham Outlaws to try and create something to narrow this gap. There's still plenty of time for them to come back, but they do need a score. 2 scores down as it stands. Can they conjure something up? Touch comes in on Dan Kirk.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of space out wide if they can use it now.
Kirk has it again, looks to find the pass. Pass comes in, try is scored. Archie Shaw gets it across the line. Despite the bucket hat, he's on the score sheet.
Simple middle quickie, step back into hole 1. Link just wasn't there in time.
That's the try they
nice
needed.
Finish.
Four minutes left, a 1-point game. And now as the pressure ramps up, we see which side has what it takes to secure this bowl title. What can the Foxes do at the death as that got down? Touch came in.
It's a good touch by Joe Simon, wife of our CEO.
He's got about 87 family members playing this weekend.
It just proves how much of a family sport touch is. I mean, my sister played for the Hoods team yesterday. Yeah, that's ball down. That's a good score there.
And James Simons, well, he really has been the difference maker in this game. Puts his side back to 2 in front.
Another short side quickie. Yeah, ball's down before the link touch, and don't think that middle's made it onside.
And of his team's 4 tries, he's scored 3 of them and created the other. He is having a huge impact on this final. Outlaws would love to score again quickly because time is starting to get short. 2.5 left to play. If they can get across the line here, there's a chance, but the touch comes in, and that's the 5th.
Stay tight this side. Go up, go up.
Yeah, they've done Boxers did a really good job of protecting their short side that time. Left a difficult 4-on-3 overlap on the far side, and kind of Outlaws, sorry, three Nottingham teams, I'm getting confused. Outlaws couldn't really execute.
Foxes then survived that one. 2 scores up with 2 to play.
Second over the 10, third about halfway. It's a good drive. Too short. Another quick release. Ooh, I think that's 6th touch.
They're across the line. Can they get the try-scoring pass in? They can indeed. Manchester Foxes with the try that is surely going to give them this bowl title. It's going to be oh so difficult.
Yeah, Dumper's done quite a good job of getting in behind his toucher, so he's got even further to go to get back onside. It's just a lovely scoop through. Find your options and you're in goal.
And Bex Holmes scores the try, and it's the try that puts them 3 in front. It's the try that is surely going to hand the Manchester Foxes the bowl title here at Burton RFC. Nottingham Outlaws aren't going to go quietly, but they're going to run out of time.
Open side quickie there, as he's stepping towards the other middle, hoping that they'll tuck under, but that's a ball. But James Simon has read it, stayed wide, left that 33 gap open, but step back wasn't quick enough.
Foxes are going to have possession, and they're going to take this all the way to the hooter. Of that, there feels little doubt. They have time very much on their side now. 5-2 they lead up to the halfway line. They're running out of players to pass to, but it doesn't matter. This is all about the clock now for the Manchester Foxes. Up they go. Final touch it is. The hooter goes. The ball is knocked on, but it won't matter one jot for the Manchester Foxes because they are the Division 3 Bowl winners here at Burton RFC. A tremendous final performance from Manchester Foxes. 5-2 they beat Nottingham Outlaws. James Simon's an absolute magician for them throughout the day, but overall for this Manchester Foxes side, a wonderful final performance.
Yeah, it's just clinical. They took their they made their chances and took them where they were available. I think Outlaws lacked a little bit in creativity in attack. They came up with some things, and times it looked like they were really creating, and then other times they were a little bit stuck of what to do and kind of somewhat predictable. But you know, it's a good performance from both teams. Not a game you can complain about.
Absolutely not. A tough one for Nottingham Outlaws, but a brilliant one for Manchester Foxes. They are the bowl winners, 5-2 against Nottingham Outlaws. And we move now to the two cup finals. Division 4 cup final coming up next at 4:30. London Vipers against Bristol Choppers. That's London Vipers against Bristol Choppers in the Division 4 cup final at 4:30. And then at 5:05, it's the big one. It's the Division 3 cup final, London Scorpions against Wigan Warriors. So stay with us for both of those.
Just a silly boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got to miss sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get down the line.
The last 2 scores are going exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. No, we're in it.
The alt starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Alright, hands in. Come on, Ems.
Tight, tight, tight! Eyes up, Tom! Yeah, go on! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! Hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
So
close.
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweeper, 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 watch the ball, watch the ball.
We'll be having rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
Work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? Alright, quickies, you stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. like the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get out of the way.
The last 2 scores are going exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down there.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now we're in.
the alt starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Enes.
Tight, tight, tight! Eyes up, Tim! Dragon! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! Hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
So close.
Go,
Darren!
Act really casual.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the Division 4 Cup Final. Bristol Choppers against London Vipers. Bristol in grey and in attack to start things off. London Vipers in the black and yellow defending, and alongside me, we couldn't keep her away for that long. It's Alice Summers.
Yes, and we're back, and it looks like Bristol have just kicked off with a good score. This is going to be critical to keeping up in this game.
Well, they're only here in this final as a result of that drop-off that went down to Golden Point.
One of the longest drop-offs I've seen, I must say, was intense.
Unbelievably intense, and Will Doyle-Crisp getting the try to open the scoring here in the final. They'll be hoping that this one doesn't go all the way to a drop-off, because as we were saying, that was so tough.
Yeah, they must be so tired already. Their legs must be aching because all of that extra work compared to the Vipers team. 5th touch there. Good dive though, seeing if there was any holes in the Bristol defence.
Vipers ball just goes forward from one of our earlier co-commentators, Vusa Matunzi.
Looking like they're going to do a sub play. Just need momentum off the box here, and looks like they're getting it.
Choppers try to the good already. How important could that early score be? It helped the Manchester Foxes.
That was lovely. Looking for the tap inside.
Oh, she had to back herself, surely.
100%. Gas on the wing. That's all you needed there. Gives the London Vipers a good opportunity though, but just looks like they turned it over in their own half, so let's see if Bristol can do anything to amend this. Currently Soji on the ball here. He plays at Bath University as well and is one of the key players for them. That's 23 on the ball.
Well, it was him that scored that golden try. Looked as though he had jelly in his legs, but somehow managed to make it to the corner. Can he conjure something here? Not quite. Touch comes in.
Let's hope he's got enough energy in the tank for this whole game.
He's already starting to cramp up. I can see him stretching out that right calf. Bristol move. All right, they just didn't quite pick an option there. Vipers a long way from their subs box though. First touch, a long way from it. Second touch, not
Still
too
no
close
one
either.
on the pitch yet. Now they're just beginning to sub.
Third touch was a better one. But they're going to be on 5 before they've much crossed the halfway line.
Oh, nice. Good strike dump from them, from the Vipers. Looks like Bristol can stay tight though and make that touch.
One of the Bristol players absolutely sprinting off the field.
Some people say that's when you're working the most, is when you're getting off the field. Because that's when you can fill out and go sprint. And then it makes the life so much easier for the next player getting on, getting set, getting ready. And that's all you need, numbers on the pitch.
Bristol ball inside, and they're going to go 2 up.
What a hole.
Geordie Salet with the score, and Bristol Choppers lead 2-0 here in the Div 4 final.
Just a great draw and pass, and just that link chopping so well.
Oh, it's the start of dreams here for Bristol Choppers. Less than 5 minutes in and already 2 scores to the good, and the Vipers have got to dig themselves out of a bit of a hole now.
Vipers really need a score on the doors here. Let's see if they can do anything.
Well, this man on the ball, Anish Phillips, was a real influence in one of their earlier games. Perhaps he can play a part. Here he is on the ball now, diving for the line. Has he got it down? No.
Oh, in the ruck there. Ref's gonna call new set of 6.
And this, it's a real opportunity for Bristol.
Could be trouble for the Vipers, especially already 2-0 down.
Might well be another set of 6 here. That ball looked as though it was knocked down. I think it was. I think we have another set of 6, and Choppers surely here must be thinking 3-0.
Long ball. Oh, wow. Wow, that would have been amazing. Just so unlucky with the hands there. But great option.
Vipers, well, they'll be thanking their lucky stars that that was dropped. So nearly staring down the barrel of 3-0. But a lifeline for them. Can they take advantage of it?
Oh, great pace there from the Vipers, but doesn't seem like it can come off. They just need execution there, and then they've got the try.
Choppers having the most of the early running here. The game's still not even 7 minutes old, but they are playing with some authority.
A great fly when coming on there. That's Soji again with the pace around the outside. Let's see if they can get a strike play. That's 5th. Looks for long.
Pass gets there, but the cover had got across as well. But what he has done is give the Vipers a very long way to go to get to their box. And with 2 early touches burned before they're even close to it, this is a good defensive bit of pressure from the Choppers.
Just looks like Vipers just need to get into the role of their things. Because when we saw them earlier in the day, they looked like they were strolling. And right now, we're seeing great pace on the outside.
Well, I was about to say they'll do well to get into the Choppers' half on this play, but that brilliant work around the outside.
Great ball for making it quite half the pitch or something. But just a shame the accuracy wasn't there.
Well, it was a crucial piece of play in the end from Rhys Evans wearing 70 there to get around the outside and make some ground, because they were almost in a scenario where they were going to give Bristol Choppers just half a pitch to have to progress.
Oh.
Bristol just got slowed up a touch there. They get themselves back on the front foot again here then. Can they create something? Oh, dummy was almost successful, but
that was a great touch, amazing touch. Trying to stay on their outside, and then when they do step back in, it's so hard to make that touch, and that's what he did. That's what he needed.
Better start to their set this from the Vipers.
New set of 6 on the halfway. This could be vital for their attack.
Phillips on the ball. And again, third touch is made though. But still, a couple more to play with here.
They really need to get into their 7 or onto their 7 to make that dump, just so it makes the line and play here. Oh,
Phillips
great
holds
hands.
on, handling, brilliant. Vipers are back in it. Willow Frey with the finish, Phillips with the hands.
I think the ref's saying no try. Ref's giving offside.
Oh, he's a spoil sport. He's a spoil sport.
Right, this is looking strong now though. Oh no, half time.
Half time comes in. Bristol will feel they could have been 3-0 up. Vipers perhaps there will feel they could have reduced it to 2-1, but we go into half time with Bristol Choppers leading London Vipers 2-0 here in the Division 4 Cup final. A massive second half coming up in just a couple of moments' time. Okay. Back in business here in the bowl final. Division 3, London Vipers in possession in black up against the Bristol Choppers. But the Vipers need a score fast here because they are currently 2-0 down. And they need something, and they've got something.
Great play. Great intricate work.
Well, we said they needed something, and Justin Walsh has just provided it.
And they have delivered. Am I correct in if these both teams or just the winning team gets promoted to Div 3, or is this Div 2? How does the whole system work? I'm pretty sure someone must get promoted, or is this only for the cup final?
In the overall standings,
yes,
across the 3 legs, the top team gets promoted. In fact, you may well be right. It could be the top couple, but
yeah,
this final counts only for
this tournament,
this particular leg of the tournament.
Got you.
Vipers, well, got the score they needed to start the second half, much like the Choppers scored with one of the opening plays of the first half. They respond at the start of the second, and it's closed down to just a single try.
You could only imagine their team talk during halftime, just how much they want this. And it clearly shows they're coming out with such great momentum.
Oh, indeed, and this man Phillips on the ball again.
Oh, wow, intercept! That was a great read.
Shoji Leach with that intercept, such a threat. He has been working so hard today. You can almost see it in his body language as he drifts off the field. He is absolutely shattered. He's got 8 more minutes to work for, and then he can put his feet up. He has given everything for his side.
This is also a great play here. They've been in and out, good. Oh,
interception again.
2 in like the past minute. Amazing.
William Varden with that one, and now Phillips just working his way forward. And that Vipers try just feels like it sparked something into this game. Both sides have a real sense that they are really fighting for something here. Fighting for that bowl title. Scooped up, avoids the touch, gets the pass away, but doesn't go to hand. Bristol possession.
Getting fresh legs on, as we can see when they're subbing. It's so vital for this. Just bringing the energy onto the pitch, making sure everyone's there.
Very flat pass there. Lucky to get away with that one. Can they take advantage of their good fortune, Bristol?
Might be setting up for a scoop. Oh, touch 6. Vipers coming down to their box this time.
Vipers overrunning the pass slightly, but they find another option, but it has made their subs just a little slower to get on, but they recover the scenario very well, actually.
5th is coming on their line of, oh.
Just spilled there. Tricky pass to gather.
It must be fatigue kicking in, because we've seen this throughout this game, and it does have a major factor. Especially some of these players would be playing in the NTS yesterday, so that's already a long day, and then this day ahead of them. Great fly by Bristol, checking off. Just unlucky they can't see anything to come off that.
Varden drives that one forward. Elise. Kroll. Elise again, but that's spilled too. The error count for both sides starting to creep up.
It's been a stalemate so far.
Big touch coming in from Phillips.
These Pistons from the Vipers are insane, right?
Absolutely. I was just about to say this is really, really aggressive and effective defense from the Vipers.
Just means Bristol have to work super hard. These touches here.
Inside the final 5 minutes, Bristol still leading Vipers by a single score. Can Vipers do something about it? Ball back inside. Could be an opening. Is an opening. Rhys Evans with the score, but that was all about the pass. Reversed back inside for him.
What a lovely switch. Just drawing that defender to his outside. Then the link knowing and stopping that. Cutting in. Score all day.
Verdant on the overs line and then cutting back inside was Rhys Evans, and we are all square with just 4 minutes to play. Vipers have come back from 2 scores down.
Soji on the ball, looking for something special. Sadly can't deliver.
Pass goes awry, so Vipers.
That's Emily Dean on the far wing over there for Bristol. Putting a hard shift, making a touch. That's hard work, especially when you're far wing, because you don't actually get to sub most games. On there for the whole entire time.
Tough slot to sub from, that's for sure. Bristol, having seen their lead eviscerated.
Yeah, nice.
Can they do something about it?
Looking for numbers coming on. Seeing what they can do. Oh, Vipers giving us 6 more.
Big chance this for Bristol. Big, big chance. How are the confidence levels after that 2-0 lead has gone up in smoke? Can they produce something? Pass comes in. Big wide pass. Goes to hand. Diving touch comes in. Is it made? Referee looks like he's happy with the try.
And that's Emily Dean with the try. Amazing.
Emily Dean, the student in the side, with the score. The big looping pass.
Making it 3-2 to Bristol.
Oh, and look at that for a finish. The diving touch coming in, but Emily Dean getting underneath it and restoring this Bristol lead, but then bouncing straight back. Oh, the Vipers.
They're giving it.
Rhys Evans.
Oh, the referees are having a discussion here. They're not too sure if it's a try or not.
Rhys Evans is absolutely confident. He's already got the ball back on the halfway line. The referees are going to have a chat about it.
And I think they're going to give it a try. What a try that was, though.
Well, that restoration of the lead did not last at all. Evans with the score, but as you say, what a try.
Just a bit of Juri touch, wasn't it?
What we love to see. And once again, the Choppers have to find the confidence to just brush that off and get back
Looking
in
like
front.
it's going to be a turnover.
It is, and suddenly there's a feeling with a minute left that momentum is with the Vipers. Can they seize upon it?
This would be the moment now when they're subbing on. Let's see if they can use it. He's... Oh...
Phillips gets it wide.
Looks like they're giving it as a forward pass. Just over 30 seconds left. Bristol needs a try now, otherwise it's going into drop-off.
And you kind of think, given what an exhausting day Bristol have had, the drop-off would suit the Vipers more.
Oh,
so can Bristol find their way?
Got 20 seconds left. Really need a try here. Oh, was he on
heavy touch comes in there.
He came up super early, however, if you know the limits and get up early, it's going to make your game.
Final play, and given where we are on the field, we are going to go to a drop-off. We are indeed going to go to a drop-off.
Wow, how many has there been so far today? Have you watched on pitch 1?
I think this is the 3rd drop-off on pitch 1, which, given that we've had only 6 knockout games up to this point, is a fairly extraordinary track record. It is a drop-off. 4 players aside for the next 2 minutes. Bristol Choppers led 2-0. London Vipers clawed their way back to 2-all. Choppers then found their way across the try line again after the heartbreak of seeing that lead go, but immediately the Vipers responded through Rhys Evans, and that is what has led us to this drop-off. It's going to be the Vipers to get us started in their black and gold, Bristol Choppers in grey, and off we go.
Bristol looking like they're staying super tight here. See what the Vipers can do, get a strike play.
Vipers. Was the touch made? I don't think it was. It looks like William Varden got there. No, not quite. Not quite.
Great touch. Great diving touch by Shoji again.
Shoji Leach has put as much of a shift in as possibly anyone here today. He looks utterly shattered. He is giving it everything.
Vipers giving them a good hard field defence here. It's hard to get around them. Great check off though there. Bristol needs to make something happen.
Try as they might though, they just can't quite. And Vipers will have possession again. Wearily they move towards their subs box. The oncoming Matunzi adds a bit of energy there. Just as they needed it. Back on the ball again. Kroll now feeds it wide to Cara Adams.
Oh.
Her pass just doesn't go though. Choppers.
They need to get some good momentum here. Just plough down in the dump just to get set.
Tracy Parr goes forward and then subs herself out.
Oh.
And now Shoji Leach has it. Can he go all the way around the outside? Not quite on this occasion. Pops it back inside.
Great meters though. Oh, I think they're going to say touch and pass there. Meaning Vipers got a chance to. Down to 3 people now as we hear the hooter goes. Down to two guys and 1 girl.
We are down to 3 and just look how much space there is on the field. Team of officials now as big as each team of players. Phillips.
Oh, he's going to try and run. Oh, refs have called back.
Now, well, what can...
First try wins.
What can Choppers do? Shoji Leach, we know what he's done in the past. Max Shepstone, what can he do? Leach, is that touch made? There's certainly a debate about it. I think possibly to buy a few seconds of rest.
Get a breather.
Shepstone to Leach. Leach.
They're getting into the 7 now. They really need to make that strike dump on the 7.
Leach, Shepstone, back to Leach.
Long
Flings
ball.
it wide, out to Abby Colton, doesn't go to hand though.
This gives Vipers a good chance on getting a score in.
Phillips.
That's touch 1 and that's great meters already. Trying to go hard round the outside and it's working.
Vipers. Oh, they're going to go around the outside. I think it's Rhys Evans again. Rhys Evans.
This
Has
needs
he
to
got
be
the
shift.
pace? Rhys
Dive.
Evans. Rhys Evans is going to go all the way and win it for the Vipers.
What a score that is. Great wheels round the outsides. And that's all you need. That is what you need in a drop-off. Great game by both teams here. Insane effort, insane just touch skills, and it's seen.
And Rhys Evans, he was the man that scored the tries to keep them in the game back when the Choppers were leading earlier in the game, and it's Rhys Evans who conjures the magic, finds the pace, even though the lactic acid is searing through the legs, to just burn it around the outside, and there was nothing that the flailing Choppers players could do to stop Rhys Evans and his Vipers team from sealing this bowl title, coming from behind to force the drop-off and then winning on golden point. The Vipers are the bowl winners here at the mixed NTS at Burton RFC. What a climax to this game. In fact, they're not even the bowl winners, they're the Division 4 Cup winners. I've lost control of all things in the excitement of that. London Vipers, Division 4 Cup winners here at Burton RFC, and we are about to ratchet up the excitement even higher, because we move into the Division 3 Cup final in just a few moments' time. 5:05 for that one. London Scorpions against the Wigan Warriors, but here in the Division 4 final, it was the London Vipers and Rhys Evans that sealed the victory against the Bristol Choppers. London Vipers, Div 4 champions.
And usually you sure you don't want me to just Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going anywhere.
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get down the line.
Those last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half get times on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down the middle.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
The alt starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. Ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Evans.
Tight! Eyes up, Tom! Drag on! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! Hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
So close.
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweeper, 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 watch the ball, watch the ball.
We'll be having rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
It's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out.
Well, hello, welcome back for the final game of the day, the biggest game of the day, the Division 3 Cup final, London Scorpions against Wigan Warriors. We've already seen two fantastic finals, a brilliant performance from Manchester Foxes to win the bowl, and then London Vipers in the drop-off, claiming the Division 4 honours. But what will happen here in the Division 3 final? Well, we will soon find out. Wigan Warriors in possession in black, London Scorpion in grey and green, and we are in for an absolute rocket. Who's your money on?
Tough one. Two really, really strong teams so far. I've had to put money on it. I think I would say Wigan. I ref their semi against Yorkshire Thorns. Looked really good in that. Nice long ball there. They've probably got a few more players who can throw those long passes, which is always really useful. Although immediately come on, talked about the weather again, but that wind does make those long passes a bit more of a risk. Scorp's nice driving pattern. I'm not sure there's anything he can complain about there. I think he's just been caught in the touch a little bit, so slowed down their progression. Nice little cut back inside. Here they go now, driving up towards the box. I think they're going to struggle to build too much off this. They haven't really got that same momentum coming out the drive that they had in the first game I saw them this morning. So they're getting towards running out their touch count. Driving into the middle, that's fifth. Franco is a good scooper and he's all the way through. He just needs an option. And I think he's found one.
Franco Perticaro scooping through and absolutely burning everyone behind him. We thought he'd found an option, but he hadn't quite. And so it is going to be Wigan Warriors to play out from their own 7.
Yeah, so Wigan now looking to do the same kind of work. They're actually spreading it a little bit away from their box, which is something that more and more teams are doing. It creates a bit of space for them, so nice to see sort of a few different playing patterns. Now driving straight through the middle, coming straight to the heart of the defence. Franco making the touch there. He's back on side, pushing in. Oh, I think he got away with that one a little bit there. I don't think he needed to shut on that player. And if that pass had gone to hand, they would have had a bit of a 3-on-2.
Scorpions getting across to their box through Perticaro.
Oscar Davies taking up the sideline there, and now they're coming back in towards the middle, going to look for an opportunity to strike. Stefan Fletcher picking up, passing into the middle. Oh, we've got an injury down on the side. Hate to see it. Looks like the Wigan winger just holding a calf. Hopefully nothing too bad. She looks like she's in a bit of pain though.
Yeah, a bit of a calf strain down there for one of the Wigan Warriors. It's never the easiest towards the end of the day. Sometimes those lower limb muscular injuries can come along quite easily. Lucy Parkinson it is that's down. She's back on her feet. Hopefully it's just a bit of cramp after a long day's play, but
you hope so. And I do. It is tough, this kind of format, lots of 20-minute games, 20-minute rests, 20-minute games, which is a bit difficult to cope with sometimes. She's upstanding, she looks all right. She's speaking to Steve Melling. There isn't a calf injury in the world he hasn't had. So, but Scorpion's now dancing past one player, missing the other. He's realised he's thrown the ball away and he's trying to fix it by going to get it. And he's probably managed to get himself out of a penalty for throwing the ball away there, number 83. Who's that?
Yeah, he's done well to stay on the right side of the referees there as the Wigan Warrior. Sorry, the London Scorpion. I do apologise. But he's the only man on my team sheet that hasn't been listed, which I suspect means someone's typed in the wrong number. As Wigan Warriors now look to see what they can create.
Nice flowing move out of the box and looking to scoop into the short side. I think Bobby is quick enough. He's one of those players. Oh no, he's not quick enough. I think he might have been caught. He's running into next week, unfortunately. But yeah, I think he was just caught on the way through, and I think we're going back to a decision in the build-up. Well, Bobby's one of those players. He is quick. It would be unfair to say he's not quick, but the main thing he's got is really, really good getting up to full pace quickly, which in touch is so useful. He's a very good player, Bobby.
Pace over the first 2 meters in all sports. It's more important than pace at the top end, and it is something just to look out for as this final takes shape, as the combination of Dylan Sharp and Bobby Taylor. Dylan Sharp, a real young man. Bobby Taylor, a little more wizened than him, but their combination, and it could be something we see here as Sharp gives it to Taylor, is something that has been a real treat throughout the tournament. We see it again there. Touch comes in.
No malice in the impact there from the midfield, from the mid there. That was Stefan. The young man pretty much dived at his legs, but was wide for a second there. He got injured in our game and then miraculously recovered. So fingers crossed everyone's good. And a little punish play out into the short side, but nothing on there. So there'll be a turnover there. Tight exchanges, tight opening exchanges, little half chances, nothing much to go either way.
Yeah, very much so. Interestingly, actually, the Wigan Warriors, they're using Sharp in the middle in attack, but they're moving him into that link slot in defence. Keep an eye on how that's all shaping up.
Strike player, don't waste his time with defending. Keep him fresh for the attack. And here he is, coming back into the middle, marshalling his troops. Number 4, I think, is it Courtney Horrocks? Might be wrong. Nice job she's been doing on the wing for them, and a nice little setup, and they're back in the middle now.
Emily Vivas, it is, wearing 4.
Apologies to that person.
It's Wigan.
Oh, is he through?
Goes through.
He is.
Ben Wilcock, one of 2 Wilcocks in the side, Ben and Rebecca, and it's Ben that just goes ghosting through the gap and opens the scoring here in this Division 3 final, arching the back at the crucial moment.
Yeah, the Scorps mid probably going to be a bit frustrated with himself for missing that touch. It looked like it was doable, but unfortunately just got away from him there.
So 6 minutes in, we have our first try of the final. Can the Scorpions respond quickly? We saw fast responses in the previous final. Will we see something similar here?
Scorpions appealing there for the Wigan team not moving off their line, and they are now coming up as it's a slightly slower play. But we do really want those teams to keep playing rather than sort of stop and point and ask for decisions. But he's all good now.
Scorpions slipping at the vital moment. And it'll be Wigan Warriors possession.
Wigan will be chuffed to have seen that out. That was, you know, so soon after scoring, making sure they keep that one score advantage. Nice setup work and that winger sort of marshalling her players to telling him in. And good momentum for Wigan here. Bobby's having to run a little bit lateral, but he's pulling the team with him. Check back inside. They can flow off the back of this quite nicely. He gives it to his mid. And that's 5th. He will scoop. He will look for an opportunity. And not quite able to dance away from the Scorps mid there.
Just didn't quite have the players around them to be able to commit enough of that London Scorpions defence. So now that's defence turns into attack. What can they create here? Big touch comes in, closing the space.
That link making that touch and then chasing out and covering for another one. The winger makes the touch in the end. Really good effort from Wigan. You can hear him in the box when I was reffing him earlier, and talking about working for each other and keeping that effort up and making sure that they're not letting the other team win, and you can really see that effort there. Franco scooping again, he loves it, and it looks like he set up his link, and that is the equaliser.
Franco Perticaro with the hard work and then just feeding it out to what I think is probably Victoria Summers.
I think you've got her sister in comms after me. Apparently I'm doing the first half and Alice Summers doing the second half, and I believe Victoria might well be her younger sister, looking very good, scoring that, making that score from Link there.
Well, Alice will be able to tell me if I'm correct then, because she's wearing 53, but I've got no 53 on my team sheet. But Victoria's wearing 63, so I've made an educated guess that perhaps it's a typo.
Seems reasonable. Yeah, complete your team sheets correctly, teams. Come on. So, Scorps driving off the line. We're into what you might call the kind of grind, right? There's about a minute and a half to go. And really this is about teams not giving away an easy score here. You want to make sure you're not the one going in one score down, come into the second half nice and even. Scorps driving nicely off the line, looking for contact, and it'll go long into the middle, and they've got an opportunity to set up and strike. Oscar Davis running at his player, and a nice line cut there by his fellow player, but a touch first given by the referee, Jack Harris there. So Wigan now will drive off their line, look for an opportunity. Little shooting player from Scorps made a bit of a hard work of them keeping that momentum going. And again, they are having to sweep round the back to sort of work forwards, which isn't the best setup position. We're almost out of time. They've probably got a chance here if they just get the ball down nicely, and that is fifth, and that's Bobby scooping. But again, there's not really enough momentum coming into it for them to make much of it. Really, sometimes you're in a really nice position to scoop, sometimes you've got really nice options, other times you're scooping a little bit to nothing, and I think we have got a penalty there, I think for a forward pass, maybe a touch and pass.
All manner of things going on in that final play of Warriors possession. Scorpions working hard to get across their box, but it's final play, so they're not going to get there, and in fact they're not really going to get anything coming from that. We are in a real nail-biter of a final here. It's half-time and it's 1-1. Wigan Warriors got the opener, but London Scorpions have levelled it up, and at half-time it is still anyone's final. 10 minutes of play left to go for one of these two sides to walk away from here with the trophy. Which one will it be, London Scorpions or Wigan Warriors? We will find out in around about 10 minutes' time. Well, almost ready for the start of the second half, and back up here for the second half is Alice Summers, whose sister Victoria Summers is the one that's levelled the scoring.
Yeah, great chop from her, must say. Tor Summers, yeah, looking amazing.
It's a tight one, isn't it? It's a nail-biter of a final, this. 1-1, 10 minutes left to go. How are the nerves?
The nerves must be quite tense down there, both teams. And this game could go to a drop-off, potentially. How do we feel?
I can't handle another drop-off. It's all too much for me. It's all far too much.
Well, both teams will put out maximum energy, and they've played so hard the whole day. So if we do get to a drop-off, we can see like the Bristol and who was it? EY? Vipers.
Bristol and the Vipers, yeah.
They were just tired,
well, they were out on their feet.
everything. So we might see this a bit of a second half.
We might well do. Well, we're just awaiting the hooter now. Both sides on the field. London Scorpions in grey will get us started up against Wigan Warriors in black. Division 3 Cup final, 1-1. Hooter goes and away we go. Scorpions in possession. Let's see what they can do with it this first possession of the half.
Oh, what a ball. Flat ball there, but just can't get hands. Let's see what Wigan can do. Try and get out their own 7 metres.
Scorpions would have absolutely loved to have started off with an early score just to seize the momentum of the game, but now it's Wigan who've found themselves getting an extra couple of metres there after a missed touch. That ball, was that a loss of control?
He's saying offside. They're getting a new 6 right in the Scorp 7. This can be a game changer here. What do you reckon they're going to run?
Oh, it's a golden opportunity. I don't know what they'll do, but I do know this much. It'll run through Bobby Taylor here.
He's been a key aspect all day for them. That's number 9.
Taylor, sharp, Taylor. That's the combination. Doesn't quite result in the try this time, but that is the duo to look out for. The way they move the ball between the pair of them is something to behold.
Oh, running the show there, looking for a fire up. But Scorps read it so well there.
Taylor goes short, touch surely comes in.
Great touches from them. That's 86, Oscar Davis for the Scorps. He's played all day, heart on the line.
Taylor, sharp windows, sharp, moves it out. Ball is down.
They're great hands, to be honest. Quick play, but looks like touch is given.
Rebecca Wilcock thought she might just have got it down.
Gaining good meters over here. They don't expect you to go run away from your sub box. That's why they've got so many meters there. However, they do have a longer way to get to the sub box.
Yeah, if you're going to go that other way, you need to get back towards the sub box quite quickly afterwards.
Number 9 on the ball.
Taylor is playing extra minutes here by the looks of things.
Yeah, he didn't sub off. He is one of their key players.
Tighten up the mids! Franco, go!
Looking dangerous.
Hankey.
But still, again, Scorps' defence has been unreal lately.
Now Taylor absolutely sprints off.
And this is their second set of line defence of these players. Must be hitting in fatigue.
Certainly must be. Warriors through the try scorer, Wilcock. Has he got a second? All indications are that he might have, and he has indeed. Ben Wilcock with a brace in the final and has put his team back in front.
This is Kieran tapping off the ball here. His height is unreal. Could be 2 meters tall, who knows?
Either way, he has 2 scores in the final, and he's put his Wigan Warriors side back in front here.
Oh, Scorps just sadly can't do anything here. Looking good for Wigan.
Scorpions, well, they've come back once. Can they do it again? Wigan are going to try and ensure that opportunity never arises. Sharp now. Taylor to Hankey.
Looking for the scoop.
Taylor to Hankey again. Hankey moves it out to Clayton, and Clayton's pass just won't go, but Warriors finding threats all over the field here.
Scorps really need to do something here if they want to stay in. Oh, it's looking like it's getting a bit heated over there.
Bit of argy-bargy going on. Richard Spear not too happy with whatever was going on from Clayton there.
Next job, Rich! Next job, brother!
This would be a key time to maybe quickly make a sub when the refs are taking their time and nothing's happening.
It's a good time to get as many fresh legs as possible on, you would have thought.
Yeah.
Referee's just going to have a little chat here to Spear and to Clayton. I think Spear's going to be getting the brunt of the conversation from the referee. Certainly appears that way. Spear's still arguing back, but it's going to be a penalty to Wigan Warriors. I think they're saying there that he led with his shoulder, it looked like, judging by the gesticulations from them. Long and the short of it is, though, that Wigan Warriors have a great attacking platform, 2-1 ahead, and a chance to go 3-1 ahead. And Pond.
Great dive, great play from both of them. Oh, it's saying forward pass, forward pass. This could be a lifeline for Scorps, actually.
Absolute lifeline. Bobby Taylor thought he'd scored, him and Sharp working so well together again, but the referee chalks it off, and Scorpions survive.
Oh, big touch.
Spear. Well, I think this Wigan Warriors side knows that Spear's got his back up a little bit, and they're all too happy just to keep that going. Scorpions. Back in possession. Can they do something with it? They're going to score the try, the Scorpions, on this left-hand side.
Lola making that try. Amazing. What a play from Oscar Davis as well. Giving that ball. What a finish. Amazing. Back to 2-2.
We are back at 2-2. 3 minutes left to play. And there is just no respite.
Great touch there. Good read. Wigan back on the ball, though. Looking dangerous.
Taylor to Widows. Widows moves it out to Wilcock.
Same
Wilcock
again. Always looking for this right edge, actually. Seeing if they can do anything. Scorps get the new set of 6, though. They're going to do... They're keeping on. They just... No, they're subbing. Fresh legs is key here.
Perticaro trying desperately to get himself off, but having to play half a couple of times. Some big physical touches coming in. And they had 7 on.
Always have to watch out for that, no matter what game it is, because you're so keen to get on and people are dying to get off.
Those are the errors, though, that could be decisive in this game. Such fine margins it's being played on. You've got to be oh so careful. It's Hankey gets on the ball, on it again here as well. Now Taylor steps, tries to put the pass out to Wilcock, but Rebecca Wilcock can't do anything with it. It's passed to her foot, and so Scorpions.
Dylan here just dumping the ball for Scorps. He's part of Wales Men's Open and will be playing in the Euros just in a couple weeks, actually.
Scorpions survive again and now make good progress up the field. Perticaro with the ball in hand here, and Stefan Fletcher. Perticaro again. Fletcher on the inside. Oh, it was nearly magic from Perticaro, but the touch is made.
Just a minute left. Let's see what Wigan can do. If they get a try here, this could be it.
First of all, they work to their box. Sharp just has to stop to gather that pass, but now he can get on the front foot again and making good ground, actually. And Wilcock, the 2-try scorer, and Widows and Wilcock again, and now Wilcock is just touched, and that's 6 up.
That's a great touch, actually. 30 seconds left. Scorps need to have some magic here, otherwise,
An error, Sharp, Woodcock
They're taking it early.
Widows out to the wide channel, and that was the chance. They could have scored, but it's going to go to a drop-off. There's only a few seconds left, and Scorpions have got to go the length. It is surely going to be going to a drop-off, the Division 3 final. There's the hooter. Perticaro goes, but his pass is nowhere near the recipient, and we are going to go to a drop-off. 2-2. It finishes in normal time in the Division 3 Cup final between London Scorpions and Wigan Warriors. So we go to a drop-off, 4 players aside.
The turnaround between finishing the game and going into a drop-off is so quick. It's barely any time for a team talk, let alone who knows who's going onto the pitch. And before this game, actually, Scorps already had a drop-off between, I think they played to get into the final. Who knows? However, we're about to have tap-off, and Scorps have got it.
Scorpions will get things started.
We got to see a big defence here from Wigan.
Victoria Barrow, Susanna Ivonen, both on. So too will Bamba.
Oh, this.
Can they strike something? They're
around
having a look.
outside.
Oscar Davis gets through. Is there anyone in support? There is.
Great dive, and that's a score.
Susanna Hivonen with the score. Straight from the opening play of the drop-off.
That was great vision, actually. Little dummy inside and then taking him on the outside. Wigan are going to be eager to get down to their 7, though. Let's see what they can do.
Oscar Davis it was that broke through, and Hivonen with the score. And now, what can the likes of Sharp and Taylor and Clayton?
So they got a new set of 6 here on the line.
And Rebecca Wilcock, the 4 that are on. What can they do? Sharp, Clayton, Taylor, out to Sharp. Sharp responds with the score. Wigan Warriors level it up. The drop-off continues. And now it'll be Scorpions and Davis who set up that first try in the drop-off. Back in possession, Hivonen the try scorer, and Davis working together in tandem. But that pass goes awry, and Wigan Warriors will have it now, and it's the man that scored twice already, Ben Wilcock, that will drive forward.
This could be their chance here. They need to get good momentum going down to the pitch. Let's see what they can do.
Ratchford, and now Clayton, and now Wilcock. And now Ratchford still play on.
Looking good.
Ratchford bouncing around, waiting, gives it to Clayton. Ratchford, there's the buzzer. Can they create something? No.
So now it's 3-on-3. Both teams have to get rid of one person and then play on. They still try and make this as fast as possible. So no team talk or no discussion. You just got to do it.
Scorpions then. The drop-off continues. We're now into Golden Point territory.
This is where it counts. First try here wins.
Davis in possession. Created one already. Has he got another bit of magic in the locker?
Oh.
Firm touch comes in from Clayton. Davis.
13. I know, but...
On it again, scoops through.
Oh.
Touch comes
Good
in.
touch there by Wigan.
Clayton not afraid to get her body in the way.
Oh, that was 5th touch there.
Davis, could be a bit of space out wide, but the pass is clung on brilliantly by Will Bamba.
Just can't make anything of it though. What a take though.
Warriors make a couple of changes. Clayton has been on for the entire drop-off so far. Finally, she gets to rotate off, and they've got Sharp and Taylor working together. This too, the danger combination for them. And Sharp has managed to make huge ground there. Wilcock, Taylor, Sharp in possession now. Taylor again picks up. Taylor scoops through. He's just looking for anyone, someone,
Just
anyone.
looking like Scorps
Can
are
he
mirroring
find
their
someone?
players.
He's looking, but the touch comes in. They survive that one. The drop-off continues. And now the Scorpions will have possession.
Looks like these lot might want to sub as they've been on here for a while.
Davis has played the entire drop-off so far. They can't quite get across the box yet. Now they find their way across as Bambit dances in, and now Perticaro is on. Perticaro is going to have a go around the outside of Wilcox. Perticaro is going to win the title.
There you have it. Scorps are the winners.
London Scorpion on golden point claim the title. Bobby Taylor there couldn't possibly have given more, but it's Franco Perticaro who rotates on and immediately takes on the Wigan Warriors defence around the outside and claims the Division 3 title for the London Scorpions with golden point.
Franco has been running the show today for the Scorps, playing absolutely amazing, and it just shows. Winning try in the drop-off.
Winning try in the drop-off. It quite simply doesn't get any more dramatic than that. These Wigan Warriors have given it absolutely everything all day today here at Burton RFC. It's been a tremendous effort from them. All the way to the drop-off it went. Into golden point we went, down to 3 players aside. And at the point of utter exhaustion, they rotated through their players, and on came Franco Perticaro to burn it around the outside and seal the Division 3 Cup for London Scorpions. The end of a magnificent day here at Burton RFC, the culmination of a fantastic weekend, and a huge congratulations to everyone that's played. A huge congratulations to Chris Simon and his team for putting this all together. It has been a quite fantastic couple of days here at Burton RFC, but fantastic for none more so than London Scorpions winning it in the most dramatic of circumstances on golden point here against Wigan Warriors. It has been absolutely fantastic, and do stay with us throughout the week because we are back in action on Next Gen 15 and England Touch for the Youth Atlantic Cup. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday of next week. A huge amount of touch rugby going on as those Wigan Warriors just make their way off, and London Scorpions congratulate each other, and Perticaro in particular just walking near side towards us. A fantastic performance from them, a fantastic weekend overall. Thank you so much for joining us over the weekend, and we will catch up with you all again for some more touch rugby on Thursday with the Youth Atlantic Cup. But from everyone here at Burton RFC, thank you very much and safe travels home.